Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是写述民歌、写述分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王架可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台上嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常諗起嘅平王莊對住正在看待新言，夢想地個台上嚟以後就像平王莊嘅樣子。每一次以趕場走前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我想再唱这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我將啲細事隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛進行落去。所以我十分堅決將頭歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。關心醫生唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
无所不至。违逆。
straight airborne, try to see if maybe he can get some shots off. Potentially might have hit him with the pistol, though. He does hit him again, falling down as Wungfly is going to go back for the hits. Beautiful pole slash on the each side. It ends up catching him with the tire. The ankles comes in absolutely massive. Yeron barely had a moment to actually enjoy himself in this fight. I don't even think he was able to get a single hit in.
Doing a really good job weaving that at B2 there, make sure it doesn't get called out. Gonna double charge, does not get the connection. What a read there on the wave from Jin to stay alive. Action still weaving around here with that Tarko ult to make sure he does not get caught out. The clean comes in, goes for the punch, does manage to get it. That F3 gets called in and he jumps right inside of it. And now it's Jin trying to respond.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分属嘅专心人。
在小富姐姐吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王記可以教我定路腳譜。我也對我講，平王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看待新驗。夢想地個台先嚟以後就上平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛跡。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我想戴上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作用平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
成敌。
Go straight airborne, try to see if maybe he can get some shots off. Potentially might have hit him with the pistol, though. He does hit him again, falling down as Wongfly is going to go back for the hits. Beautiful pulse slash on the each side. It ends up catching him with the tire. The ankles comes in absolutely massive. Yeron barely had a moment to actually enjoy himself in this fight. I don't even think he was able to get a single hit in.
Doing a really good job weaving that at B2 there, make sure it doesn't get called out. Gonna double charge, does not get the connection. What a read there on the wave from Jin to stay alive. Action still weaving around here with that Tarko ult to make sure he does not get caught out. The clean comes in, goes for the punch, does manage to get it. That F3 gets called in and he jumps right inside of it. And now it's Jin trying to respond.
我们的常规赛表现的确不尽人意，但是别忘了，我们是绝对的大赛型队伍。
2打2拼刀子，对方牵线，现在开始搏，一发剑气不跟你讲道理，就出1.0，但对方的血量不高，真刀，金钟罩再绑针，金钟罩转针，你见过没有？
这个赛季我们没有缺席一场周决赛。
不要，我开了，
没事，我开。
老婆，再那个，
不，我不动，我
11个 ，OK，
不过
OK， 走。
至于总决赛，当然也是没有任何问题。
比起去年来说，我们这个赛季已经有了很大的进步。这一次总决赛，我们不会再缺席。
俄莱斯2个人已经坚持了太长了。莱昂 TT 被丑居身上是有手的，在卡这个时间 timing， 伤害砸在了其他人，又双抓了，这一把是俄莱斯01的秀场。
说实话，我们很需要这2天的比赛，当前正是缺少了足够的比赛经验。
奇迹对于所有人来说都是公平的，重返周决是我们的小步。
大佛也行，大佛一死，大佛死，为什么？吃！冰卷餐，下面有神剑气，鬼子死，死，牛逼！
拼尽全力拿下总决赛的门票。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last chance qualifiers for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2023 Season 1 Pro League for Trios! I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Dunkin' Donuts, and we have a heck of a show for you all today because we're on a different patch, which means new meta, and I'm so excited. I was talking to you a little bit before we actually went live. I think we're going to see Akos come through. I know he's already gone out and had his debut in solos, but in trios, we've been waiting for the V3 and the F3, and it's finally here. And that means that monk comps are going to have just a little bit more competition, I think.
Well, so I have one question for you, as I'm not entirely certain which one we're on. Is this the patch where Akos F3 has been nerfed? Or is this the patch where it's being introduced? It's been nerfed.
It's been nerfed. This is the enhancement.
Okay.
So this is the cage has been enhanced. We're seeing Valda V2 come through. The Viper F2 is now a golden focus, and Monk can now grab through golden focuses as well.
Okay.
Something that was a little bit controversial when it first released, but I still think that the true meat and potatoes of this patch is going to be that Akos coming through and having now the full utility of his kit. Even though, like you said, unfortunately, the F3 has been hit with a little bit of a tweak. I still think the V3 is strengths, and that is going to carry him
It needed
through.
an adjustment. It definitely needed an adjustment.
Okay, fine.
I think
Maybe
we can all
when
remember.
it released, he cast that roar, and literally you were on Morris Isle and everyone else in Holleroff would still be hit by the terror lockdown.
Yeah, it was a little bit... It's okay. I mean, it happens, you know, it happens. But during that patch, so what they did was they took some power from the F3, which I think is still good even after the nerf. I think it's still good because even though it's not got as big of a hitbox, even though you can't combo by yourself with it, so it's a big hit for solo Akos, where in solos he was able to use the F3 and then lead into any combo he wanted. But now it's going to be a lot more difficult to secure the combo starter off of his F3, his gold focus startup F. So they've reallocated some of the power from his F3 and sent it over to his F1 and his F2. F2 now got a cooldown buff. I got it mixed up there. And then F1 also got a buff. F1 now, it's got complete invulnerability on the startup, which is really handy, especially in trios, where you jump in like a crazy man, like a tank, right into a group of people, because as we know, the F1 gives increased damage reduction based on how many enemies are knocked back by the slam. So it gives you a little bit more leeway, you know, you can jump in and be a bit more crazy with it. And it makes you very, very tanky. So although I think F3 is a very good pick, because you can still lock them down, lock the enemy players down, and then have your teammates follow up, I think we might see quite a bit of F1 this today, but we will see. We will see. I'm excited to see a few other things as well. I think with the changes to Valda, I doubt it. I doubt it.
Yeah, as much as I would love to summon Valda into the EVO, I don't think we're going to see it. But hey, if you want to summon some nice cosmetics, keep watching and make sure that your account is linked as well, and you can have access to some of these really lovely goodies on the stream, as well as when we see the questions being asked after all of these matches. Drop your answer in chat, and who knows, you might be the lucky person picked to be getting a little bit of a whisper from one of our mods for something nice in game. But sort of going back to what we are going to see in game, like you said, I think maybe we are going to see a little bit of that F1 come through, especially because, yeah, now having from 70% damage reduction to total immunity, heading towards 6 and 7 collapsing zone, when you see a lot of people sort of go for something either like a pulse sword or a Takeda ultimate, you can now sort of just plunge yourself head first and knock everybody in that sort of cluster of everyone wanting to stay in the middle for as long as possible out of that zone tick, all the way out, and there is very little punishment that they can actually do to be able to punish that crazy aggressive play. But something else that got nerfed, which I am very happy about, not going to lie, very relieved to see it getting hit in terms of numbers, is the pulse sword, because the pulse sword was meta for a very, very, very long time, for the exact reason of you could just run around those 6 and 7 zones with a charged up right click, and there was absolutely nothing anyone could do, because if you walked into it, well, you'd have to try and find the parry, but you're still putting yourself into a very aggressive forward position, and everyone in the side lane is immediately going to go, oh cool, target acquired, and they're going to deal with you, and then the person running that pulse sword is going to use the charged up right click and that added movement to be able to escape out of dodge.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think we all realized rather quickly that Pulse Sword did need a little bit of a nerf, because in comparison to Greatsword, it's got a little bit more mobility, you could say. The right click, the vertical charge, allowing you to move so freely, being able to, like, I mean, you could walk around much faster than you can walk around while holding the horizontal on Greatsword. So you do get a lot more mobility there, and the fact that you can charge it up, release the attack, and then turn in whatever direction you like as well, offers a lot of freedom to be able to just move however, and realistically, no one's going to try and contest you unless they are in a very good position already. They have to be very confident with themselves, because if you eat that right click, you are you're in for a bad day. You know, you're not gonna be very happy with that if you're forced to use all of your cooldowns just to stay alive after trying to ego some guy with a pole sword. You know, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's also the timing too. I remember when it first released, everyone was like, okay, cool, because just the muscle memory is written into your sort of wrist of being able to sort of go, okay, someone's charging up a blue in my face, I'm going to backstep, and I'm going to immediately turn and parry you. And with pole sword, that timing is just a little bit off. It's a little bit harder to be able to predict in the heat of the moment, especially when we are zone 6 collapsing into zone 7, and everyone is sort of looking everywhere around them. A lot of the time you're not really able to nail down that timing because it's just too much to focus on. And as a result, we were seeing a lot of players getting away with quite literal murder coming in teams sometimes sitting on like 0 kills and then walking away from a Zone 6 and Zone 7 performance with over 11. But we have had our solo last chance qualifiers. We are now heading into our trio last chance qualifiers. So we're going to be 2 days back to back of 12 teams competing. Since JL have already been able to actually automatically qualify due to the fact that KLA have unfortunately lost their position and AOW have lost one of their players, and due to not being able to field a substitution will also not be able to participate. So instead of 14 teams, we're going to have 12 teams competing, as you can see from this graphic right now. And that's a little bit of a shame because AOW were doing a lot better, but teams that were also doing a lot better towards the tail end of the season, two that I immediately want to highlight, WBG and Alliance, who were seriously impressing towards the last couple of weeks.
Indeed, no, all of these teams have been doing an extremely good job trying to scrap it out to secure that place in the finals for themselves, but it's not going uncontested, you know. I mean, every single one of these players, every single one of these teams and orgs, they're all looking for those spots. They're all looking to play as best they can, potentially bring out some secret tech, some spicy oogly boogliness, you know. We love to see that. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing out today. It is going to be quite a fiesta, I would say. I think with the
I'm getting ready for some wacky
Viper,
compositions.
The potential to see loads of things. I don't know.
I mean, I've got my fingers crossed that we're going to get to see the composition that I like to call the snow globe, where you have an ACOS and you use your V3, and then you have a Justina open side up. I think it could be a really good combination because everyone's going to be stuck inside that cage and there's a lot less distance for them to be able to navigate away from that Justina ultimate, and if the freeze catches them, they're locked down twice. However, we can have a look at some of these teams that are going to be participating. Given the seedings that they had moving into these proceedings, they are going to be having a couple of points already on their board. So teams like JJH, OUG, Alliance, WBG, all going to be starting a little bit ahead of the pack due to their performances towards the tail end of those last couple of weeks of the season.
Yes, no, and we will see. The snow globe, I like that. I like that name. It's quite good.
It's like, you know, it's something very pretty, something very dainty. Yeah. But I mean, if you've ever sort of like shaken one of those quite hard, then yeah, it can get pretty lethal. It can get pretty brutal. Not that we would know about those weather conditions because we're currently forecast for something like a heat wave in the UK.
Yeah, it's been getting pretty hot, hasn't it?
It has been. It has been. I was looking at my window yesterday and I was like, huh, do I have my heating on? No, that's actually just the normal weather. This is a very strange occurrence in the UK where we don't really have AC.
Indeed. No, it's not great. Because I stream usually every single day, and I have this great big PC right next to me, and when it gets hot outside, you can imagine how hot it gets in my room. I already go up about 5 degrees during the day on my, like, with the lights on, with the PC next to me whirring away, and can you imagine how hot it's gonna be soon? I'm not happy. I'm dreading it. I don't like the heat.
I tell you what, pretty soon you're gonna be able to recreate the VT advert that we had for, remember the regular season, where one of the players just is like in a forge and banging and hammering away to be able to create all of the weapons. I think your room is gonna get hot enough that you can actually use it as a furnace.
Yes, probably. But yeah, no, I remember last summer, I would literally sit here, topless and bottomless, with just my underpants on, and I don't think I could do that now that I stream with a cam. I don't think that's a great idea. So I'm gonna have to find some way of coping through the summer this year, but we shall see. And yes, we are about to be heading on to Morris Isle today for our first game, and I am excited to see what we're going to be seeing here. Usually from first games, we either see complete oogly booglers or we see very safe picks like Transformers, you know, your usual, your comfort picks. So I don't know. With the introduction of ACOS, with the changes to Viper, I think there's going to be a considerable shift in the meta coming soon. I'm interested to see how China has adopted these changes. I'm interested to see if they're looking to actually change things up at all. You know, because one thing going into these sort of last chance couple days where they are trying to fight for their spot to finals, they might not look to change things up all that much.
True.
You know, they might not think, oh, I'm gonna play ACOS today because it's... Excuse me, sneeze. Woo! ACOS making me sneeze. So they might think, well, maybe let's not pick something that we don't actually know is all that good. You know, I mean, ACOS is good, Viper's good, all of these characters. We could get away with running these sorts of things and potentially do well, but perhaps not. Maybe we stick on the comfort picks. You know,
Yeah,
let's not.
I think maybe we're going to see a mixture.
Into the oogly boogly. You know, yeah, exactly. We might see a mixture. We might see a few teams who are willing to take that step.
Because I mean, we've already seen that JJH were one of the teams that were trying to sort of push and mold for a Justina composition way back in the regular season, and it worked out decently to the point where we would actually see teams try and copycat it to varying levels of success. Because again, like, it's not about just picking certain heroes. You have to know the order in terms of like where you're positioning, who's going to be your forward, who's going to be hanging a little bit further back in that point of initiation. But you also want someone to sort of play perimeter checks to make sure that the third party comes through. However, like you said, we have seen a lot of teams sort of step away from more change-heavy compositions and move towards the more traditional or the more safe. And I think this composition right now is among the safest that there is for these teams to be able to play. You have a lot of reserves. We're not seeing anything really new come through. No ACOS to challenge the Zip, given the sheer amount of golden focus moves like he has. Instead, it's just going to be everyone playing very consistent, very, very safe, and hoping by going really heavy in terms of CC control, they're going to be able to cut out that potential third parties. But by having both the Takeda and Zip, you have the immediate means of being able to turn a fight around, either off of that Takeda or Zip's ultimate, and just chunk through.
So I am really excited here. I see all of these zippings, and I see these two Vipers. And as we all know, I'm sure everybody in chat is well aware of the anti-healing F3 that got changed, and how oppressive it truly can be, and how good it is at dealing with flipping. So, I don't know. Depending on what these Vipers pick, I think we might end up seeing a Team OUG win. I can't remember which the other team was that picked the Viper team, but if they play it well, I see them doing extremely well in the points department. If they manage to take a whole bunch of kills early on because of the fact that they've got that F3. And here we are talking about kills early on, and Team OUG, they have taken down a member of this team already. We've got the Yoto F coming out, the Peel, Team OC trying to do literally anything to stay alive here. OUG continuing to press on them. This spawn, actually one of my favorite spawns, actually, I've started going through recently. Ooh, a big parry from Team OUG. Oh, the jump LMBs, the longsword, he's trying to escape. He sends out the nunchuck meter burn, but to no avail, and Team OC bring it back.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about when we said safe composition. The problem is that the fight went on for so long, they had to cycle into that Zip ultimate, that JJH are now here for the third party, and they don't have to worry about a Zip ultimate coming through because OC have just used this. However, what it does have to actually worry about throwing out that blue, he gets parried, will be able to pick the staff back up, but now he's not creating that space for the rest of his two teammates to be able to try and lock these players down. Now we're going to see JJH actually being able to peel for water, turn on to the members of OC who'd all been split apart, and finally get taken down since they didn't have those ultimates available, since they'd already burned them in the fight prior. This is the danger, right? When you're running Zip and it's very early on and you're relying on things like the ultimate that you cycle into with that Mortal Defiance and the knockback therein, when you should fall below 0% being the thing that changes the tide in the fight, because it means the fight's gone on so long that other teams in the area who've maybe been able to just distance themselves from initial scrapping to pick up better loot, see that commotion and immediately turn into a fight knowing that they're going to have the upper hand in terms of utility, but also in terms of weapon and armor utility as well. As WBG are one of those teams who are running that Viper composition. We yet to see what Sleepwalker on that Viper has opted into, but surely I've got my fingers crossed. I hope that we're going to see something a little bit different too, because a lot of the time it feels like everyone just runs the F2, especially now that it's golden focus attached to it as well. It feels like it would just be a little bit weird not to, but like you pointed out, having so many Zips in this lobby, you want something to counteract it, and if you don't feel comfortable going with Akos, since he is still incredibly new, going for that Viper but mixing things up still just a little bit could definitely be an answer to the problem.
I definitely think we're going to be seeing some Akos later on today. I mean, we've seen OUG. I'm pretty sure they did, in fact, take the F2. So that's one team already that we know did not opt to take the new and improved anti-healing Viper F. But we shall see. And here we have an absolute scrap over here at Jade Pond. Ventus having used a Moonbane to try and lock down this enemy team. Is that an F1? TK Shengyan Takeda opting to go for F1. It's actually not all that bad. I've seen quite a few teams get away with running this because it does allow you to apply quite a bit of pressure in fights. But here we have Bowder versus Wolves, both Tamolkos, both Takeda ults, everything popped, zipping, trying to stay alive in the double sandwall sandwich over there. Bowder, Malman trying to survive, but getting hit by a Tamolkef. But he's got that zipping ult, ticking away, keeping him topped up. Oh, it doesn't look like anyone's died here. I mean, they just unloaded literally everything they had, and everyone's still alive.
They're not really wanting to keep themselves fighting against each other, because if you actually just look a little bit above them, OUG are just waiting for the third party. They haven't fully committed just yet because, like, their loot, it's just not good enough to try to go toe-to-toe with two of these teams, especially when you're going up against two Zip teams who just have that sustainability and you're still rocking the Greys. You definitely don't want to challenge this, otherwise you're just going to be ripped apart in terms of the poke phase at the moment, as OUG just waiting. We've seen that both of those Temi ultimates have been used, and that is typically the thing in this composition that does deter the third party. The problem is that by both of these teams still going back into this fight against each other, those ultimates are going to be slowly building straight back up, as Wolves 14 with the greatsword actually is trying to lock down Bowder, just using that first click and then cancelling out of the blue focus so that he doesn't actually get punished for not having teammates setting the stagger up, and he can allow himself to throw out that blue as the bounty on his head. Now OUG decides to make their move. They do have that Viper ultimate already built up, as well as being able to already find a third party onto Wolves Asura, who was mid-retreat and trying to find a safe haven. SS going to use that ultimate, locking down one of these members, and instantly Bowder's Moon is just absolutely annihilated in the blender. That is OUG focusing him down, and it's just now Maoman who's going to try to keep himself out of the sights of this team, as OUG know that there's still one player that they haven't taken down. Man just hiding around that rock face, slowly easing himself around that cycle, but pretty quickly he's going to be pushed out of that zone, and you can actually see that OUG have left a guard dog in the form of the King to make sure that Man wasn't able to find an easy revive onto his teammates. The Peel now coming back in, the call that Man is there, and OUG very quickly gather and take the Takeda down. very successful third party from
Very
them.
nicely
and
done.
not for a lot, really. They only had to use that Viper ultimate and catch on to the two teams who were retreating and trying to find the safe spots to look for a reset.
Indeed. We've got, like, it's been proven time and time again that optimal third party is simply the best way to go. And there are compositions and there are teams who specialize in exactly that. But here, we have no third party. We have oogly boogliness. We have teams going head to head. Every ultimate used. The Takeda, the Tamulk, everything. Zipping, for some reason, opting not to use her ultimate. I'm not too sure why. I think you probably should have used your ult before they even got close to you, my guy. Not the best idea, since now you died with ult. Not what you want to see. Dying with ult is sacrilege. That is literally the worst possible thing you can do a lot of the time in trios, especially in competitive. But yeah, as I was saying, the Team OEG's third party, extremely nicely done. They waited, they bided their time, they had nothing to their name except for their ultimates. And they come in at the optimal time. They waste no time in committing the Viper ult so that they make sure that they get that kill. They prevent anybody else from coming in and preventing it from happening. As quite frankly, in this lobby, even with V1 and F2, the Viper teams are in a pretty good spot. As, quite frankly, these other teams, these Takeda, Tamulk, Zipping teams, don't have all that much. It's going to allow them to deal with Viper. At least not direct counters, you know. We don't see any Mataris. We don't see any Yueshans with V3. So it's going to come down to... So there's a few ways you can counter Viper with these compositions. You can use the Tamulk F, where he jumps up into the air with his sand wisps to iframe the Viper ult. If you time it perfectly, then you can avoid getting stunned entirely by using the Tamulk F. But with Takeda, for example, let's say with Takeda you've got your ult down already. As long as you're not silenced, you're going to be able to use your ultimate blades to prevent either damage on yourself or your teammates. But here we have Ventus versus GS, and a member of GS has already gone down here. I think GS made quite a blunder here, it seems, because we see GS and coming down from the sky, having used F1 in the air, having popped ultimate, etc., getting stuck in the sand wall. And now this is something that you have to be very careful about doing. If you're going Tamulk into Tamulk, your Tamulk has to be the first to ult. Because if he's not, you're probably going to get completely splattered. Ooh, a huge parry from JDG, Xiaohui, Takeda with F1. All of these teams are now, having used their ultimates already, just playing in neutral, it seems. And Godley with a huge double parry onto two. Xiaohui and Kopi just trying to make something happen, but Xiaohui getting another parry as well. I love trios neutral. It's always such a scrap. What is going on? I can't even tell. Godley trying to make something happen.
Into pulse sword, into parry, into phantom step, rinse and repeat. It is going to be JDG that walks away with it, but
both
like
teams with J's at the beginning of their team name. I can tell which one was which.
It was so scrappy. Like you said, these Gate of Yang fights, especially when you don't have monk ults, to just rely on finding those kills as quickly as possible once those gates like properly start opening up and you do just find the kills off of things like double slams. They get scrappy, they go down to the neutral, they go down to being able to control those parries and the framing. Talking about framing of a fight, GS are going to have to remove themselves from that one temporarily as OUG throw out the Viper ultimate. Everyone able though to walk out of line of sight from it so that Teva does not actually stun anyone down. Still managed to scatter these members of GS so that Jinyu on that Yodo can try try and find a lockdown onto one of them, as seeing that they've used both of the ultimates, the Yoto ultimate, now having run out and not finding a kill to be able to uneven the numbers and allow the staggers to begin, they're going to throw in that Wu-Chen TP. Love the adaptation as well of using the Wu-Chen TP, but taking yourselves out of direct line of sight where you actually TP into, because as we've seen, a lot of these Wu-Chen teleports have been screwed over by the fact that you do now see it a lot more clearly where he goes on to. Just off our point of view, as they are still going to be able to track OUG's location down, and now the hunt begins. GS are going to be in hot pursuit, and OUG are not going to want to take this fight because they know that they've burned every single ultimate available. The problem is that GS, they have 2 minutes to try and lock down OUG, otherwise they're going to be out of this lobby because they lost a Gate of Yang fight, and they're going to go down to Yang depletion if they don't pick a Soul Bloom up. So, if OUG are able to actually chase GS into another team, they might be able to lose them. The problem is that GS, they're desperate. They're going to immediately come in, lock OUG down, try and find a pick onto SS with that Temi ultimate. Don't manage to actually take the Viper down, however, though. And now we go back to that ranged poke phase coming through with GS trying to use things like these repeating crossbows and Temi wisps to keep OUG locked down. OUG very smartly going to run into the no ult zone and activate it so they don't actually have the disparity in terms of weapons and utility available, since GS now can't use the ultimates they've still been able to hold on to. And this allows OUG to turn on to GS. Oh no, Luyoi tries to throw in the Dragon Slayers, going for that hero play of wanting to cycle towards the Neslas and create the space for the turnaround. However, OUG might not be out of the woods just yet themselves, because OC have come in for the third party, and once again we are going to see, like you said, third party is just the most optimal point of play.
Indeed. And it looks like, oh yes, there we go. I was about to say, I'd imagined that the Wu-Chen here had managed to accumulate enough of his ultimate charge to at least get his ult off and to try and save his teammates there. But it doesn't look like they were going to be able to use that time that they had once teleported to resurrect their Yoto. This was going extremely well for OUG. I saw some very, very nice play from them just now when the Temolk came in with that ultimate, sending it down on top of OUG's Viper. Both members of OUG, both Wu-Chen and Yoto, were able to come in and peel for their Viper extremely effectively, using that Yoto F3 very, very well. The Viper had immediately run straight into the wall, and I think this probably was just a communication from the team. Just go into the wall, and we will throw down F3 for you so that you can survive. Because that's exactly what happened. They used the F3 to save the Viper, preventing any melee stagger from the Temolk team, doing an extremely good job of kiting away, making space, and biding enough time for their ultimates to come up and for them to be able to find a good enough opening onto the enemy team to come out on top. Sadly, they did get third-partied. It was rather unfortunate that that happened, especially in the no-ult zone, because they'd used it to... I think that possibly was the one blunder that they did. I'm not sure exactly if it was OUG who activated the no-ult zone. Perhaps it was the other team. I can't exactly remember which team it was just now, but if it was the other team, then it was rather smart decision from them. If it was OUG, then I think that was definitely a big blunder, because you've just been running away for a minute, over a minute, and as we all know, these teams in Nbpl, they're running Rage. They're running ultimate glyphs that allow them to get their ult back extremely quickly. So if you noticed, at around that time, they almost had their ultimates back up. Whereas, in comparison to the team that they were fighting before, the one that was chasing them, they'd already used their ults in the previous fight, but didn't have anywhere near as much rage. I'm not sure exactly why. I mean, the Temolk hadn't used his ultimate and had saved it to try and lock down one of the members on the chase. But with that going completely wrong, they only had Zipping Indicator available, but having Yoto and Viper to go back in with, extremely powerful. And Wu-Chen, as we saw, he got his ult back in the end. I'm pretty sure the Yoto almost had her ult as well. So because of the 3-ban zone, the no ult zone, it prevented them from being able to use those ultimates to save themselves in the third party. As we saw, only the Wu Chen managed to get his ult off, and even then, they didn't manage to survive. Rather unfortunate. But here we are, Team OC looking pretty stacked, if I may say so myself. Purple armors, purple weapons.
Yeah,
with all these soul jades.
Purple weapons, purple armor, and like you pointed out, a lot of legendary soul jades. This is a second gate of Yangs coming through. Some teams not actually opting to go through the way that we've seen the meta sort of shift away.
Indeed.
No one really wants to challenge for the second gate of Yangs because, well, one, slower chances of being able to find the rebirth charms in places like boxes, and also a lot less space in terms of the map, so the chance of getting third-partied when you lose that fight and have to try and take some of the soul bombs from bodies around you becomes a lot higher as well. As OUG going to actually be able to find themselves a rebirth charm at the moment to try and recover. The problem is that OC have been able to hunt down SS. They'd been waiting around the Morris Blessing in case someone tried to get smart and walk away with a rebirth charm, and SS, isolated and on their own, had absolutely no choice but to try and throw in that Viper ultimate and create a little bit of distance for them to be able to get away. But the second that the Viper ultimate is removed, OC just finally managed to take OUG down. Like you said, incredibly sad but incredibly smart play coming through from OC. It's likely as well that they understood it would be OUG who would have no choice but to walk towards that box, since they were missing some of their members from that really unfortunate disengagement. Like you saw, getting the Wii Chin TP, but not being able to revive their Yodo once it run out because the chase happened a lot faster and they had to just go and continue to keep on the move. As WBG and Wolves starting to move into a position where they could actually contest each other towards Shipwreckers. Jing waiting for that moment, just running around, threatening that space. Wolves not making a full initiation just yet until they spot out WBG's positions from these other two teams. As 14 takes a little bit of poke damage and has to try and pull back to be able to heal that armor up. Smart decision from Wolves coming through, not taking that fight against WBG, because now we're going to have Alliance coming in for that potential third party, and Shipwreck is definitely a place where you do not want to get third partied into. There's not a lot of safe spaces for you to be able to hold yourselves up and find those reset points, especially out in the open here, where you're going to have teams start to move towards those high grounds and have those ranged poke weapons as there we go. Alliance has my favorite soul jade in the game at the moment, the Overcomers in play.
Horsey! The cavalry's here. Yes, indeed. I did want to quickly mention, go back to the pick onto OUGSS, who was found lurking around on his own. His Wu Chen having died on his own as well, the Yoto having died in the third party. It was very unfortunate that he managed to get spotted by that UAV buff, as some may call it, the Mystic Might Bell buff, that allows a team, or the team that has it, to be able to locate enemy players within 100-meter radius of the person who picked up the buff. So it is literally the perfect buff, the perfect utility to be able to lock down and find these players lurking around on their own, trying to survive and trying to look for placement. But here we are looking back at a replay. Ventus Sansi just obliterating this enemy team here. Parries left and right. We've got Lin trying to make something happen, trying to stone form his way, but he's just unable to do anything. That's one thing there with the heavy weapons, that if you do get locked into stone form, if you're at a disadvantage, already at a disadvantage, it's going to be extremely painful if you are literally just locked into stagger. There's very little that you can do unless you have some cooldowns available. You're probably going to get simply just stuck in stagger, and there's nothing you can do. But one thing that I did mention, Wait, what?
Vent is
12?
already at 12 kills. I was
Holy.
gonna say, Vent is looking incredibly strong. Not only did you have a really good longsword for Sansi for that weapon identification, the solo single weapon meta of a Takeda for your ultimate, the follow-up attacks of being able to use those clicks, and the horizontals and vertical charge-ups of the longswords to be able to connect after every single one of those Takeda slashes. Well, now he has dual blades, and that becomes even more problematic, especially if he's going to be able to find himself cavalry bloom. This is a very dangerous lobby to run
not
into
even
if
just
you walk
cavalry
towards
bloom.
Ventus. And
If
like you said,
he
not
has
just cavalry.
universe slash.
Yeah,
Ooh,
if he has
ooga
universe
booga.
slash, oh boy, be very,
It's
very
dirty.
concerned.
It's so dirty. I've done it before, and I felt disgusting.
We've all done it. We've all done
Takeda
it.
ult. You charge up that right click, and you just let it rip with your ultimate in conjunction. You just obliterate somebody. They're just stunned. And they're just
There's nothing
wondering
they
what
can
on earth just happened to them. Why
Yeah,
can't
and
my
it's-
character do that? That's not fair.
I mean, Sansi's going to be so strong, not just because of being able to follow up on his ultimate, but also being able to deal with these Temis. I think my biggest criticism of Temi at the moment is that when you use the F, it's not gold focus, so a lot of the time you do sometimes just get punched. By going for that upright jump, if you have something like a nunchuck or a dual blade, you can literally just uppercut chase after them. And we saw an entire meta actually start to be established when Temi started coming into solo plays, where people would have in their back pocket nunchucks or dual blades and pull them out when they duel the Temi, force the F out, and then immediately chase after them the second that they went for that jump, as we're going to see WBG just scouting the area, making sure that no one is hiding in the purple invisibility bushes as they want.
This is a bit unnecessary. I mean, so one thing that you might not know, chat, is that although yes, you can simply just shoot into those purple invisibility bushes to essentially just bush check to check if there's anybody in there. One thing you can do when in those bushes, if you're hiding from an enemy team who's looking to shoot you out of it, is you can do a crouch roll. So although they were covering that potential situation where there was somebody in there who did a crouch roll and avoided the damage entirely, essentially avoiding the reveal or the avoiding getting revealed by the cannon shot, because they were stacking it so that they weren't able to actually avoid it with the iframe. The fact is, you can quite literally just use your grapple, and I mean by just activating the grapple button. So by default, I think on PC it is Q. So simply, if you press Q and you don't throw a grapple, you don't press your left or right click, your horizontal or your vertical attack button, and you simply look with the grapple, I'm not sure how you would say, the sights, the whatever it may be, the crosshair, yeah, that's probably best. So if you just look with that at these invisibility bushes, you can actually see the outline of invisible people, so invisible enemies. If you were to walk up to a bush and with your grapple out and have a look, it's as if you're looking at an invisible Matari when she's in her ultimate. That's literally what it looks like. So if you're doing that, oh my good Lord.
WBG!
What did we watch just now? WBG trying to come in and secure that Morris and just getting absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, but if you remember, this is actually very smart thinking from WBG. They'd already scouted this cave, so they knew that no one was inside it. They then peek out, pick up that Morris Blessing, and use the Wuchen TP, and since they teleport inside the cave, not a lot of people want to actually make that aggressive play and try and challenge them for that space. So they've been able to quite literally immediately score a massive amount of loot to be able to set themselves up, because when you're running that Viper, you need to funnel the loot towards them so that they survive the charge up of their ultimate, especially against so many of these teams in such a close proximity with such good ranged weapons, since everyone is stacking things like the cannon and the repeating crossbow to continue to generate this rage as quickly as possible and have your ultimates up as often as possible. You are going to be incredibly vulnerable mid-ultimate charge up, and as you can see, if you don't have a safe space to hide from those ranged pokes, you're going to go down almost immediately, as TK now just come through, dropping a Temi ultimate that had actually gone down, I believe, on Wolves' side to try and save their players.
I think it was TK. TK simply just used the Temulk ult, not to lock down the Temulk, as we all know that Temulks can walk through other Temulk's ult walls, but I think it was to essentially prevent his teammates from coming in and peeling for him or trying to get a drop-down blue focus to do a bunch of damage after they've lost their teammate. But here we are, OC on the wall here, trying to stay alive with this cannon fire just coming in, trying to stay alive. Bowder managing to pick up TK LA. TK looks like they're just falling apart at this point. There's very little they can really do. Oh no, wait.
Oh, there's Ventus. I was gonna say, we're seeing so many of these teams scrap towards both this high and the low, but Ventus are there on that low ground. Alliance having a little bit of a tough position at the moment, having to keep themselves out of that Temi ultimate. That they've actually been able to drop in front of them so that they can keep that space and find those reset moments without being pressured from KZ up on this high ground. And the Temi ultimate's gone. Now that they've been able to find those revives, they're going to be able to try and push onto the high ground. But here they come, being ejected out of this position by WBG. Sleepwalker pushing them into the zone tick corruption with that Viper ultimate, and there is absolutely nothing that Alliance could do to stop it, since they'd already used that Temi ultimate and weren't able to deter any follow-up aggression coming through from WBG's side. Sleepwalker coming in with another kill, this time onto KZ's Lily, but Ventus still at the moment entirely unchallenged in terms of kills that they've been able to put on top of the leaderboard. Sleepwalker with that Dragon's Roar as well, going to continue to build that nunchuck meter to be able to just push onto these players, using that skill to be able to threaten everyone around them and push them again and again off of the high ground towards low, towards that zone tick. Ventus now coming through, finding a little bit of a snipe onto JDG's Xiao Hui, but still not actually dropping any ultimates just yet. They're still not really being challenged by some of these teams around them, as JDG have unfortunately lost one of their players, and sitting at the base of top of this tower are going to have to throw ultimates of their own, as well as Soul Gates to try and find all of the players on the low. Kopi finds a really good connection with Universe, but doesn't manage to actually follow it up with a kill. WBG are the ones that actually take it instead, as unfortunately they did 95% of the work, but WBG come in with the last 5% and are able to steal it away, as Ventus are able to pick up another 2 off screen, and we're going to go forced down to the low ground. All of these teams now scrapping for a position. This is what we were talking about. Sanzi with that Takeda ultimate pushing all of these players back, as WBG Sleepwalker comes in with a Viper ultimate, looks to lock down Ventus, will be able to lock down Sanzi, but not actually able to get on top of the Takeda unpunished, even though the stagger connected, and Sanzi's got Cavalry Bloom! Here we go! No. Cavalry Bloom connects onto Xiao Hui, pummels him outside of that zone, and he is gone in seconds. Ventus looks to absolutely at ease drop a 20 bomb and are still looking for more. 19 kills and counting. There's the 20th coming through for Ventus's Sanzi, as on the low ground they're absolutely untouchable. All of these teams are trying to play vertical for as long as possible, so they're not the next ones coming under Sanzi's fire with that Takeda, with the Cavalry Bloom. But sooner rather than later, you're going to have to challenge Ventus, and Sanzi's just waiting for the moment to strike. OC Zeeming is the next victim, pushed into the uppercut. The follow-up comes through from Sanzi with the dual blades. Sleepwalker gets spotted for a second later he's gone. Sanzi's absolutely Houdini at the moment. He's just making the rest of this lobby disappear.
Oh my god. Vroom, vroom, baby. Sansi just running around the lobby, absolutely obliterating anybody in his path with that Takeda ult, with the ability to just literally walk through everybody on the cliffside, trying to stay above them, trying not to go down into the blender that is Ventus with that Cavalry Bloom, with those gold dual blades. Just absolute Chad energy, sprinting around the final zone, just looking up at those players. Come on then. Come on then, son. I dare you. Come down. Get down here, boy. I dare you.
It is very much the sort of definition of I'm not locked in this zone with you. You're locked in this zone with me.
Exactly.
I cannot wait to see the damage from this that Sansi is able to put up because, oh my goodness, they had like 19 kills and then I blinked and they were on 23 and I do not genuinely know if they were able to surpass that. But Sansi, we talked about it. We highlighted those legendary dual blades. We said that that weapon identity alongside that Takeda ultimate is going to make that final zone for Ventus incredibly valuable. And we said if he gets Cavalry Bloom, it's as good as over. And lo and behold, the second that we saw Cavalry Bloom come through from Sansi, everyone else in the lobby realized it at the exact same moment, and they were just scrabbling to hold on to that cliff edge for as long as possible so that they did not have to go down and challenge Sansi for that space. But sooner rather than later, that zone is going to push them into Ventus, and Ventus walk away with an absolute dominant performance on game number 1.
Absolutely. Exactly what you want to be getting in your first game of the day. And I think to get that in the first game of the day when it is a Takeda Temolk zipping lobby where quite literally every team bar 2, actually no, every team bar 1 is running Takeda, because we actually had a V2 Viper with Takeda and Wuchen, which I thought was quite interesting and I think is quite a good adaptation to the Attack on Titan comp, as it's been called in the past, the Viper Yoto Wuchen comp, which we saw Team OUG running. One of their comfort picks, a composition that's been used for quite a while now, a long while. With Wuchen coming into the game, it allowed for this composition to come about, and it allows you to get in and get out very safely with the Wuchen ult to get you out of dodge whenever you need it. It allows you to cut down transformer teams. You've got your Tianhai, your Yushan, your Karumi. Allows you to use that Yoto ult to stagger them, to do a considerable amount of damage. And having that Viper stun available as well to simply just prevent anybody from doing anything to you. Extremely, extremely strong comp. However, with the nerfs to Yoto, with the evolution of the meta, we've started to see a lot less Yoto, because Yoto is, I think, now this might be a bit of a hot take for some of you, Yoto is actually quite hard to use well. And I say this because to play Yoto with Viper and Wuchen, it becomes a very communication intensive composition where you have to be on the same page all the time. You have to be ready to throw down that Yoto F3, to peel for your teammates, to accelerate stagger, where Viper's usually flying in with a grapple, looking to get that silence onto somebody, and then you follow up with a Yoto F3, that person is dead. They can't move because of the Yoto F3, preventing them from hitting back at the Viper or the Yoto. It takes up quite a bit of space, allows you to heal in it as well. There's so many uses to this F, and it is quite hard to use effectively, but Team OUG definitely can. As we saw when that Temolk ult came in and tried to lock down that Viper, we saw the Team OUG's Yoto was ready to go at a moment's notice and came in, used that F3 perfectly. The Viper, when you get hit by a Temolk ult, you feel like you're gonna die, right? You're looking around, it's so sandy. I can't move, team, help me. But no, I think he was pretty calm. I think he knew that his Yoto was going to come in and peel for him, because they've labbed this. They know exactly what to do in every situation. Something that all these pros are able to do. That's 28. Holy moly.
That might actually be a record. We're going to have to get Prod to check that. I know that J-Team and T have had games where they've been able to post around 25 kills. I don't think we've ever seen that amount of kills come through from a team with a 49.8 game score. in game number 1, as well as the fact like Sanzi might actually break a record. At the moment, QGG was holding the most amount of the record for most amount of kills picked up by a single player in one game of Trios, which was 15. But Sanzi, whenever I was seeing Ventus come through in the kill feed, Sanzi, like 95% of the time was the name attached to it. So if he's been able to break 15 kills, he's been able to break another record as well.
I think we need a moment of silence for the rest of this lobby.
You guys are amazing, but there was one team that was ruling the roost. Oh, Santi was one off.
No.
He was one off tying it up.
34,000 damage though. What the?
Yeah, 34,000 damage coming through from Santi, and I cannot wait to get to see the full breakdown of those numbers and percentages of how much of it with the dual blades and the cavalry bloom, and how much of it was Sansa just finding that initial connection, scooping someone up into the cavalry bloom momentum and just pushing them outside of that zone. There were a couple of soldiers which are just so meta for that zone 6 collapsing into zone 7. Cavalry bloom's one of them, and I mean, you can see why.
Ventus feeling very confident, and it's not just because they got a ridiculously huge game here. It's not just because they did extremely well. I can see the confidence on this team because of the fact that they're running F1 to Mulk and F3 to Kada. And as we know, the meta in Trios has kind of evolved into taking F1 to Kada, as we've been seeing quite a lot of players do, and taking I think it's F2 to Mulk, the tracking F, because it's much easier to use. And as we all know, ease of execution is one of the most important things when it comes to high-level play. If something's easier to use, gives equivalent value, so to speak, and it is basically just as useful as the other F or other mechanic, whatever it may be, then it's going to leave less room for error. So at high levels of play, when you're in high pressure situations, when you're trying to be as optimal as possible, if there's less room for mistakes, if it's harder to make a mistake, essentially, with a mechanic and ability, because it's easier to use, then it's going to result in more consistent play, essentially. So ease of execution is always a factor, but this team doesn't care. They're playing F3, they're playing F1 to Mulk, which F1 to Mulk, although it's much faster than F2, the tracking F, it's much faster, you have to manually aim it, and it's much harder to get those picks onto players when looking for that Tumulk F confirmation, so that you can follow up with either a blue focus attack or a whole load of range weapon projectiles, you know. So to come out and play F1 to Mulk and F3 to Kada, I think definitely speaks to their confidence going into this lobby, because as we saw, so many of those Takedas were running F1, and I think probably one of the reasons as well is because, let's say you get locked into a Tumulk Wisp as Takeda, if you have your F1 active and they opt to try and throw a blue focus at you, if they're not ready, if they're not able to spot it out before coming in and doing that, then you can potentially turn the fight. You can potentially grab that boyo trying to come up to you and just RKO him out of nowhere. I mean, when you hit a Takeda and you don't know he had F1 on him, it's rather a surprise. You know? You just suddenly just get, no, my weapon, my pole sword.
No, it's very sort of reminiscent, I think, of TE. Like you said, TE are a team that are very aggressive and do like to sort of play a couple of curveballs in terms of which utilities they decide to field into. Most notably, Yodo. They don't like to run F3 Yodo, they like to run F1 because they don't rely on the Viper being the one to create that first opening. They rely on the Yoto to come in with the F1, instantly find that locked in onto a player, and then activate it again to be able to teleport into that uppercut, and as a result allow for those combinations to come through from the other two teammates. And very similar, we're seeing Ventus do the exact same thing, and there it is! We have confirmation! Ventus have broken the record of single game points in one game picked up in Trios in Nbpl Spring Season 2023. And do you know what's even more impressive, Duncan? We're 2 teams removed from what we normally see in games, and Ventus came through against 12 teams rather than 14 and posted 28 kills. Yeah. I'm not going to do maths. I've been casting long enough to know that you do not want to do live maths on screen, but I'm gonna write those numbers down, and the second we go to a first break, I'm pulling the calculator out and finding a percentage of the amount of players that they took down, because oh boy, what a way to open up the day.
It's a bit of a Monka shake moment when you're on one of those other teams, you know, you just see Ventus pull out this absolute banger of a game, breaking records, just mowing everybody down with that cavalry bloom. You're I don't want to be here anymore, man.
It's such a smart team too. Like that was another thing that, like, when we saw the stat screen, right? This is something that we were talking about. It would be really fun to get to see what percentage of damage was actually the dual blades, and most interestingly enough, the dual blades only actually accounted for around about 5,000 damage of the 33 that we actually see Sanzi pick up. A majority of it is actually ranged, and also the longsword picking up 10k, and that again tracks to a lot of these teams will have specific weapons set aside and specific soldiers attached to those weapons that they will only pull out when we're on zone 6 collapsing into zone 7, because they understand that having things like dual blades with cavalry bloom is far more important to be able to continue to apply that pressure both inside and outside of your ultimate, as opposed to the longsword, which finds its value for the most part in that Takeda ultimate. So even when you lose Sanzi's ult, you're still controlling the neutral, you're still controlling a lot of that space around you. And as we saw, everyone sort of saw the cavalry bloom and just tried to turn tail. I'm pretty sure if we'd seen more Wu Chens in the lobby, we would actually have seen Wu Chens throwing in the teleport just to iframe and survive a little bit longer, so that they didn't go into the path of the cavalry bloom.
Absolutely. I do completely agree with you. Pulling out that cavalry bloom at the correct moment is exactly what you want to be doing. You use specific things at your disposal for specific situations, you know. Everything has optimal sorry, excuse me, the words escape me. Everything has optimal tempo, everything has optimal, you know, spacing, everything has its own. I can't English. What's wrong with me?
I would say,
you know, like you're playing
I
cavalry
think...
bloom and dual blades because it's good in endgame, because you can control the space easily. I'm just gonna skip over the words I was trying to use. Forget that, whatever. But I do think that it's possible that he didn't get the dual blades until later on into the game. I think we did see when they picked up the dual blades. It was off of Amora's blessing, and it was actually pretty early on. Really? Okay. Well, that's fair enough then. I'm surprised then that he wasn't using it at all, because in the clips and in the fights that we saw him,
yeah.
He was
so when we saw them
at
the beginning, he was using the longsword. They had that amazing fight where Sanzi just doesn't let anyone move off of just being able to hit them and continue to keep up that stagger aggression with things like the Takeda ultimate into the longsword charge up, into Takeda ultimate, into longsword, and just rinse and repeat until they're dead. And then we cut through about 60% of the way through, and he was rocking those legendary dual blades. But I think for Sanzi, again, like, a lot of it was down to how the teams around them were positioned, because we were seeing everyone go for that poke phase and trying to widen the distance for as long as possible to have things like repeating crossbows and cannon be the ones to pressure out, and then jumping on these teams who took a little bit too much pressure and heat on that poke phase and would have to drop ultimates and try and peel for themselves, and that means that obviously you don't have those ultimates around any longer, which is immediate green light for all of these teams who will just see a moment of weakness and immediately jump on it, find that player, find that kill, and then scamper off so they're not the ones getting caught in the crosshairs. But now we're going to be moving to Holleroff, and now we're going to be seeing a couple of different compositions come through. Interestingly enough, we are actually seeing JDG field towards the Pacific Rim version of the Transformer composition. We've seen a lot of teams actually move away from the Farrier, especially how ineffective it can be in terms of those Gate of Yang fights. A lot of the time, you don't really find the pressure that you're looking for with that mech being used to try and keep these monks at bay with a stagger from those cannons, because if you use it for that aggressive play, you're not going to be able to drop the V free so that your monk can just book himself into the mech the second that his ultimate drops out, and you keep yourself safe that way. As a result, we're seeing a lot more people go the traditional route of Transformer, as highlighted by all of these other teams running that monk composition. Other than JJH, JJH are going to be running the Takeda instead of either a Yui or a Farrier to try and cover for Godly. I'm concerned though, because there is no healing for that monk on that team, and that does mean that your monk is incredibly vulnerable.
Indeed, that is absolutely right. However, I feel like the Tamulk offers that sort of peel to the monk. So with the Sandformers, with Tamulk, Yueshun, and Tianhai, it's a bit more of a wombo comp than your traditional Transformers, since you're most likely going to be using your Tianhai and your Tamulk ult in combination with each other, where you monk ult to open with the fight, and then you try and follow up with the Tamulk ult to essentially lock down the enemy team. And if they haven't used an ultimate before the Tamulk ult comes down, then you've practically won the fight. As long as they're not able to do something like Wu Chen port out, you're very likely to win that fight just off of that combination, because having locked down the enemy team, having removed their stamina virtually entirely, and then to have Monk just come in and just to try and follow up with the grabs, it can secure a lot of damage. Here we have an off-spawn fight, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be all that close. But we do have Bowder coming in with the third party, trying to pick up the scraps of this fight. Looks like they're able to secure one kill for themselves. Is that 2 members of Alliance that were taken down, or was it all 3? I think it was. No, it was 2. It was only 2. Their Karumi managed to stay alive there, but TK, being the initial aggressors, are now on the back foot. But it looks like they've managed to secure themselves a Moonbane to peel this third party. Thankfully for them, it looks like they managed to get those 2 kills. I doubt they actually did any quests or anything like that, but they got those 2 kills and they immediately ran over to the shop to pick up that Moonbane for themselves so that they could stay in this fight, stay able to continue fighting and to prevent themselves from getting locked down by this Bowder third party, with them playing that Yoto, Viper, Wu Chen being able to come in and out and just pick off people left and right. But Lion TT getting hit by the Moonbane here, but nobody in sight to follow up on that. It looks like they are lurking around. They're looking to come in as soon as that Moonbane expires, which is not going to be all that long. 5 seconds, and they don't have Monk ult. They do have Yueshun, and they almost have Karumi, so I think they're probably in a pretty decent spot to stay alive here. I think it's going to be up to Bowder whether or not they were perceptive enough to notice that the Monk has already used his ult and that he should be the priority target once they silence the Yueshun. But here we have a huge amount of damage. TK getting absolutely obliterated, using the 3-ban zone for themselves, trying to use it to their advantage, but it looks like they're actually they've hindered themselves. They've literally just trolled themselves. What have they done? Oh no! What on earth?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough one. Like you said, not having access to that Monk ultimate, they likely didn't want to run the risk of a Viper ultimate being used since they wouldn't be able to iframe for it with their Monk. Would have liked to see, however, that no one's not being popped, so you could still have things like your Karumi ultimate. In case things go a little bit pear-shaped, because KZ and OC, now that one Bane's Breath has worn out towards Imperial, it can be used on another part of the map. They're going to be going toe-to-toe. OC, having popped that Bane's Breath, actually go for the Monk composition with the transformation coming out. Annalie just providing that extra space so that the Karumi Tablet from Zemeng can attach onto Slayer and the revive can come through, as KZ not wanting to hold themselves in that aggressive play. Back out both from the Monk ultimate and also from the Bane's Breath. Now both have run out, however, they're going to immediately rubber band back in. Annalie using that bell, creating a little bit more space, turning onto these members of KZ now coming through, not able to find the connection on the Dragon Slayers into Nezha.
No, that was so
and
late.
As a result, off of that lack of connection, there's a lack of space being created for the members of OC, and it's going to be Slayer now having to come in on that Yui ultimate to disrupt these members of KZ. Lily using that Viper ultimate, trying to attach onto these members of OC and finds the stun onto Slayer, who doesn't drop the ultimate to iframe through it, instead hopes to be able to hold on for the aggressive play once the stun hits in that Yui ultimate. Isn't able to survive, however, and KZ will be able to take the members of OC down, as Alliance off of that Soul Altar, now going to be sitting Lin up on the Monk in the middle of that Karumi ultimate. Not able to find the grabs, however, as WBG charging up that Pulse, or the charged up right click that we talked about, just absolutely chunking through Alliance's Lucky's health bar. Jing now having that confidence to be able to throw out the charged up left click as well off of the spacing created by PP, and Sleepwalker finds a connection onto Zwan, and that is going to be Alliance out of this lobby with absolutely no kills picked up.
Oh no, that's absolutely devastating for Alliance there. Going into the second game, having Ventus dominate the first and then go to second game and just getting knocked out this early on is a hit to the mental at the very least. We've got JJH here, though, against Wolves. We've got Stormstride in the mix, it seems like, an extremely irritating Jade, as we all know. We've got Wolves here, popping their Yueshan ult, having had to respond to the Tumulk ult here, the Tumulk Tianhai combo. It looks like JJH is trying to space it out here, having already committed the Tumulk ult, and as you said earlier on, this Monk is going to have to be very careful since he has no healing on his team to keep him alive. Wolf Tianhai now coming out of ult here, getting the slam. Can they get the connection though? JJH coming out of Tumulk ult now, to Tianhai ult, no armor to speak of, trying to follow up, but immediately backing off to try and reset, get that shield up. But Godley now trying to heal himself up. Chewy with a huge dagger sap into Wolf's Sorrow. Wolf's Sorrow, sorrowful indeed, left behind by his team, unable to do anything about this as he's in a 1v2 situation. What can we do? What can be done here at this point? Godley, it seems as though this is a lost fight. JJH has probably come out on top here. Wolves, yeah, it's over. That's so sad to see. Leaving the Karumi behind.
Yeah, they tried. They tried to run through that portal and break out of sight from JJH. Wolves actually made a little bit of a blunder when we actually saw the Monk versus Monk come through, because they actually used the Yui ultimate at the exact same time as the Monk ultimate. So they actually only had the Karumi ult to be able to tide them through once the Monk forms had dropped, and as a result, JJH just continued to apply that pressure. They were able to isolate the Karumi down as well, and now they'll be able to turn back and go through all of the loot. And not only was Stormstride in the mix, there was also Phoenix Burst coming through from that Karumi as well, so they're going to be very, very happy to be able to pick that one up, because that's a gorgeous Soul Jade as well to be able to have to play off of aggression and staggers coming through from all of these Cicadas and Temis as well when you get stuck in those wisps. As we're going to see the first couple of Gate of Yangs spawning up, as well as Morris Blessing, one right in the middle of Weather Effect, so it is actually going to be Ventus starting to lean towards that specific area. They don't know it, But unfortunately, when you go for Mora's Blessing, you don't get to choose the buff. So you're just going to be happy with whatever you're able to grab. They're still going to be contested for it, though, as another team is headed directly to that area as WBG look to try and find an entrance, or at least deny an entrance of another team on this Gate of Yang that's going to be spawning directly on top of them. Not a brilliant composition to go into a Gate of Yang fight with, not going to lie, and the fact that they're already rocking purple armor for Sleepwalker and legendary weapon for one of them as well does actually mean that they feel confident enough to try to take it against some of these compositions who do have those monks in play and are going to be looking to try and find the correct pacing of these ultimates. JJH actually going to be fielding into one there. We see Godly immediately going for the transformation up against OUG's The King. Temi ultimate coming through, trying to just stop these monks from having any sort of space to be able to maneuver around. Karumi not in play either, so you're not going to be able to tether out. OUG throwing in both the monk ultimate and Yui ultimate to deny a double grab to come through, so even though Godly is able to pick up one, he goes for the immediate slam as a repeating crossbow just chunks Godly down super quickly, but OUG is in the exact same position, and he's going to have to drop the monk ultimate early. Jin Yu now still on that Yui ultimate, trying to find the spear connections onto all of these members of OUG at the moment. Jin Yu trying to just keep everyone from JJH down, goes for that longsword, dropping out of the ultimate, but he's just being chunked down. A 1 versus 3 scenario, and JJH are able to walk away with the win. OUG unfortunately not able to find that lockdown onto Godly as fast as they had hoped, will suffer the consequence. Godly was able to find that one slam, and that displacement from that one player going so low and having to back off allowed JJH to have the advantage in terms of positioning.
Indeed, they did an extremely good job there, using their ultimates well. I feel like the other team did jump the gun somewhat. I think we saw the Yue Shan ult come out very early, as well as the Tumult ult, and I feel like
it's a little bit of a tough spot because in the past, I think teams are sort of it's the you don't want to touch a hot pan on the stove approach, because we were seeing, especially in Worlds, when Gate of Yang was incredibly new, and we'd see these monk compositions come through, teams were punished drastically for holding on to the Yui ultimate to use it in the traditional tempo of the Outer World, where they would use the monk ultimate, and then once the monk ultimate drops out, you would use the Yui ultimate. In Gate of Yang, a lot of teams wouldn't go for the immediate double transformer up, and they would get just double grabbed and immediately eviscerated. So I can see why, from OUG's approach, they went immediately for the Yui, especially because they're not up against another Yui, right? So if they're able to just keep that space, keep that monk pressuring and look for those double grabs, they should have the upper hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite play out like that, and as you saw, if you don't win the fight when you commit that many ultimates that quickly, you burn out very, very shortly once those ultimates are gone.
The problem with that, though, is that because they also had Tumult, so they had Sandformers, which is your Tianhai, Yueshan, and Tumult. So because the enemy team used their Tumult ult very early in conjunction with their Tianhai, it meant that they needed to respond with their own Tumult ult, and their Tianhai. But realistically, I don't think they really needed to use the Yue Shan ult, because the purpose of the Yue Shan ult is essentially to either prevent Stagger from a Tumult ult or something along those lines, or he was so low to begin with that he needed to use his ult. So because you have your own Tumult ult pop down when the other Tumult ult comes through, it means that you're immune to the Stagger when walking through the wall. So I don't know. I feel like the ult was it was a bit of a, I don't know. It was a bit premature, but as you said, it is a bit hard to determine exactly when to use these ultimates in these high pressure games, in these very intense fights. It can be kind of difficult to always find the exactly right and optimal moment to use your ultimate. Sometimes it comes down to miscommunication. You know, I'm gonna ult, and then your teammate also ult at the same time, and then you're just sat there like, oh, okay, well, okay.
Another factor as well could be that neither of the teams were running.
Let's try and salvage.
Yeah. neither of the teams were running a quote-unquote like proper support. Obviously, like Temmie in this composition is that support role, but you're not actively healing the monk. There's no Karumi, there's no Zeeping. And so I think for them as well, especially because we've seen repeating crossbow just chunk through, especially if you're able to find Venom. If you're able to find Venom tip and put that on a repeating crossbow and go into those Gate of Yang fights, those monks do not last if they do not have a healer. And we even saw Temmie try to come through into the meta with the ultimate that stops those projectiles to cover for that fact. But unfortunately, as you saw, not having that heal to constantly top that monk ult, if you do get forced out of a Temmie ultimate as a monk composition, or it indeed does disapitate and the monk is still in play, that repeating crossbow just chunks you down so quickly. And we did just see those health bars absolutely disappear as OUG are about to disappear in front of our eyes. They're about to go down to, unfortunately, yeah, Yang depletion, there it is. They weren't able to find any players around them, nor were they able to buy one of their players back. As we've seen a couple of teams actually do, they will throw themselves into zone tick so that they die. They will drop all of their Riptide coins before they do, so that one of their players can purchase a rebirth charm. Then they'll send someone to one of those shops, buy a rebirth charm, go to a soul altar, revive a player, and because technically you have died, you do actually drop the Yang depletion that way. The problem is, it's incredibly telegraphed. You will see all of the other teams around you in the area. They will see in the bottom right of their screen, shenanigans are afoot, someone will die to zone tick, and then immediately just gravitate towards those soul altars looking to punish. And in fact, where we normally tend to see it is on this map. As a WBG and JDG, not having to worry about Yang depletion, instead have to worry about who's going to be able to get into that Gate of Yang. A lot of ultimates actually committed from both of these teams, so it's likely just going to be distraction tactics so that neither of them get to go through, as WBG's Jing actually going to be grabbed out by JDG's LSR. Xiao Hui in that barrier mech, not saving it to cover LSR's ultimate. They have to win the fight now, otherwise JDG just do not have anything in the tank. Kopi's already gone down. Double grab comes through from LSR. The reverb on Water, and LSR was able to pick out Jing as well. Still not able to find the kill, however, as LSR without healing goes incredibly low. He can't get through the Gate of Yang. He's not going to be able to escape, and WBG will be able to, off of the sustainability afforded from PP, survive 2 double grabs in the fight and turn it around. JDG are not going to be happy about that.
Oh my god, no, JDG, I'm sorry, boys. You deserved to win that fight. Holy, those double grabs, what the... That was actually almost the biggest clutch. I mean, to get grabs on Monk, you have to predict dodges, and even then, it's not easy. It's very difficult because people can simply iframe the grab or just line of sight it, and you can't get any value. But holy moly, to get that many double grabs and to almost come back. If they didn't have the zipping ult available, they would have lost. It was over. The monk would have touched it up. The problem
as well is that, like, you couldn't go for what we see a lot of these teams do when they have that barrier. So you use barrier either 2 ways, right? You either save the neck and you play the V3 so that when the monk gets pressured down and forced to go out of that ultimate, he can hop into the mech for quote-unquote safety. Or you play it slightly slower and you go for the grabs, you hold them in position, and then the Farrier inside of their ultimate uses the cannons to actually hit onto those players who are stuck in the monk hold and can't tap dodge out of the effect. The problem is that LSR was coming under so much fire and continually that they weren't able to slow the fight down enough and hold those players. It was just constantly grab, slam, grab, grab, slam, grab, grab, slam. You weren't able to find the connection off of the Farrier cannon onto those players stuck in the hand. So even though we saw low, they just weren't able to chunk through. The Zip ultimate is, oh goodness, we've got Cavalry Bloom coming into play again in the middle of a Temmie ultimate, however, as OC's Annalise is absolutely locked down and isolated from their team. JJH having an absolute lovely investment of a fight, so quickly locking one of those players down with that Temmie ultimate, and now turning on to these other members of OC that without the player's advantage and the cohesion of positioning, just get staggered and stuck, not being able to escape out of the 3 versus 1, as Ventus now saw that no ult zone being popped, decided they want to chime in too. Sanzi just pressuring these members of JJH down with cannon fire from the start, just wanting to try and chunk through the armors, knows as well in the no ult zone that they can't actually fully commit in with this Decatur ultimate, and as a result there's just going to be pressure from both of these teams as Ventus trying to bait JJH out of this position and take the fight down low, where Sanzi's going to be able to find that connection.
Oh, they don't get it. There was a moment of silence. I was waiting to see if this was going to come through. KZ managing to just avoid the stun there from Bowder's Mau Mau. It looked as though that the KZ's Yoto was somewhat out of a position initially and had been forced to use his ultimate. But more on that later. Here we have KZ's Lily coming in with the Viper ult, but no stun. As we have Moon. Wait, what?
Yep. They left Lion behind.
How? What? Was he out of range?
Mm-hmm.
Surely not. To be out of range and then to still get stunned? That's absurd.
Yeah. Lion got left behind in the Wuchen TP, and as a result, unfortunately...
I think Wuchen must have blundered quite severely there for that to happen. That's rather unfortunate. But KZ
a little bit of a
coming out
miscommunication. It feels like just a little bit. I think it was really rough. Like, you could see that they were trying to chunk down that Viper so that they weren't able to find the ultimate, and then they saw that, okay, no, we're not going to be able to find the kill, we have to reach NTP. And as a result, like, 2 players had been on the Viper, the Yoda was on someone else entirely, maybe, trying to just keep them out of the way so they weren't able to cover for that Viper as the ultimate charged up, and as a result, when the Reach NTP went out, 2 players are within range and 1 player unfortunately isn't, as JJH are going to be able to come in with another kill. JJH, by the way, 17 kills already picked up for this
Game 1's record.
They're looking to break Game 1, as you said. As running without this Karumi, without the Zip, you have to be playing incredibly aggressive, and I like how JJH are playing. They're playing aggressive. They're not really playing the monk composition the way that we tend to see teams do. They're going for this very sort of Team GG, when GG are running a Yoda composition, hit and run style, where they'll come into a fight, they'll lock a kill down as quickly as possible, and then they'll leave so that they don't get third-partied, because they know without an actual way of physically healing this monk ult, they don't really have a way of surviving that third party if they've already invested something like the Temi ultimate to lock a kill down as quickly as possible. So they've been incredibly mobile. They've also been learning from J-Team, in that you don't go through places like Gate of Yangs. Instead, you save all of your money not to be able to buy Rebirth Charms in case you lose one of those portals. No, to go to a shop, to go to a Riptide coin, and just go and stack up on Soul Jades, even to the extent of going for those shops outside of the zone, where there's less likely going to be teams coming through and picking up the Soul Jades that you don't actually take, so you're not allowing advantages to come onto other teams as well.
The value that you can get from the Soul Jade spam is insane. The fact that you can guarantee you're going to get at least a purple Soul Jade no matter what when you roll a Soul Jade in Immortal War is just invaluable. We have all these teams running discount as well, and the amount of money that team had as well, JJH, they had a ridiculous amount of money. So yeah, like managing to get to that Rift dealer to spend all this money that they had available to them and to secure all the Jades going into this end game is invaluable. Like it's their game to win at this point. Yeah. They are trying to snowball as much as they can, and it is their game to win. And I'm almost certain that they're going to manage this, because to have this much money at your disposal to get this many Soul Jades, if you're not winning this game, you're making a big mistake.
Yeah. I will say though that by turning away from places like Gates of Yang and also Morris Blessings, at the moment you have also sacrificed the chances of legendary armor. at the moment. I would be very unsurprised if we do see JJH when the next Morris Blessing spawns up, immediately come through, drop the Temi ultimate, lock the box down, and guarantee that they're able to walk away with legendary armor for their monk composition. As the monk comp, you do want to funnel all of your loot towards him, since he is a transformer, and as a result, it does scale. The amount of health and damage that you do does scale with the armor and weapon that you have equipped when you go into that transformation, as we are now going to see a lot of these teams gravitating for Morris Blessings for that reason. The monk comp so that they can scale on their ultimates, and the Viper comp so that they can make sure that their Viper is the best equipped to be able to survive all of the attention turning onto them. There's a reason that we see Vipers wait on the high ground, most normally around about those tops of trees, charging the ultimate and then dropping down so that they're not actually putting themselves in fire until the ultimate is ready to actually hit that stun connection onto the players around them. As JJH have been able to isolate Bowder down, who are forced to use that Wuchen TP. We're in a very rough position with the back of that zone around them, and Lion, unfortunately, still not being able to be brought back by Bowder. Bowman not in a great position either, having to just try and find a reset moment, but every single time they slow down to try and find that heal, they get pummeled by another range shot coming through from around them, as it's going to be up to Moon to actually walk into line of fire, distract JJH, and maybe allow that Viper to be able to find that little bit of downtime to look for that reset, as JJH are able to claim another kill, 2 kills now off of that 20 bomb. And they are still incredibly hungry for more Godly with that cannon. I don't know if he's got repair roll. I'm yet to see whether or not he's able to use it. Definitely, though, one of the soldiers that this team desperately wants to be able to equip their monk with, since what should be a little bit of a disadvantage is immediately going to become such an advantage if you're not just able to immediately repair that cannon and keep regenerating rage. You're also able to iframe through the poke phase from all of the damages happening around you, as JJH and WBG are just locked in contest at the moment for control of this space. Jing with Scattershot on that bow, trying to engage onto JJH. They have taken a little bit too much focus coming through from the teams around them, and JJH actually deciding to back on off to find a repair onto those shields before other teams in the area get any ideas of pushing onto the team when they're vulnerable, as immediately they're going to forge onto WBG. Godly moving around the side of this building, making sure that WBG are not able to use the back of it to be able to find the heal, and as a result, WBG have actually been pushed inside, and this is really a bad position. JJH going to actually box WBG in and then leave. All of the teams in the surrounding area are now going to know that WBG are stuck in that spot and going to turn on this team when the zone forces them to reposition, allowing JJH to literally reposition for absolute free and right out of the distance of OC's monk ultimate as well. WBG now going to be in such a rough spot, going to have to try and come outside of this building before the zone takes them, having to use that Temi ultimate incredibly early to lock down OC, but OC keep themselves aggressively in this position, trying to find the kills onto WBG. Annalie not able to find that opening, however, as KZ is able to track down the last member of Bowder and take them out, as WBG having to use that Decatur ultimate from Jing, but KZ spotting that all of these ultimates have been invested, now come in with a Viper ultimate to lock them down, and JJH still entirely unnoticed by all of the teams around them. Absolutely astonishing repositioning coming through from them. They're playing such a good long game.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Can JJH even lose this at this point?
Well, they're 1 kill away from the 20 bomb, since unfortunately the Wuchen TP repositioning brought them right to JJH's doorstep. As there it is. Chilu is going to be able to pick up that next kill, and JJH drop a 20 bomb, and we still have 11 players in this lobby. OC have absolutely no choice but to hide themselves behind the rock so that Godly doesn't find the grab, and he's still able to find one! And now he just holds them in position, waits for water and their other third to be able to just chunk the health bar down, so that one slam is all that's necessary. Is now we're actually going to see KZ, seeing that the monk ultimate has already been used, coming into the Yoda ultimate to try and chunk these members of JJH down, and Chuyu is actually going to get caught in the crossfire as a result. KZ immediately going to be backing off as OC decide now to come through, and we're able to grab Godly. The question is Can any of these teams around JJH find the kills to be able to overtake them? WBG are definitely in the running at the moment, sitting on 13, but they are yet to make their move. They only have one player, so it's going to have to be an absolute magical play coming through from PP on the Zip. But unfortunately, Zip is great for sustainability, not great for burst damage, and JJH should still be MVP even though they're down so many members.
The caster's curse. JJH, I'm sorry, boys. What have I done to you? Oh, I spawned it into existence. I literally said, can they even lose at this point? And then they get a bit aggressive. They send out the Tianhai ult from Godley. They do manage to pick up a kill with it. They get that grab, but then immediately just get jumped on by KZ with that transformer killing composition, and they obliterate them. They got the silence onto the Timolk, and then they comboed it with that Yoto Hime ult, and there was literally nothing they could do. There was nothing to be done.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, I don't think there was anything other teams could do to be able to take that MVP away. JJH, even though...
No, true.
Yeah,
true.
There we go. I think that was the reason for like their aggression. They looked at the amount of kills that they had, they looked at the amount of players left in the lobby, and they just decided to have a little bit of fun. Whether or not it was playing with their food, whether or not it was overconfidence, remains to be seen. I'm in agreement with you. I think they could have been the last team standing, and at the point that they picked up could have been even higher, especially because like they have that amazing positioning, right? They're all the way towards the back end of that zone. Everyone else is scrapping out for limited space in front of them. All of the teams are boxed into everybody else, so if those Monk compositions want to try and reposition, they're running into the Yoda composition. The Wuchen TP's just been used to reposition as well and landed the team directly onto JJH's lap. And then JJH do get aggressive, and they put themselves in that forward, middle, front run position because they want to try and find these grabs onto another Monk team. They understand that, okay, this is the biggest threat to us potentially coming through in terms of being very rapidly able to put together a massive amount of kills. We're going to apply pressure, and we're going to chase after them because we know that they don't have the Monk ultimate. They're going to have to hide behind a rock. And that should then paint a target on this team, because there are so many teams on the sidelines. When they see that one team is entirely literally just stuck behind a rock and they can't move, that then means that it's going to have domino effect on all of the other teams around them. They're going to swap to their ranged weapons. The Yodo team, especially if they're able to throw out that F and keep that team locked behind that rock, they should be absolutely obliterated. But they're able to find one kill, and that's it. And then the Monk ultimate is gone, and it hasn't at all gone the way that JJH were expecting. They have not been able to paint a target big enough on another team around them. Instead, they're the ones who are in that vulnerable position, and they're the ones who are very quickly chunked down by everyone around them. However, you can afford to make mistakes. You can afford to play that overconfident when you're coming in with that amount of kills.
That is very true. I have a feeling that it could have been KZ's decision to directly target JJH in this final zone, knowing that they were in the lead, because we could always tell which team is the kill leading team. So by just pressing J, you can tell exactly who's in the lead, how many kills they have, what team composition they have. So it is entirely possible that the reason why they targeted them was because, one, they knew that the Karumi on that other team was dead already. Meaning that because traditional transformers with your Yue Shantian Hai Karumi, if your Karumi goes down, the whole team falls apart. So there's very little that they could have done to salvage their situation. So in KZ's point of view, they're looking around and they're seeing, okay, so that team's dead. There isn't another real team here. It's just JJH. If we pick off one of their members, we've all but secured the victory here, since there's no full team for us to contest us. And at the same time, they know that JJH is in the lead in terms of kills, so preventing them from accelerating their point lead any further, they target them down. And also at the same time, to be honest, I think JJH made quite a big mistake by opening with a Monk ult.
Yeah.
Using your Monk ultimate in that team composition to just try and secure a kill in endgame like that, when there's no other Monks, there's no other nothing, it's pretty small zone. It's quite a blunder, not only because you're basically just... You're the only transformer on the team. You're going to be going into end zone, and having that health pool reset is also invaluable. So realistically, I think it was a bit of a blunder from JJH to open with that Monk ult. But I mean, it is what it is. You know, I think if they'd opened with, let's say, Takeda ult, for example, they probably would have had a much better time of it.
Yeah.
Because the Yoto Viper Wuchen comp coming in, getting the silence onto Tamok, and there's nothing that can be done. Yoto uses ultimate onto the Tamok, they combo, they completely shred him, he can't use his ult, and then what is Takeda supposed to do? You know, what on earth is that Takeda supposed to do against the Yoto ult? There's very little that can be done. Monks running around with no cooldowns. No matter how stacked you are, you're probably going down. And as well, KZ was pretty stacked too. 2 gold armors to their name, pretty decent loot. So it's a bit unfortunate. It is what it is. But thankfully, they still come out on top with that MVP. 30 plus points for the day. Definitely got to be happy about that one coming out in game 2 here.
I tell you what, WBG are not going to be happy, because like you see the turning point for those two teams is when WBG are forced off of that building. They initially forced JJH off of that rooftop building, but JJH have a much better reposition, and WBG don't actually force them either. They don't try and like chase after them. When JJH are able to force WBG off of that high ground, you see the immediate pushing forward and upwards to make sure that WBG are not able to recover behind the back of the building. Instead, they're stuck inside it as that zone is going to push all of the teams around them. So it's sort of a sleight of hand trick, I would say, that JJH are able to pull off by turning all of these other teams onto WBG, and as a result, repositioning entirely unnoticed by all of the teams around them. As there it is, can confirm, repair roll was in the arsenal of your Monk composition. Godly picking that one up, and you can see the fruits of JJH's strategy. This sort of thing that has been helmed by a J team of moving away from trying to go for more blessings and putting themselves aggressively into places of danger, and instead going for soul jades.
Absolutely. No, having that repair roll definitely extremely useful in those final zones, being able to keep the pressure, have that uptime on your cannon, just obliterating people. And also another thing to note, Rupture Gale Orb was on that Monk there. Rupture Gale Orb, for those of you who don't know, is devastating. The amount of splash damage that you get from Rupture Gale is insane. If you combine that with Flame Breath, you don't even need to hit the cannonball onto somebody to apply the fire damage, and it is the god roll. I love cannon, I'm a big Canoon enjoyer, but Rupture Gale with Flame Breath is definitely the god roll. I don't think he did have that Flame Breath, but to have Repair Roll and Rupture Gale in that end zone, you're going to be pumping out a crazy amount of damage, accumulating loads and loads of rage. And it's really sad to see that they didn't manage to come out with that first place victory, along with the ridiculous number of kills that they had. But definitely extremely well done here. I'm thinking about what we're going to see in game 3 though, because we've already seen a bunch of Takeda. Yep. We've seen a whole load of Tamok. I think we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of ACOS, I would say. I'd be very surprised if we don't see any. I hope so as well. But anyway, we're going to have a short break here, and then we'll be right back for our game 3.
其实我们是知道今天来了很多粉丝来看我们的。其实你要是粉丝造成的压力的话，我是没有的，可能就是叔叔他可能比较紧张一点吧。如果说练一个英雄呢，我觉得还是比较容易，很简单的，也不是说很难上手，就是你可能玩的稍微就是中等一点，不是玩的很好，但是能玩。最主要我觉得打3排就还是思路问题，思路跟接团啊这种方面的问题。对。我们打复活赛的话，其实说根本没有压力的，就是除非就是想打这个复活赛，因为我就是太缺少经验了吧，就是教练也是这样说的，像我们打复活赛的话，多给我磨练一下。对。
Always good to hear what the players think is the most important, especially when you look at sort of solos and trios. This is something that you and I were actually discussing in the break where we were like, yeah, we want to see the Valda, but we don't think that we're going to get to see it, given that it has just a little bit more impact in solos with that V2 allowing you to be able to move into that Katana Infinite, as opposed to in trios where it's highly unlikely that we do get to see the Infinites come through, just because you have to pull them off entirely uninterrupted by every single factor around you. And in trios, well, we have 2 other factors that we don't have in solos. We have 2 whole players that you have to contest at the exact same time. And there you heard from OUG's The King that team play is one of the most important mechanics of being able to nail down for you to find successful intro. So as a result, maybe we get to see some more team play come through. Maybe we get to see, you know, a little bit of team up of an Akos and a Justina, or just the Akos in general, because like you said, hero points are going to be very quickly running out off of the amount of Takedas and Temis that we've already seen rolled out in the first 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a slight feeling that we might see some Akos Vipers or something along those lines, potentially with that V3. I'm not too sure. It's hard to really say at this point. We don't really know how the Chinese meta is evolving with these incorporations of Akos and the changes to Viper, etc. So it's hard to really say what we're going to be seeing, but I'm very excited to see what they've cooked up for us. But yeah, as you say, Akos definitely he definitely shakes up the meta. So I'd be very surprised if we don't see him, and I definitely think we will, but time will tell as we go into game 3. But first of all, we have some little goodies for you in the chat. Answer this question to potentially win this little loot box for yourself. How many kills did Ventus win in game 1? Was it A, 26, B, 28, C, 30, or D, 32? Make sure to get your answers in the chat for your chance at winning this lovely little loot box to get yourself some beautiful skins and cosmetics, as we all know and love the cosmetic team for NARAKA. They do not miss. They are extremely good at what they do. The cabbage dog skin,
The best
you
skin.
either love it or you hate it. It is very unique, to say the least. It is very funny though. For those of you who don't know, it's not just a random thing that they decided to cook up, you know. The cabbage dog, that simple phrase, the idea of a cabbage dog actually has a meaning. In Chinese, if you were to try and refer to somebody as a noob or call somebody a noob or something like that, then you would call them a cabbage dog. So, and a lot of people don't actually know this. If in English, obviously, you're calling somebody a noob and that's it. But in Chinese, to call someone a noob, you call them a cabbage dog. So that's where this skin was born from, the cabbage dog skin. It's
so also a crossover. Like it is also an actual crossover of something that exists already in China. And I know this because I made the mistake of searching it. On the internet, I'm finding out that there was a lot of merchandise attached. So now every single day I grapple with the debate of whether or not I should buy one of their plushes, because I have to say they are absolutely adorable. But you know what? Whether I'm using it, whether my opponents are using it, that Pulsar skin never fails to put a smile on my face. And I'm sure some of these teams are going to be very happy with their performances so far. JJH, we just saw them. Ventus breaking a record in absolute ease of stride. I think it's fair to say, like, we looked over at them and they just were not sweating ever. Through game number 1, they looked incredibly at ease, they looked incredibly comfortable. You can definitely see as well that they've been doing a lot of practice and scrimming in the downtime that we've had, because we have had some significant downtime. Like, we don't have the continuous back-to-back week-to-week. These teams have had an extra week to be able to try and figure out what they want to bring to these last chance qualifiers. And for some of those teams, having that extra week of practice, bringing the team closer together in terms of playing off of each other's utility and setups, is absolutely crucial to being able to find more success. And I'm really happy to see that Ventus was one of them, because not going to lie, there were moments in the past in 2023's initial season where Ventus looked incredibly uncoordinated. And we would even see things like Wuchen TPs being thrown out at the wrong time, as another member of the team had cast an ultimate out and it would break it early. But this team is looking different, renewed, refreshed, and absolutely dominant.
Absolutely. And speaking of dominant, this lobby looks as though it's going to be dominated by the traditional Transformer pick. What on earth do we have here? We have 9 teams opting to go for that Kurumi, Yueishan, Tianhai composition. An extremely good composition, tried and true. It's been tested, it's been played countless times. We all know exactly how strong it can be, having the ability to deal with so many different situations. It's a staple. It is the staple of staples in the professional trios NARAKA. But we do have a couple of teams here who are opting to go for something different. We have 2 Yoto, Wuchen, Viper comps, and then we have 1 slight variation of the Transformer composition with, I think, was Takeda in the mix there.
Yeah.
But let's see how it goes. We have Daytime Morris Isle here. Usually a very safe map, I would say, because you don't have those fireflies to accelerate the tempo of the game. You don't have, which inherently reduces the amount of fighting that happens on the map at any given time, as teams don't have that uptime on their ultimate abilities. So teams like, or compositions like the Transformers do extremely well, as they're very good at staying alive.
The problem, however, is that a lot of these teams actually landed incredibly close together. And one of the drawbacks with the Monk composition is it's incredibly good towards the final and middle parts of the game. When you're just landing and you don't have ultimates, however, a lot harder. It then becomes an absolute race, not just to find loot, but to build that rage as quickly as possible, so you can be the ones ulting in and controlling that space and forcing these other teams away. As we can see, JDG just trying to find some loot. JJH in the distance, still applying pressure. JDG going to be picking up one of those quests, trying to get as much money as possible so that they can go to those Rift dealers, as KZ haven't actually revealed themselves. They're running a composition which is incredibly strong. Currently, early game. If they can wait for JDG and JJH to actually go toe-to-toe, they can potentially come in for that third party, and that's exactly what they're going to want to happen, except they decide to go after JDG. JJH had already moved on, and JDG were actually left behind, and now we're going to see KT come through that F3 from the Yoda, trying to isolate these members of JDG as the Dragon Slayers connects. Hazy able to actually land the full Nezhar's might, and JDG's members just do not have the sustain to be able to keep themselves alive through the damage. Hazy having built up the Yoda ultimate, now going to try and use it. That first initial slash coming through, the teleport afterwards, catching on to Xiao Hui. That Kurumi ultimate not going to be able to keep Kopi alive for long, as KZ mince through the members of JDG, find the revive onto Lily in the downtime as well, all the while not having to use that Yoda F3 since they'd waited for the JJH to move along and they didn't have to worry about the third party. Patient play coming through from them, and it rewards them with a full squad kill.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate there for the Transformer comp, but it is what it is. We'll talk about it in a second. We got the parry bell coming out here from WX98, and another parry as well. very nicely done here. We've got JJH coming in as the aggressors here, but Ventus quickly just turning it back on them. Uno reverse and just sending out the Moonbane, and Ventus WX98 doing an extremely good job of buying time for himself and his teammates with those parries, with that parry bell, and JJH just falling apart at the seams here. Coming in as the aggressors with that purple armor initially. Oh no, he doesn't even get the slam. It doesn't look like... Oh, okay. No double grab. If he had gotten the double grab there, I think he probably could have gotten the double kill, considering that he did have that purple weapon, but sadly wasn't able to get that double grab, wasn't able to secure it, and Ventus doing an extremely good job of turning a fight that looked almost lost to begin with, considering that they had a severe loot disadvantage, into a win for themselves. Extremely nicely done. But here we have Bowder moving on to Alliance with that purple dagger and the Takeda ult, trying to lock down this Yueshan, trying to do as much as they can before the enemy team can really stabilize. But here we have Alliance now opting to use that Moonbane, a very common pickup for these Transformer compositions, as early game you don't have those armors, that high tier loot to be able to keep you alive. You kind of need Moonbanes to stay safe early on, especially against teams that look to hunt these Transformer compositions, just like your Wuchen, Yoto, and Viper comp. This composition is literally named Attack on Titan, as it quite literally shreds those Transformers.
Well,
But
KZ,
yeah, it's very hard.
having to go into Shadow Jade Mines to lose this chase coming through from Ventus, the Wuchen TP already having to be invested so that WX98 is not able to find that grab kill. As moving back over, Alliance are still locked in this fight, going up against Bowda. No ult zone being popped to not allow these monks to be able to find these transformations, and forcing the neutral as Lin is sent uppercut. Not actually able to find any follow-up, however, as Bowda was chasing an entirely different member, as Lin had been displaced, wasn't able to use those nunchucks in the meter dump to be able to peel Karumi ultimate to allow Lin to hold his ground. Tap dodges out of the first grab coming through, isn't able to find the rhythm to tap dodge out of the second sent his way. Maram just holding him up, slams him away from that Karumi ultimate, as Lucky with the tether can't actually attack. If he does, he's going to break the tether and the revive, so Marman just waits for the revive to tick through and finds the grab onto Zwan, who tried to time the tap dodge, knew it was going to come through, but Marman holds his reserve, waits for the tap dodge, and then sends the grab out, and this is it. Surely for Alliance, as Lucky will be able to find an uppercut connection onto Bowda, but still just not able to turn the tide. The Karumi unable, having already invested that ultimate in the fight previously, to continue and stall long enough, as Alliance are going to have to go back to the Soul Altar, as OUG and Wolves currently duking it out. It's going to already be a Yui ultimate having been invested from the side of Wolves. OUG holding off on the Viper ultimate until just now. Tries to find that stun connection to allow the Yodo ultimate to catch on to these staggered down members of Wolves. As LXX on that Yuation still hounding down these members, not allowing a full regroup to come through, as OUG with that Yodo F3 looking to lock these members down. LXX about to run out of that Yui ultimate, incredibly low in health. Going to have to rely now on the Monk. Okay, different staging of ultimates. Normally it's the other way around, as 14 actually having to use the Monk ultimate to cover for his Yuashan. Will be able to find a grab and slam onto one of the members of OUG. Will be able to cycle towards that Karumi ultimate too and hold himself steady, but unfortunately OUG had been able to chase down the member of Wolves LXX and take him down. So now it's going to be up to this Monk composition. He's going to be out of the ultimate. Charges up that blue just to try and threaten OUG out of going for that space. Doesn't throw it out fully at the moment, however, as it is now going to be OUG trying to make sure that they're not positioned into a 1 versus 2, as 14 isolates Xin Yu and finds the kill. And now it's just going to be Wolves as 14 up against the 2 remaining members of OUG. Uppercut comes through, 14 deterring any aggressive follow-up with that bell, but unfortunately you only get it once in that cooldown cycle, and OUG are still going to be able to find the kill. It looked a little bit decent for Wolves, but the fact that they'd had to use that Monk ultimate to cover from their Yue Shen, as opposed to the Yue covering for the Monk, just did not allow themselves to have that space of recovery when those ultimates fell through.
See, that's the one problem though with this with this kind of situation, is that they had to use that Yue Shen ult to start it off, as the enemy team had that Viper and used the V1 or potentially V2. I'm not sure if we actually could tell. Probably V2, considering we saw the F3 come out from that Viper. It was actually quite hard to see whether or not it was F2 or F3, but towards the end, you could tell without a doubt that it was in fact F3, and I'm assuming that it was V2 along with that. So the Yue Shen ult was essentially just forced out by this Viper ult, and it forced them to essentially use their ults in such a way that they weren't necessarily comfortable with using. However, here we have JDG versus GS in the Realm of Yang. Both Monk ults coming out at the very beginning, as we have seen countless times again. Oh, but JDG getting a big grab. Oh, the big double grab, but he's getting prevented from slamming. Can he get the slam down? No, he cannot! That's so unfortunate. LSR doing a great job of getting that double grab, but unable to get the slam and connect the damage. But it doesn't matter. GS's Monk now getting taken down during his ultimate. Didn't look as though he was able to stay alive. He wasn't able to get that deformation down in time to save himself. And here we have the Kurumi as well, trying to stay alive. Sliding uppercut, catching her in the air. And again! No, and she's still alive! Run, Kurumi! Kuruma! No, it's over. The Yue Shen from GS trying to do whatever they can to keep their teammates alive, but unable to do so. Kurumi left to the wolves, unable to stay alive. Ventus now versus OC in a different Realm of Yang. OC's an ally already taken down, and OC on virtually no health to speak of, trying to stay alive. Using that Kurumi F3. Oh, big damage coming out. The poison splash. Can they close out the kill onto ZU? No, the poison splash coming in and clutching it up for Ventus. Oh my god.
I love this. Like, I love the fact that poison splash is actually now being used in Gate of Yang. Like, if you find a kill, technically it still spawns that body, even though you can't loot it. So it activates Poison Splash and it still connects onto that Kurumi, who'd already used the F originally to be able to heal from that reset point and just get stuck eating that poison tick. And as a result, Ventus, from beyond the grave, are able to take him down. Oh my god, that's the first time we've actually seen a Gate of Yang fight as well, being won off of an absolute clutch poison splash activation. Call it petty, call it smart. It is what it is. Ventus are able to pick up not just the win, but also Vermilion Bird's Might. And now will find themselves just going through that dealers, going through all of the Soul Jades. And Sansi has, oh my goodness, 5 out of 6 legendary Soul Jades. Okay, well, the 6th one is definitely for a cannon. That's either, I believe it's Rupture Gale. As Stormstride, I think, is also in play for him.
I mean, it's somewhat hard to tell, but yeah, he does have 2 gold melee resist Jades, so those could be Razor Swift, Hector Detach, or the last one escapes me. What is it? Pride's Fall. That was it. If it's Hector, I mean, to be honest, it could be any one of those. Would be devastating, realistically. Perhaps not Pride's Fall. As
I mean, Hector Lockdown in Trios is absolutely brutal. And so she was Cavalry Bloom! Hello! I love how much we're getting to see this Soul Jade. Oh, it's so nice as well, because again, in Trios, it's the exact same sort of thinking as those heavier weapons, right? When you have 2 of those teammates to be able to frame, you can throw out that blow focus. But what you can also do is throw players onto the ground as OC's Anli has been able to find a grab, doesn't manage to find that slam, however, as GS just continues to apply that pressure. Xiaohu doing a very good job. We saw it in the Gate of Yang when they were going up against JDG, seeing that the Monk has the quote-unquote, well, literal upper hand. They already have a player grabbed out, but just making sure to connect those punches onto the Monk, that grab, to make sure that they just continue to be pressured back. And since they're in mid-animation of being knocked back, they don't actually find the downtime to be able to find that slam. If a Monk is moving or knocked back, not only are they not able to grab, they're not actually able to slam the player in their hand down. So a lot of the time, that dynamic shift between these Monks, it's a race of who can find the grab, and then it's down to the other Monk on the other side who doesn't have a player in their hand to make sure that that grab does not find the damage and kill that the team is looking for.
Absolutely. But here we are moving over to a separate fight entirely. Ventus versus KZ. KZ with that Attack on Titan composition, getting that Viper ult out, but they're running straight into another team. Oh no, this is devastating. KZ teleporting straight into the clutches of a different team. Jen trying to get away here, going as far into the zone as he can. Ventus EU initially on the chase, but quickly decides against it as his teammates are nowhere close by. Ventus now doing a really good job of staying out of danger. As I say it, I may be wrong here. Looks like GU may be stunned. Yes, in fact, she is. Karumi is now dead.
Yeah, it's KZ actually who do a very good job making the most out of a pretty tough situation for them, leading Ventus, who do chase after that Wu Chen TP, having seen where KZ had run off to, into OUG. Sanzi is able to escape, but he's still going to be drawing the attention of OUG. And in the meantime, KZ get an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card, where they can reposition themselves. They don't have to worry about other teams playing perimeter check as well, knowing that another team has gone into that zone and will eventually pop up at one of those sides. The entire focus from OUG is locking this last remaining member of Ventus down, as it is just going to be Sanzi. Continue to be hounded, continue to be chased by OUG, who seem to actually be going the wrong way right now, not really going to be able to find Sanzi at the moment. Thankfully, Sanzi able to move away from bounty scrolls and also from the bells. As, again, timing really in the favor of Ventus. They're sitting on 10 kills, they're going to be down 2 members, but everyone at the moment is now forced with this decision of, do you aggressively chase after this last remaining member of Ventus, putting yourself potentially into the crosshairs of teams that are walking away with buffs from the realm of Yang, and that is incredibly dangerous thinking, especially given the fact that it's second Gate of Yang, and now we have Terminator Vision in play. JDG are going to have that Mystic Might, they're going to know exactly where all of these players are around them, and if OUG continue to just put the blinders on and chase Sanzi down, they could be chasing into JDG.
No, absolutely right. I like that term you used, Terminator Vision. For the Mystic Might buff here, as we have JDG coming out of that Yang that had gone completely uncontested and running straight into WBG. Both Monk ults now being committed. JDG's LSR having it committed it slightly earlier, which is exactly what you want. You want to be opening with that Monk ultimate as soon as possible so that you can potentially get as much value as possible. But it looks as though... Yep, so Sleepwalker has now been kept alive by the Karumi ult here. Kopi, JDG doing a pretty good job of keeping tempo up on this fight. They also have this defense buff, keeping them topped up, keeping them from taking all that much damage. JDG still have the Karumi ult available, and Sleepwalker gets taken down. Jing now on his own with the Karumi, unable to really do anything at all. Kopi now trying to grapple away, but it doesn't look as though he's gonna be... Oh no, wait, not Kopi, sorry. The Karumi. It doesn't look like anything could really be done about this. But now, back into the zone we go. GS An in the Yueshan ult, getting taken down. GS's Monk as well. And I say they were forced to use the double ult, and there's nothing they can really do here. Balda managing to lock them down in the zone with that Mystic Might, just hunting down any team that they can find. The Poison Splash. I thought it was an enemy Poison Splash for a second there. Not again. Not again. But yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. A Realm of Yang completely won just from Poison Splash. Sansi here,
don't go that
still
way.
on the run. Don't go that way, bro. No.
He popped up. He actually popped up in the middle of the fight that JDG had going up against WBG. He cropped up on the minimap and then immediately noped out. And it's actually incredibly lucky that WBG actually ran PP away from these members. As a result, everyone from JDG continued to chase after WBG and didn't turn in on the isolated player that had actually pinged out on their minimap when they were engaged in that fight. Either that or they were too busy to notice that there was one specific player who was left alone. There was only one red cross on the map as opposed to 3 all in a huddle. As it does mean that Sansi gets a little bit of downtime to try and navigate towards one of those dealers or Morris Blessings and make off with a rebuff charm, but as we've seen in previous games, a lot easier said than done, especially because these teams are most likely going to be keeping a very close watch to see whether or not there are any shenanigans afoot from solo players left without squad mates looking to find the rebuff charms, either camping where you're going to get the charms themselves or waiting in the soul altar, which is my personal favorite. You give them a little bit of hope, you'll either revive to come through, and in doing so, you net yourself a lot more kills. As Alliance and JDG not actually opting for that fight, Alliance seeing a little bit of poke pressure coming down onto Zwan. Not going to be putting themselves in a position where they can potentially get locked down. So just playing a little bit away from that zone and allowing JDG to come to them as, oh, there he was. Ventus's Sansi popped up on the right side and then grappled up onto the trees. He'd taken a lot of range pressure coming through from the members, and in fact he's in the most vulnerable position because he's been spotted without teammates flanking him. Sansi gets grapple cancelled by everyone in the area. He's not able to find that challenge on towards the treetops, and he's going to have to drop to the low ground and use the Yui ultimate. As he's just going to have to use those jumps to try and keep himself out of this fight for as long as possible. Running JJH, his best option is to find another team and lead JJH directly into them, but that Uation ultimate is about to wear off. JDG in the area, so too are Wolves, but Santi does not know where these players are, so he's just running in a giant circle, trying to draw as many people to him as possible, but that just means that he's going to get obliterated in seconds, and with that kill gone, it's immediately just scattering coming through from all of the players. There's no one wants to find themselves in a vulnerable out of position area where everyone is going to turn on them instead. Ventus go out of the lobby, still picking up a decent amount of kills, 10 to their name. However, definitely could have wanted more.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 10 is still nothing to... is not too shabby. 10 kills? I mean, Bauda also has 10 kills, but nobody else has even... Well, I mean, 6 kills, I suppose. It's more than 5. It's on the upper bracket. You can say it's close to 10, but still, 10 kills, pretty solid. Pretty solid performance. And I mean, they've been doing well so far today. So I'm pretty sure they're quite happy. They were caught in a rather unfortunate situation. It is what it is. You just come back next game and do your best and try and get some big games for yourselves. But here, one thing I would like to bring attention to is the fact that this end game has a lot of trees. It's a tree end game, it seems, which means that these Viper comps inherently do a lot better as they're able to go up onto these trees and use them to essentially kite up and down, avoid the transformers, and use them as a drop down for the Viper ultimates to drop down, secure a few stuns, and get a considerable amount of value out of their ultimates, especially when the zone gets smaller and smaller. It's all going to come down to these Vipers and whether or not they're able to find these opportunities and optimal, opportune moments to get maximum value out of their ultimate. KZ not looking too happy with their loot, I would say. They don't have all their Soul Jade bags upgraded. They only have blue armor going into this endgame. Not what you really want with all these big boys running around, all these Transformers. To have blue armor, you can get shredded extremely quickly. They do have the Yoto F3. They have the Wu Chen F3 as well to potentially keep them alive and give them a little bit of an advantage in the ranged battle. But nonetheless, blue armor is not what you want going into endgame. Bowder, having just spent a lot of money, it seems, on those Soul Jades. That's a lot of treasure on that shop right there.
Yeah,
Looks
but
like...
JDG are about to spot all of that treasure left behind, and Bowder going to have to actually move away. Moon on that Temi, still on the blue armor as well. So this is a team that are in the same sort of position as KZ, wanting to secure that Morris Blessing, but unlike KZ, they have the composition to immediately be able to block it off from these teams. They have the Temi. They have the Temi ultimate that they can just drop over that box, as opposed to that Yoto F3, which has seen significant changes in the past couple of patches, most notably going from a 5-second duration down to a 3.5-second duration. So unfortunately, a lot of the time, not enough to be able to fully cover the unlocking of that Morris Blessing. And as a result, if KC do decide to try and go for it, especially with how central that Morris Blessing is going to be for a lot of these teams, you are going to be putting yourself directly into the lion's mouth. As we can see, no one actually really wanting to move towards it, no one actually opting to go straight for it, even though some of these teams really do need that glow up in terms of loot scaling, as the Alliance lose one immediately. Lucky on that Karumi, thankfully still able to find that Tava onto the player. The problem is that Tava is going to pop and they're still, they're going to be without armor out in the open. JDG are more than content with just letting this go through, keeping that pressure applied onto this Karumi who cannot fight back, and when that revive pops, it's going to be another potential kill for JDG to be able to take off of the board, as Alliance's Lin, now that he doesn't have that Karumi Tava to be able to fall back onto, is forced to dash out, and we can actually see that Alliance's Lin is forced to use the Yui ultimate to retreat tactically with the rest of his team tail between his legs, as they're going to have to reposition and remove. But that does mean that when Alliance throw in the Monk ultimate, everyone in the area is going to know that they don't have the Yui to be able to cover it. And there it is, the inevitable OUG's SS off screen takes Alliance's Zuan down. And it's going to be Wolves now going toe-to-toe with KZ. 14's find a grab onto Lily. The Viper ultimate evidently not there. 14 not able to find another grab as the Witch and TP does come through. However, KZ definitely not out of the woods just yet, as Alliance are the ones now who decide to use the Monk ultimate in tandem with JDG's LSR, but LSR has a legendary weapon, so if he finds a grab, he's going to be able to find a lot easier kill potential than Alliance, who are still running onto that purple, and there it is. LSR finds a grab, but KZ from the treetop uses the Viper ultimate, connects the stun, and it does connect onto Alliance's Lin, and everything just goes on pause for a little bit of a second until we immediately hit back into double speed, as Alliance's Lin finds the grab onto one of the members of TK, using that Karumi ultimate to keep themselves healed up and full to be able to find that slam. JDG still going to be trying to play around these trees so that JDH's Godly is not able to find the grabs onto another of their players, as Godly is trying to hold themselves as firmly as possible inside this Karumi ultimate, but he's being barraged by all of the bow and cannon shots from the teams around him. The Karumi ultimate runs out. Godly is in such a horrible position, goes incredibly low, will be able to cancel the ultimate and use the bell, but that's now both cooldowns used. His health are absolutely exhausted, and JDG going to be missing that Karumi, but still LSR remaining intact. That kill potential potentially going to be there, as we're going to see LSR using that Monk ultimate, maybe even to cover for Kopi's revive to come through. The problem is I think the Karumi died too far away from their team off of a Monk grab coming out from downtown, and as a result they can't find the revive. They can, however, find the grab. LSR finds one onto Alliance's Lin.
That's the Karumi just right there, under the Monk's
the reverb doesn't come through, as LSR still able to keep themselves relatively a long time for a Monk ultimate without a Kurumi pocket.
Oh,
He finds another grab onto TK's Ali, but all that's done when the ultimate runs out is leave these players closer to be able to take him down. Alliance's Lin now going for that Monk transformation. Ali going to be going for one as well, but Lin's already found a grab onto JDG's LSR, who was still incredibly low, and the double grab from Lin comes through. Madman using that bell to avoid the reverb is going to go for a Monk ultimate of their own as Lin now just tries to stomp them into the zone tick. As we see a Wuchen TP come through from Lin's left flank, no one wanting to hold
Another double grab.
Another double grab, sending them straight into that zone tick. As Merriman with the Monk ultimate holds himself alive a little bit longer, finds another grab onto Alliance's Lin, who has just not been having a great time as the zone pushes all of these players towards the center, giving them so much less room to avoid the grabs that come through from Bowder's Merriman as he finds a double grab of his own. Grappled onto, has to use the bell to avoid out of the follow-through damage as the Flamer comes from the left side and catches onto these members on the high ground. It's going to be Alliance's Lin now looking to pressure with that spear. Kurumi ultimate coming through as we're going to see two teams trying to hold themselves in the central belt for as long as possible, avoiding going into that zone tick damage. As we're going to see Alliance's Lin and Wolves 14 now trying to secure these grabs onto the players around them. This is the dynamic shift that we're going to see as Wolves' 14 has been able to try and find a player, and they try and just push onto Alliance's Lin, who will be able to find a pick onto Wolves' LXX. Looks for the double grab, can't find it, has to go for the initial slam, and Alliance's Lin is actually going to lose his own teammate. Zwank is grabbed out right underneath Lin's nose as we see the Viper ultimate now come through from OUG. Both Monks out of the transformation, not able to iframe it though. Stun does connect onto Lin, who gets grapple pushed onto and sent packing into that zone tick by members of OUG, but Wolves' 14 is actually the one to be able to secure the kill as 14 comes through with the nunchuck meter dump onto SS, pushing him into the zone tick. Damage
coming in, Moon.
Turns back on with the spear. The Dragon Slayer is allowing him to move up the distance in towards the central belt, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Kurumi ultimate in play for Sorrow. SS channels back into a Viper ultimate, looking to find this knock onto Sorrow, who tries to tap dodge behind the tree to dodge out of the stun, but doesn't manage to find the disconnect, and SS walks away with the win.
Oh my god. Oh, the beefy F3 at the end there. Did you see that? The damage coming out from OUG's SS with that Viper. And as I said, I thankfully managed to spawn it into existence as opposed to curse them to death. OUG managing to come out on top with that win, using the Viper extremely well. We saw many times the Viper dropping down from the trees above with that ultimate, although it was only the V2. So V2, it silences during the timer, during the animation for it. For the time where the purple beam is connected to you, you are silenced and then stunned once it pops, but the stun will only last for 2 seconds as opposed to 5, so it doesn't allow for the same amount of follow-up that you would have with V1, but nonetheless it is still very valuable, especially when you have your teammates to follow up with you, allowing you to potentially secure 1, perhaps 2, if you manage to catch them grouped up together. But yeah, extremely well done from OUG's SS. They're extremely good at utilizing this Attack on Titan composition, this Viper, Yoto, Wuchen. They've been labbing it for so long at this point. They've been doing an extremely good job, consistently doing well with this composition, showing why they are still a team to be respected. Like, this composition is not easy to execute. It requires a considerable amount of communication, team play, synergy, knowing what needs to happen at any given time throughout a fight, and extremely well done. And as we heard from the King, OUG's the King, he said in his interview that team fighting and your approach to fighting is the most important thing when it comes to learning trios and playing it at a high level. So I mean, they practice what they preach. You know, they show that it truly just has come down to communication and that sort of thing, because they managed to bring it out, and they had one member down at the very end there, but the Viper was able to go up and down and managed to get that win for them. I'm not sure how many points they did end up coming out with. I'm not sure they had all that many kills from mid-game, but it's possible that they managed to secure a few kills for themselves towards the end there. But holy moly, can we talk about these monk grabs?
Yeah.
What the?
I'm gonna say, you can talk about the monk grabs, because the second that those monk transformations started coming through and they were finding grab after grab after grab, I had to go into rap god mode.
I know.
How fast that one. The voice went into full Mac 20. As you can see, OUG actually walking away with it. 13 kills. SS doing a very good job, not just of being able to keep those kills and that pressure going, like you said, down one member, but also, like, it looked like it was over from that Viper. When you get pushed that far outside of the zone and you're taking so much zone tick damage, really smart heads that play from SS to go for the Dragon Slayers, to be able to just cover as much distance as quickly as possible, so you limit the amount of damage you take from the zone tick and have the health to be able to win out that 1 versus 1.
Having the Heartstopper kick as well, doing work for the Viper. Not only do you have the silences on your character, but you've got the silence on the weapon as well with that Heartstopper kick. If you connect that Dragon Slayer onto an enemy player, you are silencing them for the duration of the spinning attack. Extremely useful Soul Jade when it comes to trios, allowing you to lock down the enemy team and prevent them from using any of their ultimates. And rather a fortunate Soul Jade to have as well, considering that we had the Viper playing F3, and F3 being the F that has recently been changed to do a considerable amount of damage. I think we all know that if you're getting hit by Viper F3 at the moment, you're taking a lot of damage, considering that if you have a gold weapon and you use your Viper F3 without any attack damage from Soul Jades being considered, you are doing 500 plus damage. It is literally 560 damage, I think, or something along those lines, with just the gold weapon and the F3. And it can scale even higher when it comes to attack Soul Jades. And on top of that, if you hit somebody with this ability, they are prevented from healing for a whole 15 seconds. 15 seconds is a very long time, and then especially if you factor in the fact that your cooldown for this— look at that! Like, look at that damage! Just
you see the health button?
I press button.
It's the snap. It's literally the health bar is full, and then it's gone.
It's really rough. I mean, the anti-healing debuff as well, you can cleanse it with Karumi, but it just does so much damage to begin with as well. And here we have the MVP, Mr. Wait, 28k damage,
yeah.
Heartstopper, Earthshaker, Razor Swift, Cavalry, Bounce Shell, and Amelie Resist. F3 V2. Skills and ultimates, 6,450 damage. I'm assuming most of that came from F3.
Yeah, I'm assuming most of it came from F3. Yeah, it's also worth noting as well, OUG were able to pull off an MVP win with this composition when they were down one member. And normally when we say that, it's because you're down your Wu-Chen, and like Wu-Chen's already used up his sort of viability, right? Everything you bring to the table is sort of removed. The necessity for it when you're in Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7, you need the Yoto traditionally to be able to follow up from the setup that the Viper provides, whether it is that silence, whether it is the ultimate going for that stun, and allowing the Yoto to come in and deal the damage necessary to burst his health bars down. But having that F3 means that you cut out the middleman. You can literally just go straight for the kill, and the Viper is the only one that has to be alive to actually be able to translate utility connections into kills. So it's really lucky that they're running the F3, because that Yoto dies least 4 minutes before the final zone absolutely collapses. So that's a lot of time, and it really does go to show why the Yodo is sitting around about 10k damage, and the Viper is sitting at nearly 30k, and the Wu-Chen 22,000. So a lot of damage made up for, thankfully, for the side of OUG.
Yeah, no, the F3 putting in work there. It's the damage, it's the anti-healing, and the fact that the cooldown is 20 seconds. So let's say you have your Viper and she has F3. With no cooldown reduction glyphs, her cooldown is 20 seconds, and the duration of the anti-healing debuff is 15 seconds. So that's 5 seconds where it has downtime. However, if you take cooldown reduction, you can reduce the downtime to less than a second. Literally, if you take 5 cooldown reduction glyphs, that means that your cooldown goes down to 16 seconds, or just under 16 seconds, meaning that you literally have permanent uptime, and you still have room for a grapple distance glyph. So, I don't know, man.
We found the answer. We have found the answer to Zip and Kurumi sustainability compositions.
I mean, Kurumi can cleanse it, but zipping, she's not happy about it. She gets chunked by that, or anybody on her team gets chunked by that. Then the ultimate healing from zipping and the F just doesn't do anything really. The anti-healing is ridiculous. But anyway, we are going to be heading off to a quick break before the next game. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with San Shao and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 三少，先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是三少。
干嘛笑 ？OK， 好的，欢迎三少啊来到我们这个赛后采访啊，看得出今天心情应该是挺开心的。So first, we know that after the fourth bi-weekly final, it seems like a little bit disappointed, like you guys to your club and your teammate together. And after that, you guys adjust a lot, and today you're very aggressive and have the highest score in game 1. So I would like to know how you guys adjust. 那其实今天可以看到在今天的比赛当中，哎呀 ，Ventus 整个就是猛杀。那其实第4双周失利了之后，我特别想知道最近的一段时间你们进行了怎么样的调整呢？
最近一段时间就是多加练习吧，每天打11-12个小时。
11-12个小时真的很长的一段时间啊。So to be honest, as recently we are like working very hard. We train a whole day for like 11 to 12 hours every day. OK， 那也看得出，其实你们的努力最后也有了一份收获。今天前3把呢表现非常的不错。那接下来我们也要到一个给观众发福利的时间，送出你的好运，准备好了没有？
准备好了。
Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那今天的问题呢，就是目前为止哪个战队领跑了积分榜呢？那我先想问一下三少，其实刚才讲到今天前3把你们整个队伍今天气势如虹啊，自己打下来有怎么样的感觉？对整个复活赛的这个节奏自己怎么看呢？
复活赛的话，就大家偏向于稳重一点，然后可能都在向总决赛进发吧。
So I asked him how did he think about the repackage today. So Sanshao just repeat me that today everyone is very stable. It seems like all the team really want to enter to the final. Okay, so I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 那接下来就到了倒计时了，准备好了吗？你可以直接说 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那请三少来公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
我感觉可能是我们温塔斯吧，因为这几把我感觉我们发挥挺好的，然后再加上第一把拿了一个大分，所以我觉得应该是我们。
是的，没错。So because you guys have the highest score in the game 1 and also have very good status today, so the answer of the question is the B, Ventas. Congratulations！ 那要恭喜你们，其实到目前为止啊是领跑了积分榜。而且其实我听说了一个故事啊 ，So I heard a story from your manager in your club. So if you guys enter to the final and have really good matches score, and we'll give you guys a present. So I would like to know, can you share with us? 那我其实听 Ventas 的经理跟我们说，如果今天、明天2天的复活赛打完，有一个很好的成绩，要给你们一份大礼，能不能给我们先透露一下？
这既然说是大礼的话，他也说是惊喜，所以不方便透露。
不方便透露，你刚才还跟我说了，其实是不想跟大家透露，是不是？能不能给大家讲一讲嘛，给大家点期待。
就是大家经理说了，如果打好了的话，这2天打得好一点的话，因为这段时间也多加练习了，也挺累的，所以给大家放个假，然后出去一起去旅游什么的。
好的，我感觉这真的是一份很大的礼物。So it's a surprise if we have the good behavior after the ripper cage. So our manager said we'll bring us to another place and traveling for 2 days and have a rest. 那接下来就希望你们加油，可以拿到你们的这个奖励，好吗？好的，再次恭喜 Ventas 获得了目前为止的最高分。So thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我是林小茹，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分属嘅专心人。
在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我細時隻就喜歡對着台山唱歌，喜歡坐山林度跑啊跑。唔是隻，只有老人頭上嘅盤王記可以教我定路腳步。我也對我講，平王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看待心眼。夢想第個台先嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上週前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛跡。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活帶會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，祝福我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是睇睇外班嘅時要是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡情落書。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對第個嘅體會當作用平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出第個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下， 我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平庸嘅傳道中嘅一個，愛也是平庸，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
You know what? Some of these players, they got moves. And we're going to be moving into our next match here at Nbpl. Last chance qualifiers for season 1 of 2023. And I was really hoping that we would see the meta shift significantly, given how many things have changed from the patch that we are currently playing. Doesn't seem to have been that much of a difference. We were talking about this between the break. It does feel like a lot of these teams realize how much is on the line for them. If they don't manage to score decently at the moment, they're going to be out of those playoff spots. So as a result, we're not really seeing them push the boat in terms of new meta. Instead, it's sort of retreating back to what they're comfortable on, what they already know, and trying to find value with compositions that are still valuable and still have a lot of power to them. It just means that we don't really get to see anything wildly out of the mix. Most likely, we're not going to get to see Ecos just yet. I'm going to say this, and then literally, I guarantee it, like, this next game or the game afterwards, everyone is just going to lock Ecos. I'm not going to complain, though. If I get to see him, I'm happy. If not, I know these teams are going to be cooking up an absolute amazing composition to be able to slot him in on the weeks they have downtime for.
Absolutely. I was very, looking forward to today or this weekend quite a lot, because I was very excited to see what they'd been cooking up in the downtime that they'd had, and I did realize that it's possible they wouldn't push the boat out too far, they wouldn't dip their toes too deep into the pool of Ooga Booga, but we'll see. We've still got a few games left, so there's still quite a bit of time, quite a bit of NARAKA to be played here. And it is still entirely possible that we might see some Ooga Booga gaming with some spicy picks here, with the Ecos coming in and the Viper, and the potential for so many new things with these changes being implemented. I think the Viper change is probably the most impactful change, considering that now with this Viper F3 being brought into the mix, having it be almost a direct counter to zipping, and the fact that she simply cannot do anything. Like, the zipping, if you target the zipping and you hit her with the F3, there's no way that she can cleanse it. And then let's say you have V2 to follow up with Viper, as we saw SS was running F3 V2. What are the teammates of that zipping supposed to do? They can't come in and peel all that well, because they don't really have the abilities to do so. And also, considering the fact that they would also be stunned, if you manage to lock down this zipping early on into a fight, secure that F3, which, as we saw, does a considerable amount of damage and prevents healing, you can essentially just completely mitigate zipping's advantages. Like, everything zipping brings to the table gets completely thrown out the window.
Yeah, I suppose the one answer that you could maybe have is that the Modal Defiance still does allow the zip a little bit more leeway, but again, like if you position yourself in such a way that one person activates that lethal strike and then everyone else just jumps on the zip the second it's burned out.
And even then, the anti-healing debuff will prevent the healing of the Mortal Defiance passive from really doing all and anything.
The knockback is really the only thing that you have to worry about, because we have seen zips off of just that one knockback activation being able to immediately turn the tide. You do still have to be careful with how you choose to take a fight against the zip with that knockback in play.
Absolutely, and especially if our teammates are there to follow up on it. If their teammates are there charging a blue focus when the knockback comes through, if it hits multiple targets who are grouped up, that's a free launcher into a huge amount of damage, either with a blue focus or simply if you would have managed to get some kind of uppercut to connect off of that knockback.
That's why she works so well with Takeda. Because you do just, and Tammy as well, like you do just get to trade crowd control for crowd control for crowd control. You're always going in well equipped for a fight, no matter what time you take it. And talking about time, it is going to be more.
There it is! Sansi, the oogly boogler of the day, my guy with the cavalry bloom in game 1.
We've spoken into existence. We said his name 3 times. We have completed the summoning circle. And in the downtime that was the break, we lit the candles. We have summoned Akos, our first Akos in trios, into the mix. Now all that remains is getting to see what abilities Sansi is actually going to be running. Because like we said, that F3 can be incredibly good at locking you down. However, it has had a couple of changes come through. The F1 can also be pretty impactful, especially if you're running around with a Viper and you're able to get a Viper stun into that F1 off of your Akos. You're going to be connecting with a lot of people in a very small amount of space, and that is going to be incredibly good for Ventus to be able to control that Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7 with. And this is a composition that plays incredibly well towards the end game when you are Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7. Where you're going to find most of your kills, however, is the in-between. You're incredibly good at the free versus free. When, however, it gets to that poke phase with the cannons coming through, you're going to lose a lot of power. So it's going to be up to Ventus to rubber band and seesaw between incredibly aggressive towards the early parts of this match and then a little bit more low-key towards, well, when we head towards Zone 6 and 5.
Absolutely. One thing that I did notice actually there, not sure if you managed to catch it, was GS is running Viper, Matari, Wuchen. And rather interesting variation of the Attack on Titan composition. But here we have, I thought he was already gone down, but the King managing to stay alive just about with virtually no health to speak of. Team OUG trying to make something happen in this early off-spawn fight, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to survive much longer. Jin Yu managing to get a wind slash off, taking down one of the members, getting a big amount of health back with that Soul Bloom, but he sends the 1-2-3. My guy, why? Oh no. Oh no, bro. Sending the 1-2-3 there, it's a desperate thing to do, and potentially not really predictable, considering that they might not think that you'd be that aggressive to go for something like that, since it is very variable.
Wait, got a kill!
You cut out there, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but we're immediately going to head towards Ventus, towards Artisans. Finding this pressure onto these members of GS, and Sansi is our first ever Akos to come in with a kill of Akos in trios of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League in 2023. It's viable! It's viable, Dunking! It's viable! And not only that, it's winning this fight against GS at the moment, as WX98 with that bounty on their head is literally just using it to try and back bounty onto GS's Toto, using that threat level to try and keep a track of where exactly this player has run off to. So
it doesn't look like he's the one who picked up the bounty, but he's definitely on he's hot on his heels. I don't think It's possible he could get away here, considering it is Celestra. And yes, exactly that. It doesn't look like WX98 is going to bother trying to chase him around Celestra, as it is very possible that they might just end up running into another team and get third-partied when they are quite split up. OEGSS as well getting taken down, sadly, out in the open on his own. Unfortunate there. And it doesn't look like SS has a rebirth either. Jinyu and the King now gonna have to try and salvage this game with very little loot to speak of. JJH on the hunt as well. It looks like they've also taken a fight earlier. They've died and respawned now. They've got Wu Chen ult available, but not much else at all. Here, moving over to the other side, JDG versus TK. Opting to go for that F1 Takeda, instantly popping that ultimate, trying to engage onto Sheng Yuan's Viper. Takeda ults traded. Oh, and a Moonbane coming out as well. Sheng Yan popping that Viper ult, getting a huge stun, but oh, the Moonbane! Oh my god! Just narrowly avoiding it. JDG managing to avoid taking a huge amount of damage off of that stun, but it looks like the other two members did take the Moonbane hits.
Yeah.
And JDG just getting taken down, being the initial aggressors, just absolutely getting obliterated by this Moonbane. And it just goes to show how powerful a Moonbane can truly be. Although, I feel like in my experience, every time I put a Moonbane down, it doesn't do anything. Like, what the hell? Honestly, like, every time the enemy team puts a Moonbane down, even if it's blue, I get quadruple hit by this, by the giant snack. And then whenever I try and use it, it does absolutely nothing. It's just one of those things that it always feels like it does nothing for you, but loads for the enemy team.
It was a good Bane's Breath, but it was a very good Viper ultimate as well,
Yeah.
because typically the way that you do counter a Viper ultimate is if you know people are going to get staggered, especially in that open space, there's not a lot to be able to break line of sight from. You have to scatter so that you don't get grouped up, but you're sitting in the middle of a Bane's Breath. Your movement is significantly limited, and as a result, a lot of people did clump up away from the Bane's Breath and get hit by the Viper
I'm not sure what
ultimate.
happened there, though, to be honest, because JDG is playing Takeda Viper Wu Chen. So where was the Wu Chen on? I think it must have, like, the only two things that could have happened were that the Wu Chen just didn't have ult, which I think being aggressive and going into a fight like that without a Wu Chen ult is pretty...
Yeah, it's not the
I
best.
doubt that that's
play.
what happened. I think it's probably more likely to be the case that they got double hit by the Moonbane and couldn't get it off in time.
So JJH unfortunately were able to find that Wu Chen TP, but weren't able to find the Viper ultimate stagger. And now Wolves know that JJH don't have either of those two ultimates to be able to peel, and JJH are going to have to try. And there it is. Water just comes through with that Viper. Trying to
look at that F3! Look at that
F3!
F4!
He just chunks the health down so quickly. But Chului is trying to use this Yoda ultimate to catch these members and keep the space open for JJH so that Water has a lot more freedom to be able to slide into positions using that longsword and the scale rush to connect onto these members of Wolves. But it's just not to be, as 14 and Sorrow are able to lock down JJH's Water, and now it's just going to be Chilui who's taken down as well. Wolves very nicely able to track down that team and push them so significantly back into that really uncomfortable spot as Ventus. Here we go again. Akos coming through. Ultimate available for Sanzi, choosing not to use it at the moment as a Viper
no,
ultimate does come
Sanzi, you
out, and
troll.
Sanzi
What have you
is
done?
too out of position. Is
Oh
not
my
going
God.
to be able to recover in the slightest. He goes
Ooh,
way
big
too
parry from
aggressively
Anne.
onto GS. And as a result, was just chunked down within seconds, the Viper ultimate coming through. And you saw as well, like, Ventus tried to peel for him and cover, knowing that the Viper ultimate would connect and trying to throw themselves into harm's way so that they would absorb the hits. But unfortunately, Sanzi is just isolated, uber focused down, and we are yet to see that ultimate come into play.
See, I'm not sure if who popped that 3-ban zone, whether or not it was Ventus or not, because it's possible that they tried to use the 3-ban zone to prevent the Viper ult from coming through and getting the stun. But essentially what happened was that Sansi wasn't able to do anything about it. Once the Viper, even if the Viper ult didn't come through and he wasn't stunned, realistically he was probably still going to get taken down. Yeah. And then because of the 3-ban zone, then you don't have the Wu Chen port to get you out. So everything just sort of went wrong for Ventus.
I feel from
it's hard to say who popped it. Realistically, I don't think we can really tell unless you manage to catch it. But still, definitely really unfortunate.
I think a little too over-aggressive. It's probably like Sansi was making that move. He was going straight for the throat, and I think everyone from the other side of Ventus wanted to play it a little bit slower, a little bit more by ear. The problem as well is that like when you're running into a Viper composition and you have a Viper, you can't pop your Viper ultimate after the Viper has already popped theirs, because if the stun connects, your ultimate gets cancelled. So it's a really tough spot for Ventus to be able to recover from. As a KZ gonna throw in a Monk ultimate, immediately finding a grab connection onto Wolves' 14, holding them in position, finding that slam, as we are going to see a Wu Chen TP being forced. KZ, however, can't actually go through the Gate of Yang to challenge it, since they've already used the Monk ultimate, so instead they're going to see where that Wu Chen TP took their opponent and chase them down, as OC are going to be chasing WBG at the moment. PP just stuck in stagger animation will be able to escape with their life, as we're going to see Temi ultimate coming through, making it a little bit harder for these members to be able to connect onto WBG, as Sleepwalker goes low, does have that Karumi ultimate to be able to heal himself a little while through, as Anli does get taken down by WBG's Jing, who went for the Yui ultimate to hound down these members, trying to use the pillar to hide away from Sleepwalker's grabs, and as a result, they just go straight into that Yue Shen Spear Slam, as Sleepwalker now out of the ultimate. With the help of PP, turns on to Slayer 2 versus 1 very quickly. Slayer's just locked in stagger, and we're going to see now Z-Ming throwing out that longsword, zoning with the horizontal click, as we see the hot swap onto the ranged come through, and WBG wrap up the Gate of Yang fight incredibly neatly. Very clean coming through from them to be able to walk away with a buff.
And KZ finally taking down Wolves as well. Wolves having aggressed onto KZ at the Realm of Yang portal, and then just having it quickly turned on their heads with the Monk ult coming out, grabbing that Viper ult being forced out to try and stay alive, and then the Wu Chen port as well coming in. They're just not having the ultimates, not having the communication to really survive this fight, and just being at a huge disadvantage after having been the aggressors in the first place. But here we are, moving over to Ventus, who has a bounty on GS here. All ultimates available, they have blue armors, they have all their ults. This right here is the moment of truth. Is this composition going to be able to take down GS? It looks like they're playing... Oh, GS is the team with the Matari. Okay, interesting. So this as well, also a very new composition. I don't think we've seen this before necessarily. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is kind of the duo composition. You know, in duos you tend to see quite a lot of Viper Matari, since Viper can essentially frontline and then use the ultimate, and then have Matari use ultimate as well to follow up and lock down the enemy team, so that they are like essentially unable to do anything about the Viper stun unless they have stuns available. So we will see how well it does. But here, WBG versus Alliance. PP getting taken down extremely low, but managing to get that Karumi ult off just in time. Alliance trying to burn them down through the Karumi ult. It doesn't look as though they're going to be able to do all that much. Lucky getting parried, taking a huge amount of damage. The 3-ban zone coming out. No ultimates available. Alliance just managing to salvage the situation, having not managed to kill the Karumi in time before she was able to get that ult down, but still managing to secure the kill. It looks like Lucky is going to get taken down before he's able to use his ultimate. Lin as well, getting stuck, unable to do anything. Bowder with the perfect timing attack. Very nicely done, able to come in and get that third party to secure those kills for themselves. Alliance Zwan trying to get away here. It doesn't look like they're going to let him go easily. Bowder is on the hunt. Oh, huge parry coming out from Moon. Very nicely done. Very nice scissor parry there from Moon. And it's just over. Lion committing his Yoto ult, but nothing more. And Bowder very happy with that third party here.
Oh, Alliance. It was so good for them. They had such a good engagement onto WPG. They were able to connect 2 Wisps onto Sleepwalker as well to be able to just chunk them down incredibly low. And then the third party just comes through, and because they're still in the no ult zone and trying to disengage from it, they're just not able to be able to use those to turn the tide, and Bowder just locks them down. As we're going to now see OC locking down OUG, the king, with that zip ultimate. Survive a little bit longer, baiting these members of OC towards that ballista, but it's not actually OUG who are in control of it, it's KZ. So unfortunately for OUG, it's still not a safe space. This Slayer tries to disengage, gets taken incredibly low. One more ballista shot and he's gonna go down, and he dies anyway to the fire tick damage. As now we're gonna see a Wuchen TP come through from TK. Ventus had started to move through. Still has not actually used the ultimate from Sanzi at the moment, as it is going to be
I think they used it at the very
TK
beginning, but other than that, no.
As now we're going to see KZ having to use this Monk ultimate. Already found 1 grab, takes a lot of damage, however. Waits for that Monk health to drop below 50%, then uses the Karumi ultimate to be able to keep Jen topped up. As we're actually going to see a pretty early Uation ultimate coming through from Lily. Try and push back these players. Ballista shot still going off in the distance as KZ are able to disengage OC. Try to take over that position. As GS
trying to mitigate the Viper stun, I think. But it essentially just, it forces everything out from that team as well. I'm pretty sure it was V2, because the Monk did in fact manage to get that double grab, but wasn't able to slam because of the silence coming through. Very unfortunate for that Monk there. GS now in shambles, sort of having used literally everything and not immediately disengaging. GS and Lioe just trying to space out here, going deep into the zone. It's gonna take a lot for them to try and come back after having just lost their Wu Chen. No Wu Chen in a Matari Viper Wu Chen comp is not what you want, and being stuck in the zone there, definitely not something you want either. Bowder looking like they managed to secure themselves a Morris here. Very nice. Looks like they're just simply waiting to pick up this buff to try and min-max and maximize the amount of time that they're going to have onto it. And there we have it. GS and Lioe getting taken down by 2 different teams. In fact, Ventus taking down the Viper. Oh, not the Viper, sorry. Actually, it was the Viper. And TK taking down the Matari. Unable to salvage the situation. Very unfortunate there. They did manage to force out everything from the team that they'd initially fought, but having Wu Chen ported out and then opting to go back to the scene of the crime, I don't know, man. It's a bit of a bit greedy, I think.
Because, like, you return back then, not only have you used all of your ultimates, you're also going back towards Ballista.
Yeah, exactly.
And because you were the one that disengaged, you don't have Ballista control. And there are teams still in the area that were fighting for Ballista control. So I think maybe getting a little bit in their own heads, maybe they wanted to see if they'd been able to actually see someone go down and root through the bodies, because, like, looking at the resources that they had available, they were pretty low in terms of Vitalia. They only had 3 when they went into that zone, so I think they wanted to try and restock off of some of the bodies that had been dropped. And unfortunately, the next bodies that dropped were their own, as it is going to be TK just taking a little bit of downtime, moving towards Shipwreck, just playing towards that Riptide dealers, buying as many soul jades as possible. WBG, we should point out as well, walked into a Gate of Yang and got it for absolute free. It is the second Gate of Yang spawning. A couple of teams were busy just chasing down some of those teams that they'd spotted, lacking some members and going for those kills. Other teams just deciding to bypass going for those Gate of Yangs. We've seen the consequences of losing a second spawning Gate of Yang fight. A lot of these teams just aren't really ever able to recover from playing that much off of the back foot. Everyone now as well, incredibly drilled in understanding teams, isolating teams down, knowing when they're going to be in that desperate situation that they have to continue a fight. So even if they do win a fight within the 4 minutes, it typically tends to cost like all of their ultimates and utilities, and then a third party comes through with all of these teams now waiting in the sidelines, and you maybe survive 5 seconds extra, and then you still go down regardless. So it's really not worth the risk for a lot of these teams. And we do see in these lobbies, a lot of the time, teams identifying which teams are more likely to go through. The likes of J Team, TE, having already qualified into playoffs, they're typically the ones who do go into the second spawning Gate of Yang fights, and then not in this lobby. And that's something that WBG have identified, and every single time we've actually seen a second Gate of Yang spawn, WBG have been posturing up to actually take that fight. They've identified that they're less likely to actually engage a team when they go through, and as a result, it is worth the risk.
Absolutely. And also another thing to mention is that these Transformer team compositions that are essentially they look to go to Yang, because with the traditional Transformers, with your Karumi, Yueshan, and Tianhai, you are at you have quite a big advantage over other team comps, as you're able to stagger your ultimates well, and you're able to typically come out on top in the realm of Yang. As one of the reasons why Attack on Titan, this Viper, Yoto, Wu-Chen composition is so good at dealing with Transformers, is because they're able to use the Wu-Chen port to... Oh my lord, I'm absolutely getting obliterated by the ranged. Doesn't actually go down, living on a sliver of HP. Wu-Chen managing to port him out there. Does it look
Not able to heal though. Ventus immediately push on Bowder, and as
I think they are going to make it out though.
Has not found the downtime. They are being pushed towards the zone. However, and Sanzi's going to hear that heal go through. Bowder's Moon is actually having to intercept the chases. We're actually going to see the bait. Ventus get baited into a Dragon Slayers, into a Nezhaz, and they're the ones that actually have to disengage with a Wu-Chen TP. Sanzi going incredibly low, will be ported out back to safety as Bowder now look to find that rubber band back in.
That was huge, actually.
Yeah, getting that connection, that interception from Moon to bail Mau is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, the hard stopper kick into the Viper stun, that's very, very, very nicely done there. Very good communication from Bowder, being able to salvage a very, very bad situation. But yeah, as I said, as I was talking about, so Transformers being able to win Realm of Yangs very consistently is one of the reasons why they opt to go for them almost no matter what. Because at the same time, you're weighing the risk versus the reward, and having really good loot on your Transformer composition is invaluable. Like, this composition scales extremely well. Both Yueshan and Monk scale very well with higher tier armor and weaponry, as their ultimates both scale in terms of health and damage. So a big priority for these traditional Transformer compositions. But as I was saying as well, with the Attack on Titan, with the Viper, Wu-Chen, Yoto, the reason why this composition is so good at killing this Transformer composition is because they're able to engage with the Viper and then force out one of the ultimates. Typically, the Yueshan ult is the best to force out, as it allows you to you use the Viper F, the silence, and then go into a Yoto ult, and then essentially it forces the Transformer comp into using one of their ultimates, i.e. the Monk ult or the Yueshan ult, and then you jump cancel the Yoto ult, keeping some of the rage, some of the charge of it, and then Wu-Chen port out and trade. And then essentially you can come back with the Viper ult and follow up on the team that you just fought, and they have a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
So,
but that rubber band
Realm of Yang,
lacks in the Gate of
hard
Yang.
to do this.
Yeah, because
In Realm
you
of Yang, you
can't
can't do
really TP out of a fight and then distance yourself from it, wait for those ultimates to be gone, and then move back in. And I think it's something that a lot of these teams very quickly realized. If you were taking that composition into a Gate of Yang, you use the Witch and TP to iframe. Whether it was a grab coming through from a monk or one of your players getting caught by a monk, you would then throw the Witch and TP out and everyone would be ported to relative safety for all of 2 seconds, and then the monk comp would still be within grabbing distance. And as a result, when we see these compositions, a lot of the time they don't actually go into the Gate of Yang fights. They just show up to where they spawn and force utility or ultimates out from the teams who want to walk into them, denying them entrance and denying them buffs as well, so that they can very quickly just maneuver and reposition. And if the team with that monk ultimate and composition do go through the Gate of Yang fight, they have the means of being able to reposition incredibly quickly with that Yoda, Wu Chen, and Viper. It's a very fast-moving composition, so you don't really get punished for playing that cheeky sort of style, I would say.
Yeah, the go in and out sort of sniping playstyle where you just try and get picks.
The sort of rubber band hit and run, I think, is the best way to describe the tempo of that specific composition. As poor TK at the moment, if you want to describe the definition of pain, TK are right there when you open the dictionary and turn to that page as they lose our lead. WBG's Jing with the musket actually able to snipe it as WBG Sleepwalker just picks those players up and holds them. The Jing to be able to chunk the armor and health bar down as TK now losing 2 of their members right out in the open as well. Are not going to be able to find an easy revive, especially because one of the ones that they lost was the Wu Chen. No way of being able to use the TP and carrying all of those kins to safety. Instead, it's now going to be down to the Viper to play for survivability for as long as possible, given that TK currently sitting on a decent amount of kills. They do want that kill multiplier to last. Maoman and Sheng Yuan both seeing each other. Maoman actually goes for the shot to oust the Viper out of their spot before any of that fire can be returned. And once again, TK and I are going to have to look for a safe position as all of these teams around them do the exact same. Everyone holding up on a specific posturing position so that they don't eat so much of this poke phase and can hold on to these resources for as long as possible, because when the zone starts to collapse in and these players get pushed together, positioning is going to be paramount for the monks to be able to find more value than those others around.
Absolutely. And another thing to mention is that we are yet again going into a tree endgame. So with all of these Vipers in play, we're going to be seeing a lot of drop-down ultimates from these Vipers, or at least I would hope to see, as it's the best way to go, essentially. The capability of going up to these trees, popping your ult at the top, and then dropping down onto unsuspecting enemy teams, it's extremely impactful, and you can essentially just get countless kills if you manage to do it at the opportune moments. But
that's why all of the Vipers are right there at the moment, and everybody is swapping to muskets and shooting to see whether or not they can find and dislodge any of those players. As JDG's LSR is going to use that Viper ultimate into the dagger uppercut. Ventus's WX98 now decides to make their move. Just
big grab
to dodge around the grab, but Sleepwalker isn't able to land 2, finds the 3rd, and now Ventus's WX98 is so far away from the rest of their teammates. Is able though to make it towards the back of one of those trees, so Sleepwalker not able to find that follow-up, and WX98 will survive and make it back towards their team. But Jiu and Sanzi both already going to be in the can form as WBG Sleepwalker now missing that monk ultimate. having to go towards that cannon and regenerate the rage as quickly as possible. What used to be a lot of trees is now very quickly moving into a lot of open space, and that's why all of these Vipers are using their ultimates at the moment, trying to find these kills and lock them down as quickly as possible, forcing out things like the Uation ultimate like you talked about earlier, as WBG's Jing moves forward PP off of the back of that Uation, creating that space, is able to take down JDG's LSR, as Jing now is just free to hound down these members all around the edges of the zone towards everybody else, looking to set Sleepwalker up, that no one is able to hide behind the trees away from the Monk hands. As PP with the pole sword finishes off KZ's Lily. Sleepwalker's still going. KZ trying to use the last couple of trees to keep themselves safe, but Sleepwalker's just going to round the corner and push onto these players. And the closer you are towards the edge of that zone, the easier it's going to be for Sleepwalker to find the grab and slam you outside of it. As he now drops out of the monk form, uses that belt, goes towards the central belt to make sure that no one is able to find a revive, swapping towards the flamer and just toasting the audacity of KZ to try and go for that revive onto Lily out in the open, as KZ's Jen now is going to go for the Monk ultimate, trying to cover the space for Hazley to be able to find the Tether connection onto Lily and look for that revive as Ventus goes down once again. Bauda taking them out of the mix. Karumi Tether still actually applied onto some of these Kens as the Viper ultimate comes down. WBG are the ones that are able to find a lot of value from it, however, as Merman now decides to use their ultimate. Not a lot of places to be able to line out of sight from that ult connection.
What is going
We're
on?
going to see the Viper turned on to not able to find the Sun connection, but Ventus's WX98 is, however, as WBG's Jing frames out of the stun by using the Uation ultimate, and it's going to be WBG surely to walk away with another MVP, as they now just have to deal with the cleanups of the players around them. Bauda gonna have to throw in that Wuchen TP to iPrim and survive a little bit longer, as Moon, not able to escape, is hounded down by the two teammates of WBG before Sleepwalker has the time to actually be able to find the grab
mid-air.
as he hits the grab mid-air onto JDG's Kopi, and it's going to be WBG that are able to walk away with an MVP. Sleepwalker coming absolutely alive in those final couple of zones. Such a good synergy of Jing using that Uation to just hound everyone outside of the cover, so Sleepwalker finally is able to find the grabs onto the players chased out in front of them.
Doing an extremely good job of staggering their ultimates and staying alive in this Viper-riddled endgame. But so one thing I did want to talk about is that Transformers is actually a reasonably good counter almost to your Viper F3 shenanigans, as it allows you to, if not executed correctly, it's not going to allow you to get any value from this F3, as the Karumi can literally cleanse it, and then when if the Transformer gets hit by the F3, then the Transformers can either get cleansed or transform into their ultimates, where it removes the debuff, and then even then it doesn't really matter because they've just transformed into their ult. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know, the execution of this Viper with F3 is so incredibly precise that it becomes very difficult to actually take down these traditional Transformer compositions. And also on top of this, the fact that they haven't had anywhere near as much time to practice it as they have on the traditional Transformers, on your Karumi, Uation, Monk, as it is the most played comp in trios in professional play throughout all time for NARAKA. Like we've never seen a composition played more, I don't think, throughout the entire history of NARAKA. So these teams who've had so much time to practice it are very comfortable, and now teams coming in trying to change things up, trying to use this Viper F3 and V2 in new and different ways to try and kill these teams who've practiced so much. It's going to be difficult, and it's going to come down a lot to the individual skill of the Viper and the ability to get these opportunities and open up these players to be able to actually get any value So yeah, it's very difficult to do, and I'm quite surprised that a Viper team didn't end up coming out on top, considering it was Tree endgame. But I mean, it's WBG. They're feeling, they're doing well. They're covering
I think it also
everything.
didn't help that we went from having access of like 12 trees to 3. It was really tough on those Vipers, where I think everyone had been hoping that the tree that they'd picked would still be in zone, and when they saw where the zone was collapsing, that realization was like, oh, okay, these are all going to be outside of where we need to be, so we're all just going to have to use our Viper ultimates now to be able to reposition, because we're going to be able to cycle into another one after we've been able to actually position ourselves on the correct tree. And unfortunately, that gamble did not pay off for a lot of those teams who, when they tried to go for aggressive plays off of Viper ultimates, opening it up, lost members because of how close and rapid every single Viper composition tried to make a move, and WBG just got to profit off of that because all 3 of their members are able to survive. So much attention is on the Viper compositions, everyone trying to duel out the Viper that dropped next to them after Viper ultimate after Viper ultimate after Viper ultimate goes off, and it's an arms race to see who can capitalize the most on it. WBG distance themselves from the fight. They play it very, very smartly. They push themselves a little bit more towards the sidelines, knowing that even if they do get caught by the Viper ultimates, because they're so far away from where everyone else is playing, no one's going to make the trek to actually push onto them when they're that stunned. Everyone else is going to be going for the plays closer to them so that they can try and do as much damage as possible before the stun wears off, and potentially either find a pick or chunk you down low enough that you essentially find a pick even once the stun's gone through. And WBG, as a result, are one of the few teams who keep all 3 of their players alive when we see all of the Vipers actually ult.
And on top of that, the playstyle of using the trees to your advantage to drop down with the Viper ult, it doesn't work as well when you have V2. Since V2, you're only getting 2 seconds to really do anything. If you don't have your teammates in position and ready to go, you're not going to get anywhere near as much value as you would have done with V1. V1 allowing you to get a stun off for 5 seconds, it's nowhere near. It's just not enough. 2 seconds is not enough time to get a considerable amount of value out with your V2. So realistically, it's you have to change how you play this, because in their minds they're all thinking, okay, it's tree endgame, we're going top of the trees, we're gonna drop down with our ults and we're just gonna kill, but then they get the stun, it's 2 seconds long, and like, wait, no, stop transforming, no, and then you just die. You know, there's just not all that much they can really do. You know,
no,
and
then
on top of that,
to just take away all of the sounds, and you can just voice over all of the
sound effects,
all of the weapon damages, all of the ouchies and the boo-boos, as Jing is going to be walking away with a well-earned MVP, I will say. It's not Sleepwalker. He was coming in, I think, with the majority of the kills that go down into endgame, but it is Jing who provides the assistance to be able to set that up. Also, can we just talk about it? We've talked about Cannon, we've talked about significant Soul Jade matchups. Armor Piercer and Slow Shot combined, no wonder we would sometimes see Sleepwalker grab a player, hold them in position, and then they would be gone because Jing would just go towards that musket shot, find the kill necessary, break the armor on the first hit, and immediately chunk through that health. But he was doing such a good job, and I love, like, you want to talk about the Vipers having to dash onto the fly. WBG decided not to stagger the Monk ultimate into the Eurasian ultimate because they saw that all of the trees were super close to the edges of the zone. And what they did was they were like, okay, we know Sleepwalker's not going to get pressured. We know the Viper ultimates have already gone off. We're going to use our Eurasian ultimate at the same time because everyone is going to be stuck hiding around the back of those trees, and they're going to have to make 3 decisions. Either they stay at the back of the tree and they go down to Jing, they tap dodge away from Jing and they go into zone tick damage, or they tap dodge away from the zone tick and Jing and they go into Sleepwalker. Really good plan. coming through
Exactly.
from WBG to be able to just keep those players cramped up in their positions so that the Vipers who'd already used all of their ultimates don't get the freedom to build another and challenge WBG if they haven't been able to win the entire battle once those ultimates drop out.
No, absolutely. And just one more thing about that musket. Over 11,000 damage with max attack. So he had Armor Pierce, Assault Smolder, and a fully stacked Juggernaut, I'm assuming. So that means that you have plus 32% attack, as Juggernaut gives you increased attack separate to your normal attack stat buff. So 32% is the highest potential. And then, I mean, desperation aside, that's the most amount of damage you're going to get. And then on top of that, you have slow shot with a purple musket, armor pierce. You are literally just one-shotting people. You can quite literally do over 1,000 damage with a musket with that amount of attack damage and just completely one-shot somebody as long as they don't have a lot of range resist. And it's extremely powerful, and there aren't all that many people who do it as well as some. For me, I can't use slow shot to save my life. I swear to, I can't. There's something that throws me off about the fact that the FOV changes so much with slow shot with musket, in comparison to every other range weapon. Because if you actually notice with musket, when you ADS, when you right click and you zoom in, it's much more zoomed in than any of the other range weapons. So
yeah, it
kind of throws you off. I don't know, for me, it just throws me off way too much, and I can never land any shots. It's just a pain. But there are some players out there who have obviously spent a considerable amount of time practicing it, and their aim with it is extremely good, and they get so much value. And it just goes to show 11k plus musket damage. That's insane. That's insane. And yeah, I don't know. I need to practice it. I need to practice slow shot.
See, I call the strategy the zoom and enhance. You better call them an ambulance.
Wait, what? Call an ambulance, but not for me.
There are some teams that honestly, like, they are just able to find so many kills off of that particular combination of slow shot and armor piercer. I think honestly the player that is the best at musket, and I'm sure Rune will back me up on this, is GG's Miskia. I wish I could go through all of the VODs and count the amount of kills that Miskia has been able to pick up in terms of musket. I'm pretty sure it probably accounts for about 75% of the kills that he has posted. He is insane with that weapon.
He does not skip the Kovacs. He does not skip the AIM Labs training, guys. Get in the AIM Labs. Well, actually, sadly, there's no real way of practicing those the range weapons, at least not to my knowledge, other than just going into training range and doing it that way through the game. One cool thing that would be nice.
There's the little target boards that float around the map that are carried by the birdies now.
No, true. But when it comes to, like, for example, with some games, like, you can go into something like AIM Labs or Kovacs, and there's presets for the FOV and all of that sort of thing. That's something that I tried to create myself. I tried to create a custom one a while ago so I could practice. Didn't manage to figure it out. So yeah, you kind of have to use just training range. But perhaps one day we could see that. That would be really cool, because I'd love to be able to go in and practice my aim and get as good with slow shot as some of these players.
I tell you what, one day, right, we're gonna go into a custom lobby, and I'll just run around and jump and scale rush, and you can try and hit me with a musket.
Just run around and just aim training in customs. That's actually a pretty good idea. I might actually do that. With my team as well.
Now you know how I warm up. I hit someone up in my friends and I'm like, hey, can you just
can I shoot you for about 20 minutes? Just try and not get hit. Thank you. And also with the addition to the custom room setup now, you can incorporate lots more things. They've recently added the ability to put a shop or a Riptide dealer into a custom game now, and you can buy soul jades for any of the weapons, and you can buy the normal special stats soul jades as well. Very, very nice addition. I applaud NARAKA for implementing this, along with the ability to set it so that whenever you get a kill, you get your health reset, all these sorts of things, all these nice little quality of life things, which I'm very happy to see implemented into the custom room mechanic, or whatever you may call it. But anyway, less on that and more on this upcoming game. What are we going to see? Are we going to see the ACOS? We saw the one ACOS
we haven't
from
really
Ventus.
talked about the ACOS performance, because what is there to say other than it worked for one kill, and then there was a little bit of a misplay coming through from Ventus, and we didn't really get to see the ACOS after, because it was unfortunately out of the lobby pretty early on.
Yeah, I feel like with ACOS, if you do make a mistake like that, like they did on the outskirts of Celestra, and just send your ACOS in without previously ulting and without like immediate support, you're going to just get blown up, and there's very little you can do there. So
because he wasn't running the V3, was he?
No, he was running V1 with F1. F1 being the slam, the damage reduction sort of reset ability that allows you to essentially run in and tank a considerable amount of damage, and then the V1 being the ultimate that allows you to do the 3 Tiger Strikes. I
suppose that it makes sense that they sort of don't want to feel like the V3, considering if you do make it towards that final zone, like, you're going to have a lot of power in zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7, but every single zone before it is going to be incredibly rough. You do stop a third party from coming through, but it's sort of used in the same way as a Tammy ultimate, right? Where it dissuades the third party, but the second that someone sees that, okay, that's used up, we're going to push aggressively in onto you, and you don't have it to be able to zone everybody else out. Maybe I could see people like using it to just lock someone down, and then the team just backing off to be able to put other teams in worse positions, so that when the cage runs out, they're the ones that get caught in the crossfire, and you can use it to reposition and rotate yourself out of danger.
Yeah, it can be a very good disengage tool. That is true. If you manage to hit all 3 members on an enemy team with an ACOS V3, then it's very hard for them to follow up. And I mean, you can use it as a lockdown tool. You essentially you're committing 2 ultimates with ACOS V3 and let's say a Viper ult. You commit both, and you essentially just wombo combo a team, and potentially if you manage to secure the ultimates onto priority targets such as either Wu Chen or Karumi or things such as this, it becomes a very devastating to certain compositions if you manage to take out their primary support and primary kiting and survivability character. However, you are committing multiple ultimates to try and do this, so it's a trade-off. It depends on how you want to play and what the tempo of the game really is. But here we are, moving in to Game 5, and Sansi is going at it again. He's not happy with his previous performance on ACOS, and he wants to bring it out again and show us what's what with ACOS, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be doing with this.
Experimenting. I feel like if Ventus hadn't had that amazing pop-off game in game number 1 where they literally came in and broke records, they would be playing a little bit more safe compositions. And they're just sort of like testing the water with this one, because they're so far ahead in terms of that leaderboard. Should be noted as well that GS are going to be trying to rerun the same composition they didn't have the most amount of success with in that last game either. Yep, they have the Matari back into the mix, and we're going to be headed off back towards Holarov. No one actually going to be hot dropping onto Salvation Podium, so no puzzle solving happening quite yet, as WBG immediately finding a fight with OUG. Temi rather Wisp coming through. At the moment, as WBG just not able to actually find weapons. Jin goes down incredibly quickly, as with the nunchucks. going to be able to claim that kill, as now WBG with a repeating crossbow have been able to deter OUG's aggression, but they rubber band back in. The revive has come through onto Jing, however he gets grapple cancelled before he's able to fully retreat, and he gets taken down once again as OUG's SS now trying to provide a little bit of space.
We got the third party coming in though as well.
But the third party is coming through, and it's actually going to be successful as WBG are stuck, sandwiched between two teams. TK taking a little bit longer to invite themselves to the party, coming with better loot, and as a result very quickly tear through the remaining members of WBG, allowing the members of OUG to be able to make it out. As I do believe, Ventus off of screen already going to be sitting at 3 kills. So it feels like they've been able to work out how they want to play this composition a little bit better. Going to be interested to see whether or not we're going to see any change up in terms of utility that Sansi is running, or whether or not they are going to be sticking to the utility that we'd seen previously and just not even fielding towards that B3 and F3 that we thought would be the go-to in trios.
Indeed. Here we have KZ versus JDG. The Yoto ult having been committed already to counteract the Tumult ult, but not enough to keep them alive. KZ have the Wu-Chen ult available, but it looks as though they're not opting to commit it here, as both of his teammates are already dead, and he, I'm assuming, hadn't already placed the port somewhere safe to potentially get a reset. And we have GS versus OC in the snowy region. GS and on that Matari, having already used the ultimate, they have managed to secure a kill onto one member. 2 now. GS making it work versus OC. Very nice. Surprising, to be honest with you. I mean, Matari Viper can be rather hard to deal with, as if you use the ultimates in conjunction with each other, in a similar way that you could do with V3, ACOS, and Viper. You're essentially using the Matari ult to lock down these enemy team members, and using that Viper ult to just follow up, stun, and secure the kill. And having that Wu-Chen to port you out in case things go wrong, or in case you need to get away from a third party. It can be extremely hard to deal with. However, I do feel like there are better ways of doing this. There's better ways to run this sort of composition. It works very differently to how the Yoto Viper Wu-Chen comp runs and how it's been used in the past, where the Yoto Viper Wu-Chen composition typically tries to force one of the ultimates out with the Viper silence onto one, and then Yoto ult to pressure the member of the team who hadn't been silenced into ulting, and then trading with your Wu-Chen ult and coming back with 1.5 ult, so to speak, with the Viper silence being so impactful in fights. If you can silence the person who still has ult on the enemy team that you just got away from, you can essentially make it so that there's very little that they can do to counteract this aggressive play. But yeah, with the wombo combo version of this composition with Viper being brought into the mix, it's very different. It's very different to how it's usually played. But here we have Wolves versus Bowder. Wolves with that Viper F3 chunking down the Yoto. Viper ult now coming out from Bowder. Oh, and it looks like Wolves just managed to get away, but they didn't port far enough, and they were all still stunned as well. Wolves 14 just getting picked off by that bow. But Bowder, it looks like they're just getting Uno reversed.
Yeah, turn around.
But they have the Moonbane down as well, though, and a huge move onto Bowder. Bowder trying to come out on top of this, doing extremely good job, but then just getting turned on completely. The Moonbane just
absolutely shatters them, as we're going to see revives now coming out, but are not able to push back onto Wolves until that Bane's Breath runs out. Allows both of those teams to actually find the revives onto their down teammates, as we're going to have a look at Ventus once again going toe-to-toe with GS. This is the problem, I think. Like you said, the wombo combo of that Matari and the Viper's 2 ultimates for essentially 1 kill. Are you going to have the burst damage to be able to chunk through some of these teams? Doesn't really appear like it, as GS's Arn is getting hounded down by the members.
It's possible that you could do it if you manage to scale effectively.
Yeah, it feels though like they're trying to push this composition to be counter Viper comp as opposed to counter Monk comp. Because you have that Viper to be able to challenge the other Viper. But you also have the Matari to be able to throw the ultimate in, so that what you can essentially do, which other Viper compositions going up against other Vipers can't, is you can be the Viper that ults second because you actually let the Matari ult first. Everyone then goes into that stealth form, and you don't actually connect with a Viper ultimate onto a Matari mid ult, because it takes you out of line of sight. So you can still keep that pressure on some of these Viper compositions, and if they try and use a Viper ultimate to either third party or look for that engagement, you're actually going to be able to hold your ground. Something that I think a lot of these teams have been punished significantly when they get forced into pulling back, especially now at the moment where the Wuchen TP is just so easy to track where they've gone to. You invite not just aggression from the team you're running from, but also teams from all of the areas around you. So being able to not use that Wuchen TP to be able to pull away from a Viper ultimate and have it in the back pocket if you do lose a member and need to reposition is going to potentially be incredibly important for some of these teams. But tradition is tradition, and these compositions are meta for a reason. Going to be able to find a Viper Stun, not able to find a kill quite yet at the moment, however, Zip sustainability. There's nothing to joke about. As now we're going to see JDG's LSR go down, and it's just going to be a matter of cleanup. Kopi taking a lot of pressure now. The only member of JDG left in KZ are just going to be able to find the grapple cancels to stop that reposition and disengagement from coming through. And now it's just how long can they hold out for?
Yeah, indeed. It's just a cleanup there. They get a huge Viper ult, and then it's just GG. There wasn't very much they could do, it seemed. I'm not sure if they had a big ult disadvantage or what, but it just seemed as though there was very little they could have done in this moment. But moving back to Matari Viper, I feel like this composition is an attempt at countering specific compositions, as you said, countering that Viper. However, I feel as though if you're going to try and do that, you can't really run the Wuchen. It depends. It's like you can use it as a wombo comp and use Viper, Matari at the same time, try and get as many kills as you can, and then teleport out if need be. Or you can try and run it in such a way that you're using the Matari ult reactively as opposed to aggressively, and then you use it to counteract an enemy Viper. But that means that your Viper is inherently not going to get value out of the ultimate unless you're combining the ults, so it's very hard to do. But here we have Sansi Ventus versus Alliance. Sansi on that ACOS WX98, already having been taken down. Sansi trying to make something happen, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do anything at all into Takeda zipping Tumulk there. Just not able to deal with that Tumulk ult. OUG now versus WBG. Both teams, it seems, am I correct in saying that both teams have lost a member? I think so.
The King is down for OUG.
Yeah.
And yep, WBG are missing PP.
Yeah. Jing taking a huge amount of damage, sending out that wind slash off of the Tumulk F. Very nicely coordinated there. And WBG Jing as well getting parried. Getting absolutely obliterated by that pole sword. Huge amount of damage coming out from that purple pole sword. The single attack, the one hit damage from those heavy weapons on the parry is huge. The amount of damage that you can output is insane, and even if you have a combo breaker, you are not going to avoid it as it is one hit, and you cannot use the combo breaker until you've been broken out of the stagger. At least something.
Oh, that's WBG and Ventus both using the exact same solo.
Oh.
Both of these teams on the back losing end of a Gate of Yang fight. Both of these teams looking to try and find this kill as quickly as possible. WBG.
Oh no,
to actually
no,
force
no,
out that Wuchen TP, but Ventus teleport right in to a third party coming through from OUG with that Temi ultimate locking these players down. As OUG are able to take down GU from Ventus. This is what we talked about, having that Wuchen TP. It's not always freedom. Sometimes it can pull you right into even more danger. As WBG see that third party come through, now turn onto the members of OUG. Sanzi having to pop that ultimate and just try and play with the movement to keep themselves out of being locked down by these two teams that are after him. WBG going to try to push onto Ventus OUG, intercepting at the moment. The bell's being popped. It's an absolute scrap to see who can come out on top. The Sleepwalker does take down OUG Jinyu. Sansi still alive at the moment, not coming through in the kill feed. Waits for his moment. WBG keep OUG entirely occupied, allowing him to move out. OUG, however, having won a Gate of Yang, will be able to reposition with this Vermilion Bird's Might. This is why they went incredibly aggressive. This is why they continue to hold themselves in that forward position. Even though they do get taken down by WBG, they are still able to continue. And crucially for WBG, Vermilion Bird's Might in play still drops Soul Bloom off of the bodies of the players that had the buff. So they've been able to drop the Yang depletion. Ventus, however, still going to be in the area to try and push back onto those members as GS and Alliance scrapping it out over towards Temple. Don't know if the chandelier's been dropped just yet, as we're going to see GS having to use that Wuchen TP, find the revive onto Anne, and then immediately continue to remain on the move as Alliance are trying to hunt down where exactly that team ran to.
Wait a second, was that? I think GS is running V3 Viper. What?
That's one you don't see every day.
So forget everything we were talking about combining Viper and Matari, because that's not what they're doing at all. They're using V3 and Matari. What? With Wuchen?
You know what? I would really love to see Takeda. If they want to play Matari and they're missing that burst damage, put a Takeda in. Punish, like, actually take advantage of the openings that Matari lockdown and Viper ultimate alone could provide you. Instead of trying to field a Wu Chen for the reposition, I guess. Or maybe it's for the poke phase. Like, they know that they're going to take a lot of shots coming through from repeating crossbows, muskets, and cannons, and they don't feel safe without a Wu Chen wind walls to protect them.
I don't know. This comp seems extremely
strange,
bad. This is a horrible comp.
I'm trying to like look at it from their perspective.
Sorry, but
you're just like, no, this is bad.
This is not good. I'm sorry. This is horrible. This is a terrible. What's the point of this comp? What do you get out of it?
It could be worse. They could be running Retrace Matari. Like, I think that's my biggest pet peeve when I see Matari players when they're running the Retrace, because the second that they use the blink, everyone just gathers around to see whether or not the Matari recalls, and you're just like, oh, sweet.
Like, this comp is essentially just entirely based around V3 preventing ult utilization, but that's something that can be line of sighted really easily a lot of the time. And you can even counter it by just simply having Phantom Step for, you dodge and then press ult. Yeah, but or you have your Matari or whatever, or do you just trade Wuchen ult? I mean, if you manage to get that line of sight to avoid it.
I don't know how it's going to scale. Like, you don't have any means of challenging Gate of Yang fight. You don't have any means of immediately blocking off Morris Blessings.
Yeah, Matari just doesn't do anything either. Like, she gets maybe 3, maybe 4. She'd have to really be spamming that F backstab while in ult to get 4. But like, even then, like, where's your damage source? What are you managing? What are you actually gonna do? Like, you can maybe get 1 kill, but then is that it? Like, realistically, I feel like every other team that's being played right now is just always going to either out-sustain you or out-damage you, and you're never going to get any value from it. Like, having F3 potentially can work, but
this is why you run Takeda, as we can see that both of these teams are running Takeda, and both of these teams are doing some significant damage. OUG's FF getting to actually throw out that left click on the pulse sword, connecting onto Alliance's Lin. As it is just going to be OUG now, having taken 1 down, 2 down, getting to stack up and play that stagger game that unfortunately affects so many of us in trios. When you start to lose those numbers, it really is a significant detriment. As micro and macro entirely go out the window, and it literally just becomes an all-out brawl.
Yeah, I mean, thinking a little bit more about it, I mean, this Viper V3 with Matari and then Wu Chen, like, the entire comp is essentially just based around getting 1 kill and leaving, and that's it. Like, that's literally it. There's nothing you can really... You can never get more than 1 kill. Maybe 2 if they're stacked up, if they're grouped up and they don't have anything available to them and you're extremely geared. Like, if you're extremely scaled and you had a lot of weapons, maybe you can make it work. But even then, it's like you're creating a composition that's based too much on conditional factors. Like, there are too many variables that make it so that essentially the composition is never going to be a consistent composition. You're never going to be able to truly rely on it. It's not going to work the majority of the time. You're going to get picked off. You're going to, like, things don't always go according to plan as well. You can't always get that 1 kill and get out again. Maybe your Wu Chen gets silenced. Maybe your Wu Chen gets caught and just can't do anything. You know, like. And that's why I'm saying that this composition realistically I feel like they didn't really think it through. I'm not gonna lie.
It could be the hero point rule. It could be that factor.
But they've run it
where
twice
they're saving their hero points. Yeah, that is the thing that is a little bit of a wrinkle in that hypothesis. As it is going to be Alliance and Wolves at the moment. Alliance having to just distance themselves for the fight temporarily until that Viper ultimate is gone. Alliance now being able to box all of Wolves inside of this small room. With that, Takeda going to be doing a lot of work as we see the Wu Chen TP immediately come through as Wolves realize that they cannot fight in that close quarters against the Takeda mid-ultimate and wisely choose to distance themselves until that Takeda ultimate has been removed. As Alliance start to go on the move of trying to figure out where Wolves have. I like the adaptation of Wolves. They actually teleport a very short distance. And Alliance do not know where they ran to. Problem is, the bell is about to cycle back into play, and now Alliance know exactly what Wolves have done. They've given them the old runaround and carouselled Alliance back towards Plumed as Wolves now make a retreat for the tower. Now, if they can get on top of that tower, Alliance are potentially going to have to back off. And Wolves are really going to be hoping that that is going to be pushing Alliance a little bit further back. But Wolves don't actually immediately go for tower control. Instead, they allow Alliance to go towards tower, and Wolves just continue to be so hard for Alliance to pin down, continuing to lead this team all the way around this particular circle. And all the while, we've seen other teams actually getting into distance. And this is the worst thing for Alliance. You can see that timer on the left side of the screen. They have a minute to find a kill at the moment. And because Wolves have just not allowed Alliance to actually be able to fully push her in onto this team, there it is, that ballistic control that we were talking about, that they've retreated and baited Alliance into taking a fight around. Wolves of Sorrow is now going to be in line of fire, but Alliance still haven't been able to lock him down.
Oh no.
Oh, Lucky got the sword
14 finally getting taken down there, and LXX as well. Sorrow just sat on the ballista tower like, what are you guys doing down there? Are you trolling? What's going on? And there we have Bowder now coming in with the third party. Alliance Lin already being taken down, unable to use his ultimate at all. Bowder cleaning it up. I don't think they're going to be able to get this res onto LXX.
Not if they want to live, because Bowder are.
Oh wait, and 14 already died as well. They already caught him as well. Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorrow. It's rather sorrowful yet again. Yeah, left on his own.
Once
I'm not
again,
sure
third
he's
party.
gonna get out of this.
The optimal way of play. This is why,
Indeed.
like we talk about, like that second Gate of Yang fight, it's so punishing.
Indeed.
As Lion TT has been able to spot where Wolves of Sorrow has ran to, and he's leading them into the zone. Might be able to take Lion TT down with a really good connection off of that pulse sword. Lion TT having to actually drop the F to keep
Wait, do they
themselves
have
safe.
time? How close are they to the zone?
They have
Wait a second.
2 Vitalia. They're going to have to be careful though, like you said, about
Zone
where
4.
exactly they end up, because they're going to be taking a lot of damage from that zone tick, which entirely ignores shielding and rips straight into your health bar. And they're going to be popping up a lot of resources down into a lot of these players who already have positions picked out for themselves and control of this Morris Blessing that TK are going to be looking to pick up, immediately dropping that Temi ultimate the second that the box spawns so that they can get that legendary armor onto their Takeda.
Indeed. Committing the Tamal call is exactly what you need to be doing here, especially considering that you had only one of them with purple armor and 2 with blue going into an end game. This is your salvation. Managing to secure this box with the legendary armor and the epic armor to be able to upgrade 2 of your teammates' armor it's huge. This is their saving grace. This is what they needed going into this end game, and it is something that you are typically looking to focus on doing with Tumulk, as most Tumulk comps are typically called box compositions, where your focus in the game is usually going to be to secure the box and the Morris, so that you can get those high tier weaponry and the high tier armors, because it essentially allows you to accelerate lead very well, and even come back from a bad spot, like we just saw the Tumulk team not having armors, having 2 blue armors, and now coming back and coming away with gold and purples all around. So definitely really nice for them. GS here still alive. I don't know, man. Wait,
They've got a
also
good position too.
Luo Ye, he has the new dual blade skin. How did he get that? What? This
He
skin
also has legendary dual blades using.
Yeah, the legendary dual blade. I was focusing on the skin, but like they're gold too.
You were window shopping. You're like, oh, I mean, not going to lie, I'm the same when I see some of the skins that these players are using. Like, they always seem to get the max level battle pass skins incredibly quickly.
This is actually a skin that you can only get through ranked rewards. That's a skin that you can only get through the ranked rewards of this season, and ranked rewards from this season aren't going to be awarded until the end of the season. So I'm really confused as to how he's managed to get his hands on that skin, but I don't know. Perhaps they just simply have access to it.
I thought it was the
through
season that
NBPL.
had just ended, wasn't it? It was the Wu Chen skin and the dual blades.
See, I thought so too, but I'm pretty sure it isn't, unless I'm tripping, because I haven't seen a single person use that skin, and I was under the impression that it was only available through ranked rewards at the end of this current season. I may be wrong. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. Regardless, they're in a pretty decent spot here.
Yeah,
but
we've
look at
seen
this
teams
end
actually
zone.
win in that spot. Like, there was a zone that collapsed. It wasn't GS. I think it might have been GG. It was either GG or WBG last year in the regular season. We're actually able to find a win off of this very type of zone because they had control of that cave. Because they waited for everyone to sort of spar over this high ground so that they could control that ranged poke phase and hold on to as many ultimates as possible while still applying pressure onto the teams below, but then when pressure was turned onto them, they can just hide themselves out of line of sight on this cliff face. And then when the zone actually started moving, all of the people who'd taken a lot of pressure from all of the teams above ground were actually pushed when they wanted to try and find reset moments to either heal or repair some of their weapons, would be pushed towards that cave in particular, and they would be pushed towards the team that were waiting to pounce on teams that are at a disadvantage and being shepherded towards their waiting hands. As you can see, GS is starting to move, making their presence known in case any of these teams in the surrounding area gets the idea of looking to control that space, and TK just have to continue to move.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always it's always much easier to go down instead of up when trying to reset in NARAKA. So if you're on the high ground, let's say you're split up, you're on multiple levels, one of your teammates is getting really low, and you're trying to regroup. If you're trying to go up, it's always going to be far more difficult than going down, since you can simply just jump and then press your crouch button and fly and hit the ground extremely quickly. So it's much more easy to reset in that way and regroup. But if someone's waiting on the ground floor, you might be in for a bit of a surprise, as they might be lying in wait, ready to take you down, ready to pick up the scraps of and get those low effort kills on people who may be forced to reset by going down to the ground floor. But an exciting endgame, actually, with all these mountains, this terrain, all of this. It looks really cool. I like that. I like it a lot, actually.
Lots
there's
of spaces
so much.
To
yeah, there's so
sharp
many
corners. I think it's like the thing to take away. There's a lot of corners, there's a lot of caves, there's a lot of places to be able to dodge out of places like the Viper ultimate. GS unfortunately having been pushed out of that cave by the zone. Repositioning, not going to be able to find a place of safety. One of them gets stuck in a Temi-Wisp, and from there it's just lights out. At this stage in the game, and we'd already commented on the lack of the loot that they weren't really able to stand and hold their ground. As you can see, Bowder and KZ had actually both moved to push GS out of that position. As KZ now are going to be the ones trying to hold themselves alive and in this particular space for as long as possible, as all around them, everybody else tries to play for a safe spot and hold on to as much resources as possible. KZ have to run away, their back gets turned towards that zone, and immediately it's going to be TK coming in with the eviction. As Hazley taking a lot of damage, is not able to survive and reposition as Bowder's line TT decides it's time to go high, using that Yoda ultimate, applying a little bit more pressure, chasing away all of these other teams who were looking to try and grab their spaces. GS and TK both wanting to hold on to the cave. OUG not opting for the cave, but still wanting to hold themselves on the low ground, just having to charge up the Merciless Havoc to prevent anyone from trying to drop down
JJH.
and land onto OUG. But like you said, JJH at the moment with Godly on that cliff face, if they can find a grab onto one of these players below and separate them so far away from the rest of their team, it's as good as a death sentence. But Godly's just not able to get past the terrain. As here we go, everyone scrapping for that cave control.
What is going
Who's
on?
going to come out on top? Bowder's line TT goes incredibly low. Temi ultimate being used, as we can see that Takeda ultimate doing significant work for TK. Cheng Yuan with the ult, trying to push onto all of these teams in the area to lock this space up for TK to have alone. Phoenix Blast on that longsword, connecting onto the members of Bowder, forcing them into the zone tick and away from the longsword follow-up. And as a result, that should be TK getting to hold themselves alive a little bit longer, as above their heads, the ceiling is shaking from all of the action. JDG, JJH Alliance, everyone scrapping out to hold on for as long as possible. OUG entirely unnoticed at the moment, waiting for that opportunity. But like you said, the struggle for this team is going to be getting on top. Are they going to be able to survive scaling up this cliff when the zone collapses out? As JDG and JJH might actually do OUG's work for them. The two teams that were scrapping for the high ground pressure each other into the sidelines, and as a result, they go into the zone tick, and OUG, they seize the moment. They grapple on top. The pulse comes through from SS. The grapple cancels to lock onto the members of Alliance, so that OUG are the only ones remaining in this space. Temi ultimate coming into play, and every single team around them can do nothing but allow OUG to be able to stand ahead of everyone in the lobby. TK now coming back in, trying to challenge Takeda ultimate, pushing onto these members of OUG. And it's gonna be Shen Yuan with the longsword, the Phoenix Blast collapsing onto the members. But were the kills enough for OUG, off of being the second last team standing, going to walk away with MVP? We're gonna find out in a matter of moments. You can see them right there, the relief on the faces Oh my goodness, that went from 0 to 60 miles per hour in the absolute blink of an eye. OUG doing a very good job of figuring out when to go aggressive, when to make their move, and they're gonna be able to walk with an MVP.
Holy moly. See, I was looking at the scoreboard and I saw only one monk. There may have been another, but I could only see JJH's Godlay on that monk, and I thought that it's possible that they can end up coming out on top with that first place finish if they manage to maintain the high ground and keep Godlay alive, and keep him alive long enough so that he can use his ultimate to reset his health pool in the final zone and essentially prevent his team from being able to from dying and being knocked out before the very end. So at the very least, either drawing or coming out on top with that first place. But Godlay, unable to get his ult off, it seemed, or unable to stay alive long enough so that he could use it in that final zone and to get that maximum amount of value that he was looking to do. So I don't know, very unfortunate for Godlay. Definitely an insanely good performance from OUG and TK as well. Popping off in that end game.
I think like it's a little bit of a problem for JJH and JDG, who were scrapping over that high ground, that I think they didn't realize that there were two other teams that were hiding in wait to take that high ground away. Because they spend so long scrapping over that high ground that they get locked in just like that continuous focus on the opponent in front of you and not on the other teams around you. So they falsely believe that if they pressure the other team on the high ground, no one else is around to take that high ground control and take advantage of it. And as a result, we see OUG, what should be a really dangerous position for them, right? Like you talked about, grappling upwards and taking high ground away when you're that far on the low ground, especially against these compositions where you have monk players waiting to snatch you out of the sky, Temi ultimates as well to be able to capitalize as you just grapple straight into that wind wall. All of that danger gets entirely removed, and it's literally just swapping to something like a pole sword and pushing onto the members of Alliance who were also towards the high ground but not at the very, very peak. So they do get immediately swatted by OUG, who just come through with that pole sword and pinball Alliance out of having that high ground control. And from there, it just becomes OUG dealing with the members of all of the teams around them, trying to scramble as they realize their mistake back onto that high ground, and then dealing with TK, who'd had that space, had that cave, been able to offer some really good longsword utility coming out from Shengyuan on that Takeda, survive long enough and unnoticed to make the same trek that OUG had achieved, and it just comes down to all-out brawl as OUG walk away with 19 kills and a, well, not last standing, but second standing, and the kills that they're able to pick up and the ranking points and survival of the kill multiplier with that timer are more than enough to be able to let them walk away with MVP. But some of those teams that had that high ground, they did kind of drop the ball on that one, not going to lie.
Interesting, actually. SS has actually opted to go for the F1 as opposed to the F3, but we've got F1 on the Tumulk, interestingly enough. Wasn't it? No, sorry, I'm getting mixed up with Ventus, but yeah, no, F1 on Takeda, definitely extremely valuable. Even then, though, they're still taking F1 on Tumulk, which is interesting. They're opting to go for the slightly easier to execute F1 on Takeda, and then going for the harder to use F1 on Tumulk. Interesting. But I mean, it's realistically, the F1 on Tumulk it's not horrendous, but it's like it's played very differently. So with Tumulk, you can use F2 in quite a few different ways. You can use it in conjunction with Feria F3, even if you're running that Sand Formers or Sand Mech or something along those lines. But if you're in endgames and in sort of mid to late game, you can use it very effectively by throwing it into the air, into simply the general direction of an enemy team from the sky, and it's very hard to actually armor through it, essentially, and to completely mitigate the sand wisp. But with F1, if you catch somebody who's just not aware at the time or is unable to react in time, because of how fast the F1 is, it can secure quite a lot of damage if you manage to hit it. But of course it is much harder to hit because of the fact that you have to aim it manually. So it's hard to use, but they're definitely making it work. Team OUG, Team OOG, one of my favorite teams, I have to say. The King being an absolute menace in solos for quite a long time, and then moving over to trios, showing that he's still a god gamer. And just the name, OOG. OOG boogly, my friends. I love it. But yes, the King coming out with a lot of damage on that bow, with the fire arrows and burst arrow as well on the zipping, doing an extremely good job, coming out with the MVP for himself, doing virtually no damage with his longsword, but quite a bit with his staff. Merciless Havoc as well. Merciless Havoc, holy moly, that Jade. I was playing yesterday, I had a white staff and Merciless Havoc, and just obliterated teams. It's not even about the damage at that point when you have Merciless. You're just CCing everybody, and you can just do the initial Dragon Slayer equivalent, and then just sit on the pole and just like,
It's the mind games too. Like they never know if you're going to throw the lunge forward or whether you're going to play it a little bit more defensively and lunge backwards. And if you go for that parry and you get that call wrong, punishment is immediate. But OUG didn't really need to have their zip do that much damage with it, because remember, they're literally just throwing it out to keep that pocket of space safe. No one challenges. No one drops down on OUG, because if they do, they drop straight into the Merciless Havoc and they're going to drop straight into death. But we're going to drop straight into a VT. So we'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy.
其实我们是知道今天来了很多粉丝来看我们的。其实你要粉丝造成的压力的话，我是没有的，可能就是叔他可能比较紧张一点吧。如果说练一个英雄呢，我觉得还是比较容易，很简单的，也不是说很难上手，就是你可能玩的稍微就是中等一点，不是玩的很好，但是能玩。最主要我觉得打3排就还是思路问题，思路跟接团啊这种方面的问题。对。我们打复活赛的话，其实说根本没有压力的，就是 除非就是想打这个复活赛，因为我就是太缺少经验了吧，就是教练也是这样说的，像我们打复活赛的话，多给我磨练一下。对。
Well, you guys got to enjoy the lovely faces of OUG, as well as the Cabbage Dog advert for Pole Sword, which is adorable, no matter what you think about the weapon. We were here discussing and still trying to make sense of GS's composition, because they've now run it twice. They haven't changed anything up about it. They've still been keeping the same utility. They've still been keeping the same heroes, the same way we've been seeing Ventus try and make this ACOS work. See, the thing is, for Ventus, it makes sense that they're experimenting, right? They had an insane pop-off game. They're currently doing incredibly well in terms of standings. They have a couple of games where they can just sort of sit back and figure out whether or not this works so that it doesn't eat into that 15 hero point rule. GS are not in that position. GS have not had an amazing performance today, and I feel like by trying to rock the boat and field a composition that some of these teams are going to go like, oh wow, that's really smart, we're going to have to try and adapt and copy that, and they're not going to be ready for it. GS are kind of shooting themselves in their own foot, because this comp is not working out brilliantly for them, and they do not have the games to sacrifice trying to figure out a composition this late in the day. They're currently sitting at 11 in the standings out of the 12 teams we have participating.
Yeah, no, definitely not the best of showings for GS. Playing this composition, it's like there is some logic behind it, but I feel like it's just fundamentally flawed. Like, you're using it, I think what they're trying to do is directly counter zipping and to try and focus down the zipping teams, but I feel like unless they've managed to get a lot of high tier weaponry and loot, then it's just not going to be enough damage to actually secure these kills, which is exactly what they're lacking. The composition lacks damage. It's rather unfortunate, but we will see what happens in future. And here we are with another great treasure, another little loot box up for grabs yet again. And the question is, which team won game 5? Was it A, OUG, B, Alliance, C, Bauda, or D, TK? Make sure to get your answers in the chat as soon as you can to try and get yourself one of these loot boxes, secure it, and make sure to keep an eye on your DMs in Twitch, as one of the moderators will be messaging you if you have won that prize. But here we are. Ventus, are you gonna run ACOS again?
I think they're gonna find more value.
I mean, as you said, they've already virtually secured their place in finals, but I don't know. Are they going to continue to try?
There's another day of last chance qualifiers, and I mean, yes, they've had one good pop-off game, but they're not currently leading the standings. There you go. That's a clue. That's a clue for you guys if you are still answering the question. That eliminates one option of the four.
Indeed. I think there is something there with ACOS. It's just it's a matter of execution and which game you opt to play it on, which day, which like time of day is a huge factor, I think, and what everybody else is playing in the lobby. Because if you don't match specific comps, then you're probably not going to be able to get enough value.
Yeah, I'd love to see him on dusk maps. Right, I would love to see him on dusk maps for the same reason that we see teams run Takeda on dusk maps, but I feel like when you get the choice of going ACOS relatively new, you're still trying to figure out the composition and how you play it, and how aggressive you have to be, and where your other two teammates are in regards to that ACOS's position. Fielding the Takeda, which is a lot safer, is probably a right that a lot of these teams are going to go for, because these teams, they don't really want to experiment. They don't want to play inconsistent. This is the last chance that they have to make it into playoffs. They need to play something that they're comfortable with and confident on, which is why we are going to see entire absence of ACOS coming in to Morris Isle midday.
Indeed. We have the Takedas coming out in force. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Takedas. So a huge majority there. We have a few different variations. We have the Viper with Takeda with Wu Chen, and then we have the Temulk zipping combination, and then we have the Temulk Monk as well. Then we have the Viper Yoto Wu Chen a couple times there. 3 teams opting to play this. So it's gonna be a scrap. Although there's no Fireflies
as well.
Wait. Oh, Matari.
GS,
yeah. Oh, I did not see that. I was focusing too much.
and GS both deciding to field that Matari. I'm really happy to see, though, that we have the Zip for sustainability, the Matari to be able to dodge out of that Viper ultimate, and the Takeda for the burst damage to be able to play off of the lockdown the Matari ultimate provides.
So, I think this comp is definitely solid. However, they're basically going to be deliberately trying to hunt the Viper comps. Because I feel like if they go head-to-head with one of the Temulk versions or the Monk even, they're probably going to be at a disadvantage because of the Matari.
It's better than what we were seeing previously.
Yeah, it's better than V3 Matari, V3 Viper, and Wu Chen. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think like it gels better as well, no matter what utility you're going to be running to. And talking about it together, we're going to see a lot of teams fighting very closely together very quickly, because a lot of teams are opting to drift towards Sunwings, and that means that everyone is going to try and find as much loot as possible and then go away from the low ground as quickly as possible so they don't get hit by that poison. That's what we're going to see. TK and JJH immediately taking this fight. Mythic counter has come through already. TK Shang Yuan with that dagger just really quickly able to land these hits onto the members of JJH, and as a result, so low geared they're not really able to recover. It's unfortunately just Godly, who is so far away from his ultimate, he's not going to be able to port his 2 teammates. Has to now reserve himself and his position in the hopes that TK are going to turn on to these members of WBG, who are starting to come forward. Temi was thrown out by someone in the area. So TK do know that there is a challenge to come through. WBG opting to not stay too long in Sunwings, as Ventus going to be going toe-to-toe with OC on the outskirts. Oh, that uppercut. Sanzi goes incredibly low. OCs and Lee coming in with that Viper ultimate, trying to catch these members, will be able to just push everyone from Ventus out of position of peeling, as it's now going to be the Zip ultimate trying to hold Ventus sustained long enough, but OC are able to rip through it. Ventus's WX98 goes down to Slayer's Yodo ultimate, and now it's just going to be ZU. Gets caught by that Yodo F3, isn't able to move away, and will go down. OC very quickly dealing with Ventus, who are going to be sent back to that Soul Altar, but we are not slowing down anytime soon. All of these teams know that this is one of their last chances today of being able to put these kills on the leaderboard, and they are playing aggressive.
Indeed, no, absolutely. So many fights going on everywhere on the map. KZ trying to hunt down wolves, hunt the hunters, and Sorrow left on his own yet again. I feel like I've said that like 5 times today. Sorrow is literally always just on his own, either because his teammates are already dead, or he's out of position and getting hunted. It's not the best showing from Wolves today, I don't think. It's rather unfortunate. It looks like Alliance now engaging onto KZ. KZ Gen actually misplaying. Oh no, okay. Alright, so he didn't manage to iframe the ultimate initially, but managed to iframe it on the D form instead. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, but he didn't
lose the ult as a result.
Exactly.
So he still does go down.
Mistiming his ult there, it seems as though it's cost Bowder the fight completely. Alliance now heavily in the lead, but Bowder looking to come back with the Moonbane counter. However, Alliance is simply just going to teleport out with that Wu Chen. No cares in the world. Bowder now trying to engage onto KZ here. Gen, no ultimate, no armor really. Very low, trying to kite away with that pulse orb. He gets forced into the stone form, gets taken down. Bowder, Maomon trying to make something happen with his Takeda ult as well, as Alliance is now re-engaged onto the fight, but he gets taken down by the cannons. The cannon barrage, the purple cannon doing huge amounts of damage. Maoman now just dead. His teammates trying to res him with the Moonbane, but they're right on the edge. Alliance not really all that threatened by the Moonbane hits, especially considering that there's not all that much time left on it. It's only 10 seconds left. Alliance now opting to force their way into the Moonbane. Moonbane surfing. Who cares? Bowder's just kill him, bro. It's Matari. What's he gonna do? They have zipping ult, but it doesn't matter. Bowder just gets absolutely obliterated by the Yoto ult, committing the Yoto ult and then immediately canceling it, picking up that Soul Bloom. Absolutely obliterated. There's nothing they could have done. They just misplayed really hard, I think.
Third party
remains too aggressive
and continues to be optimal as Alliance. They're just able to find that kill. Honestly, I would have loved to see Bida just give up Magman and use that Bane's Breath. The Alliance aren't going into it at the start, right? They're only looking for that cannon pressure to stop the revive from Maomam going down. So use the Bane's Breath, create distance between yourself and the other team, so that when the Bane's Breath goes away, you at least have a little bit of breathing room. As OC's Ann Lee does not have any breathing room at the moment, gets stuck in that wisp. Ooh, that sliver of health is so small, you almost can't see it on the map. Problem is,
oh no, he didn't get taken down.
see where the Lucian TP is, as they're going to immediately force themselves back into this fight against OC. And thankfully, Anli was able to pull off one Vitalia before they had to go on the move. But TK are being absolutely relentless at the moment and not allowing them any downtime. Slayer actually takes the chase on, leading the members of TK away from the other two teammates.
No!
In the hopes that they'll be able to find that respite and come back in with a Viper ultimate that at least been able to set up, trying to find the stun connection. We'll be able to find the stun onto that Takeda, the Yoto ultimate, coming through, trying to blitz them down in time through that zip healing. Will be enough to take Cheng Yuan down, as OC with that F3 able to just lock them down with the silence getting thrown through. And now it's going to be Ali trying to just turn this around onto these three members of OC. Dagger uppercut knocks them up into the sky, but that is just going to be it, as Ann Lee will be able to pick up another kill with the Viper F, doing significant work. Once more of the damage attached to it.
Absolutely. The OC managing to come back into that fight and come out on top, having initially been at a disadvantage with a huge health deficit on that Viper, but they do not care. But here we have JJH versus Alliance. Alliance taking down Water and forcing the Wu Chen ult to come in and port them out to safety. I think Alliance are pretty happy with that, though. They've got the kill. Yoto ult is going to be coming up reasonably soon. I don't think they have Wu Chen ult up like all that soon. So realistically, are they chasing this? I think Lucky wants to chase, but the rest of this team is just a bit apprehensive. Lucky's like, I'm on so much stuff, boys. Go, go, go. Like, but my ult's not. I don't care.
Oh, but that might have been Alliance's undoing, because KZ is in the area and they are looking for that in of the third party. Alliance spot the movement and decide to immediately split. Can't blame them. Alliance have been punished in the past by their over-aggression. As KZ now going to have to make that movement in, as they are towards the edges of that zone. GS sticking a little bit more towards the central, as some of these gates are going to start to spawn up. Are we going to see teams actually take the challenge, or are we going to see teams play a little bit more safely and not want to contract that Yang depletion that puts them so far behind and in such an aggressive, hyped up state, and an already incredibly aggressive and hyped up lobby? Some of these teams already sitting at 9 kills to 7 kills. WBG look like they want to take a fight in a gate of Yang. No surprises, they've never been one to turn that down. Wolves moving towards Morph Blessing, a safer option, given that this is going to be the first gate of Yang, so over 1 million birds on the cards. JDG going to be putting themselves into that portal as well, waiting to see whether or not they're going to get challenged as KZ, not going through the entrance, just wanting to see whether or not they're going to get challenged for that particular position before deciding whether or not to actually enter in. We don't really have the loot to be able to go for it. Purple weapon, yes, for Jen. But blue armor is not a great position to be in. I was talking about not great positions. Bauda, definitely not in a great position either, having lost that fight earlier, going off of the soul ult and now fighting inside that no ult zone. We'll be able to lock down one of the members of TK. So we're going to see Ali trying to get the safe disengagement, but Bauda have been able to hunt down where he's got to there. The spot is the grapple cancel on, and that forces the Wisps out of the Temi. My man does get connected, doesn't actually get caught in the Wisp grab, however, as Ali is just going to be trying to play alive for as long as possible, but the inevitable occurs and he does go down as WBG and JDG have actually both gone through a gate. Both will have to face against each other. LSR going for a very early Monk ultimate, not able to find the kills and grabs that they're looking for. Xiao Hui also now using that Yuation ultimate to try and push onto the members of WBG as LSR
Big damage.
Very setup from that Wisp is able to find so much damage chunking through the members of WBG in an absolute blink of an eye. It looked so good for WBG, and then Temi comes through and it just turns around for JDG instantly.
That parry in combination with the dagger, blue focus LMB, and then following up with the Yueshan as well, just absolutely obliterating and punishing extremely well on that one misstep. Extremely well done there from JDG. Here we are now, Alliance, the Oogly Booglers, 7 kills to their name, trying to push on to JJH, but JJH is not having any of it. They're not looking to fight right here. It doesn't look like they have all that much loot, so not opting to get too aggressive. We have quite a few aggressive teams in this game, though. We have 9 kills on OC, 8 on JDG, 7 on Alliance, and 5 on Bauda. It's insane. And every other team seems to have either 1 to 3 kills, and that's it. A majority having none at all. Rather interesting. Every single team that's like, it seems as though the teams that won the hot drop are just managing to accelerate their lead extremely well, and then all the other teams are just forced to try and play as passive as possible and to stay alive. LSR here, though, all of these mushrooms being popped, LSR managing to stay alive briefly, having already used his Monk ult, doesn't have it available to him. Kopi now being forced to use his ult as well. Karumi and Yueshan trying to do as much peeling as possible. WBG trying to force their way through this traditional Transformer team comp just to try and do as much damage as possible, considering that they need to secure themselves some soul blooms if they want to survive and stay in this game. The Wolves now coming in from the side, managing to pick up WBG Jing. JDG not really happy about this situation. The gold dagger, I think he's just gonna die. Yeah. JDG having 1 Yang, got that Phoenix Plume buff. Not too bad for them, considering that they can stay alive because of the buff, but missing out on kills and having to slow down is not what they want. Not what they want.
Good news is that they keep the loot though, so
indeed, yeah.
Legendary dagger is still going to be available. Alliance continuing to play incredibly aggressive. We'll be able to find a kill onto JJH's Godly. Whoo! Swan getting stuck in that Temi Wisp, having to call on that Wu-Chan to drop those wind walls and keep themselves safe. Alliance is lucky as well, getting into a position to peel. Resides over that ballista, forces all of these teams in the area to hug the base of tower or get hit by the ballista on that reposition, as KZ are going to be very quickly off on their way. They do not want to challenge Alliance in that space, since that macro decision has come into play. And if you want to get your hands on a copy of NARAKA to play, keep an eye on those codes on the right hand of your screen. They are one use only, so you're going to have to be incredibly quick. But if you're able to pull it off, you will be rewarded with a free copy, and we hope to see you on the Isle As
Indeed.
WBG is going to be hoping that he's going to be able to get his teammates back. He was able to get his hands on Rebirth Charms, and they are going to be able to get Jing back into the mix. The problem is that it wasn't off of Vermilion Bird's Might, so they are going to be down all of that loot. And unfortunately, it looks like WBG's PP is going to have to go back to the Soul Altar the hard way.
Indeed, he's left on his own by his teammates. His teammate opting to go for that resurrection as a priority, leaving PP on his own, defend for himself, and he just gets taken down. Wolves coming in, slaughtering him, unable to do anything in the 3v1. But here, Bowder now versus GS. Bowder, Malman already taking a considerable amount of damage, along with Lion TT. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to push this engage. Forced to back off and trying to heal up. GS doing a good job of fending off the attackers, although they have no kills to their name. Desperately need something to happen for themselves. They've not had the best day today, and as you said, they have tomorrow, but they want to walk away from this day with at least a few more points, I would say. Having a really bad first day is hard to come back from.
This comp, that's sort of being punished because, like we said, like they need to aggressively move forward, assassinate one person, and then move very quickly on. But all of the fights that have happened, like you said, were teams that were able to win the hot drop and then continued with that momentum that they were able to pick up from the scaling of the weapons that they're able to pick, the ultimates that they've been able to build up. They can then take the fights in the Gate of Yang, so they've got Vermilion Bird's Might and can continue to push this aggressive playstyle. And the teams that lost those hot drop fights weren't able to scale into the Gate of Yang contests, have to play a lot slower. And that is punishing teams like GS, who just haven't really been able to find the aggression nor the loot to be able to lock one player down when these fights actually go through, find a kill, and then remove themselves from the situation. Nor have they really had the confidence to be able to go for those. There's not a lot of teams having the confidence to go for the second Gate of Yang fight. JDG going to be picking up Mystic Might for absolute free. And now they can start to make those aggressive plays a little bit towards the edges of the zone, however, so it's going to take a while for them to run in to other players. As now it just becomes a game of tracking down the teams around them, and for everyone else, waiting for those buffs to run out before you make your move. And we go once again from absolute 0 miles per hour to 60 as everyone fights for that position when we see the zone start to collapse in and these players pressed even closer together.
Indeed. JDG, though, definitely in a really good spot going into this endgame, having really scaled up, gotten those gold weapons, purple armors, they've got all the soul jades they could possibly want, they've run that discount, they've been spending that money on the soul jades, they've got everything they want, and they're feeling very comfortable. Sadly, WBG Jing getting picked off by OC here, who happen to have Draco Storm as well. There's just no shot he's ever getting away from OC, especially considering their composition. With this composition looking to pick off all the stragglers they can. I do think that Jing does have a teammate left alive.
I think it's Sleepwalker, right? Because PP was left when Sleepwalker went for the revive on Jing.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen whether Sleepwalker got picked off or whether he's still running around.
Indeed. It's hard to really say just yet, but OC...
Snuck.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
And ran away.
And now JJ Chui as well, but he came late.
This is really tough. Sanzi got away. Shuliui is actually going to take the fall for Sanzi. He's actually the one that gets locked down by OC.
No.
And even with the Viper ultimate, is not able to survive. And off of the back of Sanzi getting to throw attention towards another player away from their teammates and needing to find those rebirth charms, Sanzi not only makes it away with the rebirth charm, he makes it to a soul altar and gets WX98 back.
Yeah, indeed. I just saw that as well. That's so funny. Oh god, poor Viper, left on her own. Just unable to do anything, trying to sneak in, but sadly unable to secure it. JDG now on the hunt, looking for Sleepwalker. Huge parry from LSR there. Very nicely done, but and so forced to ult from Sleepwalker forced to ult now on that Tomahawk to try and disengage and get as far away from as possible. But JDG is not having it. They're not going to let him go. They've got that Mystic Might. They know exactly where he is. They have that defense buff. They're not all that worried about wolves who are lurking in the background, trying to do a bunch of damage with range before committing to anything. But
I mean, wolves get the kill though.
Wait, did they?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wolves sniped the kill with the swarm.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then. I didn't notice that, my bad. JDG must be feeling a little bit annoyed about that one then. A little bit peeved.
They did all of the hard work, and then wolves just come through, steal away the kill, and then immediately back on off. And
That's
unfortunately, JDG just lost Mystic Might as well. They chased Sleepwalker incredibly aggressively, so they can't turn immediately back onto wolves without knowing whether or not there are teams in the area, and have to just content themselves with going back to the Rift Sealers and picking through the Soul Jades.
Indeed. Looking at positioning-wise, there are still so many teams over in Sunwing, and it's going to be an absolute scrap to try and get into the zone and get good positioning before this zone is closed. OC at the very, very back. It looks like OUG are aggressing onto GS, but nothing too crazy, no big commitments just yet. OUG not looking to go in just yet, especially considering they don't have their Wu Chen port already placed in a safe position. SS gonna get a quick little snipe on the mushroom, poking out S.
So the problem for all of the teams currently residing in Sunwings is that the loot has already been picked absolutely clean by all of the teams that have hop dropped, and because no one who landed Sunwings really left the place, there are a good 4 teams that are still running around with blue armor.
Yeah.
Not going for Morris Blessings, not going for Gate of Yangs. They are going to be so far behind in terms of loot scaling that these teams who've already made that call of just pushing towards the zone, either for better positioning or to be able to secure those Morris Blessings, are going to be in such a better position. And all of these teams that are going to be scrapping for positions as they move away from Sunwings when the zone forces them are going to be taking so much damage from poke phase that they're going to lose players in the rotation of making it into zone at all, as we're going to see Morris Blessing come up, and all of these teams in the area immediately try and jump onto it. TK will be able to drop a semi-ultimate, however, right on top of it, so they've been able to immediately upgrade their loot scaling. They're going to be very happy by that one as a Morris Blessing comes out. So too does a Bane's Breath. Was that TK dropping it, or was that another team? Because I did not see...
Oh, the Bane's Breath? No, that was a natural one. A random one.
Okay. That's not often that you actually see a natural Bane's Breath occurring in the Pro League. Normally they get bought up by a lot of players.
No. Once they always spawn. They always spawn. So in Pro League you can only buy the blue ones, and so you are essentially only able to get Bane Breaths, any Moonbanes, for early fights, and then all the Moonbanes past a certain point are simply random. In normal ranked, you can buy the purple and gold Moonbanes and use them for yourself, but if nobody buys them, then they're spawned randomly. Exactly.
Randomly,
so so right here, all the Moonbanes past a certain point are simply random. But yeah, no, I was gonna go on to say that I think it was Bowder with all purple, with all blue armors coming out of Sunwing, not having that tumult to potentially secure themselves the box. Like, not a good position to be in. Bowder, there's just the little blue armor team just trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, trying not to get noticed.
At least they have a Zip and Matari. So
yeah,
they do have reposition tools in that you just take the heat and run a team that's chasing you into another team to turn them onto them. But like you said, like that blue armor, are you going to be able to survive the kite, or are you going to go down regardless?
Yeah, indeed. JDG in a really good position here with their completely stacked Soul Jades, their ranged weapons, their good armor, holding this position here. TK had looked to contest, but have essentially just been forced off at this point, with their zipping still on that blue armor, not looking to fully commit to anything, as not only would they, or probably struggle to actually take them down, they're going to get third-partied at this point in the zone. OC holding a really good position for themselves, having secured this little platform in the tree, with their Wu Chen ult being placed up there, ready to go at a moment's notice. They can drop down, look for a Viper stun perhaps, try and secure some kills in a third party, and then immediately port back up if need be. Ventus now looking to try and secure this box for themselves. They have that Temolk ult available. Doesn't look like they're opting to commit it just yet.
Don't
Wolves
really need to
lurking
use
in the
it
wings.
at the moment. Like, they were taking a lot of fire from the teams in front of them, so they could use the walk phase. Now that Wolves are actually going to continue to pressure on the actual front line itself, they do throw in that Tammy ultimate. So, immediate upgrade to Ventus, one that was sorely needed. As blue armor is swapped out for legendary, and now Ventus can start to make their move and pressure.
He's on his gold dual blades again. Does he have cavalry bloom?
It is the legendary dual blades. Are we going to see cavalry bloom Takeda? Allow Ventus to have that same pop-off game. It's going to be a little bit harder to pull it off, though, given that we have so much verticality coming into play on this specific zone. However, you can still use Cavalry Bloom to sort of pressure out these players who do vie for that high ground when they grapple towards you. And so it's a little bit harder to be able to grapple into a Cavalry Bloom.
And simply just using it while running around.
Yeah. A lot of the time we'll see Takedas especially just pick a room of a building and run around with Cavalry Bloom, not to connect onto players, but just to warn everyone off and signal that
this
they
is my
have
house.
it. Like, this is my house. If you want to come in here, you're gonna be paying in blood. As,
Indeed.
OUG and JDG, as well as KZ. KZ not really in a great position at the moment, towards the middle of that zone. So very much the one to come under a lot of fire if they do start to take that pressure. And you can see Lily just trying to keep themselves up in the sky for as long as possible, jumping around, being a little bit of a hard target to be able to hit. As the zone starts to collapse through, and some of these teams are going to be pushed closer and closer. OC with that Viper wanting to control the space of this tree so that they can go for the drop downs of the ultimate. As KZ have been able to put Jen into a position on this rock face, that high ground, providing him so much space to look for the ground.
Look at all the targets, but he just gets burned.
Toasted by OC, who come through alongside TK with the Flamer, and Jen does not drop the ultimate in time as Temi ultimate upon Temi ultimate upon Temi ultimate gets stacked on the low ground to prevent all of these players from being able to scale up the cliff and challenge the teams for high ground control, as it's going to be KZ getting stuck at the moment. Ventus off of that Temi ultimate, securing a lot of the space. Bowder forced back into the Temi ultimate to escape the pressure that comes through from OUG as they get sandwiched in between all of these teams. Sandy doesn't have the Cavalry Bloom at the moment, and as a result can't actually throw the Dual Blades out to keep the members of Bowder from pressuring onto him. Gets a little bit of a respite with the Soul Bloom pressure, but now he gets to come through using that Cavalry Bloom, pressuring onto the members of Bowder. Now that it's not in a 1-versus-1 situation, and he's not going to get focus counted out of it, as Sandy gets shut down by the Sword Blade from the Katana, but comes in with the Decatur ultimate, collapsing onto Bowder's Moon, who thought the Ventus were easy prey, and now is going to be eating his own words as Ventus continue to control the space. Ventus pushing forward. It's the first kill, however, that they have picked up. 18 players still alive in the lobby. Ventus going to have a very long way of catching up onto Alliance JDG, but OC currently leading the pack. 15 kills and counting for this team. Add another to the pile. OUG's the king goes down, and Lee with that legendary Katana, Pulsar rather, doing so much damage, sitting in the middle of that Yodo F3 to find that reverb, to be able to get a little bit of downtime and find that repair onto their shielding. as it's still going to be such an aggressive zone. OC controlling the insides of this building. Ventus and Sanzi trying to collapse onto these players.
Oh no, and he gets grabbed.
Ultimate, but he gets double grabbed. JDG's LSR finds a double grab. Sanzi already brought so low, goes down in the slam aftermath, and JDG start to come alive. 12 kills, 13 kills. The Monk composition are about to lose the ultimate, the Karumi ultimate coming through to make sure that LSR is going to be able to survive the drop down, but Kopi goes down in the meantime, and we've got 8 players left alive. OC so close to walking away with an MVP. JDG so close from denying them. 15 kills to 17 kills. Kopi still not able to get revived. Yoda ultimate comes through from Slayer, using it to just push all of these players towards the edges of that zone. Alliance is lucky, caught away from the pack, trying to move away from that. Yoda ultimate goes down, and Lee is able to lock him down, but Slayer takes the poison splash damage and has to go towards the top of that tree to be able to keep themselves safe for a little bit longer, as JDG's LSR ready with another Monk ultimate, not using it just yet, finds the uppercut connection onto TK, sending them spiraling into that zone take damage, but they don't find the kill. OC Slayer are the ones to claim it, as LSR comes through with the Monk ultimate.
No, LSR, what have you done?
Oh no! OC with the Viper ultimate, force LSR into the Monk ultimate. You missed times the activation, has to drop it early, and OC deal with JDG and walk away with an MVP.
LSR, my guy, you were in the perfect position to clutch this up for your team, but you jumped the gun. You jumped the gun, my friend. Come on, man. You've been playing Monk for how long? You jump in and just straight up ult as soon as you possibly can. There's no shot that this is gonna be effective. You need to hold on to it. It's possible that he tried to buffer it, considering that it may have he thought maybe it's V2, maybe I'm gonna get silenced, maybe I'm not gonna be able to do this, maybe I need to do it as fast as possible. You know, these high pressure situations, you need to be able to stay cool, stay level-headed, and try and maximize what you can. Of course, ulting early is way better than not ulting at all. But in this kind of situation, if you want to come out on top, you gotta get that maximum value if you can. And I think he may have just jumped the gun. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if he had to do this, if he was under threat from something that prevented him from waiting to iframe. But holy, unfortunate that LSR did an extremely good job. He managed to get the double grab. He managed to get both of those soul blooms. His Karumi having already been taken down. All he needed to do was buy enough time to get his ult back up, get just a little bit of charge, and then he gets it, and then it just gets completely wasted, and it's heartbreaking for LSR there. Really unfortunate. Still, though, very well played from those players. I'm not sure exactly how many kills they managed to get in the end. Was it OC? How many? You said 15 at one point?
They were on 15 and then 17, and it was so close between those two teams. The problem was that they just kept stealing kills from everybody. OC doing a very good job of very quickly being able to snap their focus onto another player that was low, and then pivot the second that they'd claimed that kill and just continue to steal those kills away from all of the teams in the area. So as a result, that distance just kept growing and growing and growing. And what was something like 2 kills distance, I'm pretty sure is now about 4 or 5. It was ridiculous, the amount of kills they all won.
And coming out on top with the win as well. That multiplier is gonna be beefy. They're trying to break the Ventus record from the first game today.
No, they definitely did not get past 20.
No, I don't think they did. But I mean, they're trying. You know, they gotta show up. They gotta show up as OC. OC doing an extremely good job in that final game, and I can't wait to see the scoreboard. Whoa, how many points did they get? Whoa. 22 kills. That is still a crazy amount of kills. How many? So 28, they were 6 off. And thing is though, Ventus managing to pull out that many kills in a lobby with only 12 teams is absolutely insane. Breaking a record that was set in a lobby that was bigger than this than 12 is insane. The amount of kills that they got, I don't think anyone's going to be breaking that record for a long time unless they up the number of teams that participate in one of these days by a considerable amount. It's very difficult to run that sort of thing, especially on a daytime map in game 1, I think it was. I'm not entirely sure, but still insane. JDG though, doing really well, 27 points, 15 kills, second place, not too shabby at all. Alliance 18.5, doing really well. These teams that they won the hot drop, they accelerated their lead, they snowballed the hell out of that game. Extremely well done. What were they running? Were they running V1 F3? Interesting. So yeah, no, the monk at the very end didn't need to ult that early. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think again that does go back to a lot of the change-ups for Viper. Like, you can see that some of these teams are incredibly unsure of what utility the Viper that they run into is going to be, because that's also not the first time that we saw a monk unfortunately mistimed the activation of the ultimate to try and iframe through a Viper ultimate, and as a result have to drop it early. In fact, it was this very match that we saw it happen.
Absolutely. It is definitely something that's going to happen when meta shifts come about, you know, when things are being changed, when people are playing this things that haven't been played before, you know. I mean, V2 has definitely been something that's been played along with F1 Yoto in the Attack on Titan composition with Yoto, Viper, Wu Chen, but other than that, we've not really seen all that much V2 from Viper. So with people just unsure whether or not it's going to be coming out and just panicking, it's completely natural. Like, you know, everyone panics. It's very normal, but for this to happen, it's just very unfortunate, you know.
You have
Huge
to remember
parries
as well
coming
that
out,
the
but the
LSR,
F3 coming out.
LSR was up against multiple Vipers as well in that instance. It's very easy for us to see which Viper it is because we get to see the nameplates and the skins. They don't. They don't get to see the nameplates, they only get to see the default skins as well. So if you're trying to like keep a track of which Viper is using which specific bit of utility, it's still not going to help you out. It's very much you playing that game where there's 3 cups and there's one ball underneath one of the cups, and then you move it around like 20 different times and you ask that monk to guess which version of the ultimate that Viper is running. And like you said, in the heat of the moment when meta shifts, teams and players are going to struggle with that muscle memory timing, which before was ingrained into them, is now going to be a little bit wonky. As it is going to be An Lee on that Viper, walking away with their first MVP. And no surprises that when we look at the Solid setups, Flame Breath is right up there.
Yeah, Cannon doing so much work. And Viper is another one of those characters that is very ult hungry, very rage hungry. They like to ult as many times as they can. You know, Yoto can keep some of the charge after having used ultimate by cancelling it in the middle, but Viper, as soon as you press that ult, you're using the full 100%, so you're gonna be very hungry for that damage, that splash damage from Flame Breath as well. The damage over time it's huge. Huge. Cannon, I feel like, is just the MVP in trios in general at this point.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love Musket, and I really do love Musket, I feel like Cannon, not just with the Soul Jades, because you can hit multiple players, to be able to just speedrun charge those ultimates with that rage, it is just king of range meta at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, crossbow is definitely up there, especially when it comes to transformer compositions. You're getting the maximum amount of DPS. I'm pretty sure crossbow is the highest DPS weapon, but only if you can hit all of them, you know, like, and that's why we see it with Monk and all of that sort of thing. And like, to counter Monk as well, you can beam down monks from afar with your crossbow, try and do as much damage as you can with that venom tip as well. And we've got some interesting Soul Jades there, Barb Bolts, you know. You don't really see it all that much because it does reduce the damage, but being able to prevent people from dodging is always pretty nice. But yeah, what a day. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't see more ACOS, or at least didn't see ACOS doing all that well, you know? But Viper coming in with that F3 change, it's pretty telling,
we
you know?
We got a shift. Okay, we did get a shift in meta, and I think for a lot of these players, like, that little shift is a lot to try and incorporate into, like we've seen in terms of things like pulse outs coming through, staffs as well, when those were released because of those sort of very slight adjustments to timings. They do throw players, they do force you to take a little bit longer to be able to adapt into, and that Viper now having that F3 to be able to combat that zip sustainability changes things drastically, because these teams are used to, okay, we have a zip, we can stall for as long as possible. If we stall for long enough, a third party comes through and we can escape without something like a Wu Chen. So as a result, it's sort of, you don't get the cheese. I would say you don't get the gorgonzola, the mozzarella. You have to win the fight here and now, as opposed to hoping that someone is going to come across the fight going on and take a step in and take that bullet for you.
Essentially, yes. No, zipping is probably going to fall out of the meta. If Viper F3 is going to stay a thing, I mean, even if they were to nerf the damage, which I think is quite a considerable factor when talking about F3, if F3 is going to stay the way it is with the anti-healing debuff being so oppressive, having insanely having uptime that's basically permanent as long as you have cooldown reduction. Although some characters, some Vipers probably might not run it, considering that discount is always a big priority when it comes to professional trios. You know, it's a bit of a trade-off, but having that uptime is going to be very huge, and being able to completely negate everything that zipping can do is extremely valuable. And I think that's possibly why we saw in the first game that if it was sort of a consensus, guys, we're all playing zipping, right? Can we all play zipping in this one game? Okay, cool, nice, thanks. Okay, Vipers for later, you know. And I mean, that could be a thing, you know, in solos. That sometimes has happened a lot, where one character is played in one lobby, and then the next lobby it's another character, and everyone's just essentially doing mirrors. So it's possible that we'll still see zipping because of that, and because people will still play it in a zipping lobby. But other than that, I think Viper coming into the mix with this anti-healing thing is going to be a big counter. Although it doesn't do anything to Kurumi, because Kurumi just doesn't care. Yeah. But yeah, we will see.
Kurumi uptime, let's go.
Kurumi needed buffs, or indirect
Kurumi
buffs.
got a buff, okay? Not that it's really gonna have any effect. Like, woo! V3 can now be used while under attack. Not that we ever got to see V3 ever be used.
Yeah, we will see. I don't know. I mean, I did think very briefly that it is possible to see Kurumi in solos in a Viper lobby. You know, if everyone's playing Viper, you know, you just got that Kurumi. Like, I'm just gonna cleanse. You don't have a silence on F, bro.
I would love to see an Nbpl player try and make solo Kurumi work, and just use that F to knock players all around. I'm still waiting. It's on my bucket list to get to see a Kurumi umbrella knock someone into one of the Holoroth thorny rollers.
Indeed.
But you know what's not on my bucket list? Answering this question, because I'm not allowed to enter, which means that you are. So which team is not in the top 7 right now? Is it, this is just mean. Is it OUG? Is it Alliance? Is it GS? Or is it Ventus? We'll give him a little bit of time to be able to key the answer into chat. We're not going to make it that easy for you all, but one of these teams we do have to talk about. But you know what? I'm going to just cheer for Ventus. They broke a record. They came in. They had an absolute amazing game number 1. I forgot to do the maths, so I'm not going to give percentages or numbers. But I mean, Ventus absolutely decimated an entire lobby, which was just insane to see. Highlight of the day for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Breaking the record. And also, on top of that, to be doing it in a lobby where there's less teams, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't Firefly. Somebody please tell me. I don't think it was. It was a full zipping game, everyone essentially playing the same thing, and they came out on top. because they're just that proficient, and they managed to snowball successfully, getting those gold dual blades, getting all the gold things they needed, all the soul jades, and positioning wise they just tore that lobby a new one. They just sat at the bottom of the cliff, so no, come down, bro. Into the blender you go.
Cavalry Bloom. I honestly, when Cavalry Bloom first released, I was like, and it's purple.
Ew.
It's not legendary. It's purple. And again, I continue to have that disbelief every single time I see Cavalry Bloom in action.
Indeed. But yes, we are going to be heading over to an interview real quick, and we'll be right back.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Zwan and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小钻石，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的小钻石。
好的，欢迎小钻石来到赛后采访。So I saw at the last game you are using the Viper, and we know in the match patch, Viper just being stressed. And I would like to know how's your understanding about this hero. 那我们看到其最后一把小钻石是拿了宁红叶，而且有个非常精彩的表现。特别想问一下你啊，其实到了当前版本，在宁红叶加强了之后，你自己对于这个英雄是怎么理解的呢？
就是这波加强对宁红叶玩家狂喜，宁红叶玩家狂喜，因为本身宁红叶他这个英雄他的自身的存活率就比较低，然后他把 F 加强成金霸体之后，就不会被那些比如说要踢人的时候被蓄力砍断啊，或者什么东西，对，就是存活加强了很多。
好的。So to be honest, I think it's very important for all the players who use the Viper, because Viper is just being stressed, especially at her skill, because his skill won't be interrupted by other weapons, and then it's very strong now in the game. 好的，谢谢小钻石对于宁红叶的一个分享。So also like today we have just finished the 6th replicage, and I would like to know how's your feeling and how's like ambition for the teams aliens for tomorrow. 那我特别想问一下，其实今天打完了6场的这个3排复活赛之后，其实队伍在赛前的预期到今天打完到现在自己感觉怎么样？然后整个队伍对于明天比赛的一整个预期是怎么样的呢？
今天这个分数其实不是特别满意吧，因为原因可能说是因为就是复活赛它的节奏跟平时的常规赛啊，或者说周决啊都不太一样，所以说今天算是前面几把都是没有适应到节奏吧，明天可能会打得更凶一点吧，开始开杀了，不管了。
好的，看到你这个决心开杀了，祝你们明天可以继续加油。Okay, so I think we are not totally satisfied with today's our status and performance in the replicage today. It seems like for the regular game and bi-weekly final and the replicage, the speed of the matches they are totally different, and we still think we need to be familiar with the speed. And I think tomorrow we are cheer up and we are gonna have a better status. OK， 好的，谢谢小钻石的一个分享，也祝你们明天可以继续加油好吗？好 ，OK， 那明天见了，到时候 OK，Thank you, Zwan, for today's interview, and we will be right to our podcasters.
We've had a good day. We've had an aggressive day. We've seen some teams do incredibly well. We've seen some teams immediately adapting into the meta shifts come through, whether or not that's small, whether or not they're large. Some teams really showcasing the power of that Viper F3. Other teams needing a little bit of time to be able to work, but unfortunately for them, they don't get time because we're back again tomorrow. There's no week, there's no couple of days. You don't really get the amount of time to be able to sort of go over the VOD and scrim hours on hours and hours on end. No, you are right back into this tomorrow. So for some of these teams that are lagging behind in the leaderboard, GS, Wolves, KZ, OC, and TK, looking at you guys directly, it's going to be a tough challenge to be able to turn some of these scores around, especially for GS. They struggled today.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring out an absolute massacre tomorrow. They're going to have to absolutely pop off to come back in and get those top rankings to try and bring it back after today's performance. I respect the fact that they tried something, but I feel like they just needed to put a little bit more thought into it. Realistically, there's innovation, and then there's innovation into things that could potentially do really well, but then there's innovation when there's just not been all that much thought put into it, and you have to put a lot of thought and scrimming into these compositions before you try them out in high pressure situations like this, and high risk situations. Is quite frankly, if it doesn't go well, you're at a big disadvantage, and that's exactly what happened. Ventus, I think, as we were talking about, they pulled out the ACOS. They tried it out today after having done so well in the first game. So I think they essentially used those games to test things, to experiment, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to continue to try and push this. It's possible that they will, and I think there's definitely value there, but it's not going to be easy. You have to be able to execute and pilot these characters optimally and well to be able to get the value, and it's hard to do that when you've not had all that much time to actually practice. And I think that's probably why we didn't see too many crazy compositions coming out today. We saw a couple, we saw a bit of innovation, we saw a little bit of Viper F3, and I think Viper F3 is probably the one that could be slotted in the most easily, since realistically you're not changing too much. There's just a couple different things that you have to change in terms of play style, especially considering the Viper endgames, for example, when you're dropping down from trees. If you're running F3, you're probably going to have to run V2, because if you run V2, then dropping down from trees is not going to net you all that much value in an endgame as it would with V1. So a little bit of an adjustment there. We saw a game where it was so good for Viper, and then it just sort of fell apart for them, and the traditional Transformers ended up coming out on top. So I don't know. We will see. And I think most teams are just sticking to their guns, sticking to what they know. Potentially tomorrow we might see a little bit of experimentation from teams that are either doing very well or very poorly, to try and either upset the meta and turn everything on its head and do really well, or because they have this lead, they are already comfortably ahead, that they can take this time to experiment in a highly competitive environment. Because as we all know, you can't always get an actual feel of how a composition will do in Nbpl, in the Pro League, unless you actually play it when you're in the Pro League. So it's hard to say, but I'm very excited to see what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. I will be sure to watch it myself, definitely. It's going to be a good one.
I can't help but feel as though like Ventus are trying to make some of these teams that have already qualified a little bit uncomfortable too. Right? Because we've talked about it, there's been a lot of downtime for some of these teams, not for the teams in last chance qualifiers, but for the teams that have already qualified, they get something like 2 to 3 weeks of being able to read over the patch, figure out compositions, innovate in compositions. The teams that have qualified as well, we continue to talk about it, they are the teams that have innovated and forced all of the other teams around them to adapt into their playstyle, and they've been able to find a lot of value very early on in seasons as a result, because they're already ahead of the curve. And having that in playoffs is going to be huge, where adaptation is going to be so quick and need to be so quick. Otherwise, you're going to lose too many points early on. You're not going to be able to claw that distance back. So fielding that ACOS, putting it into the ether, forcing some of these teams already in playoffs to think about the possibility of needing to counter or adopt an ACOS composition of their own, Ventus could very well be playing an incredibly smart long game.
Absolutely. And I mean, only time will tell. We will have to wait and see, as that is going to be it for us today. All 6 games having been played at a very, very lovely showing of NARAKA. Very exciting. Some oogly boogliness happening, as we always love to see, or at least I do. Saj no Taka, copium. Well, I never know, maybe tomorrow bring out something spicy. But that's all for us today. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a great night, morning, wherever you are. I hope you take care, and hope to see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't